little things, and it's going to help out with the cost, and a lot of people are going to really benefit from it.
A benefit that will show not only in dollars and cents, but in a greener planet. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
The Los Angeles Housing Department will be able to fund approximately 1,000 housing units with this grant. The LAPD gets some training in autism awareness, a new user-friendly LADWP bill, and the city's first ever Spanish language book fair. These stories and more in City Beat. The LAPD recently held a symposium on autism awareness at the LAPD's Amundsen Recruit Training Center. The goal of this symposium is to continue the department's commitment to effectively address its special needs communities.
We've been working together collaboratively, working on this training, like I said, for 4 years, and it's been very, very successful. And hopefully what's going to happen is the more information LAPD has about autism, the more they can recognize and respond.
Just last year, 2 LAPD officers shot and killed a reportedly unruly but unarmed man who family members said was autistic. The Board of Police Commissioners later ruled that the officers were in the wrong. After some LADWP customers complained of receiving one large consolidated bill, some in the tens of thousands of dollars. After months of not receiving any LADWP bills at all, the head of the utility, Ron Nichols, assured a council committee that the department is taking steps to eliminate billing delays and improve customer service. In fact, as a first step toward correcting some of those issues, the LADWP began sending out new redesigned bills last week. Some improvements include a larger paper size for reading ease, easy-to-locate charge summaries and payment due dates, and color-coded charges to differentiate between LADWP and City of Los Angeles charges. The LA City Council has approved a new lease agreement for 60 El Pueblo merchants, brokered in part by Councilmember Jose Huizar. This after more than a decade without rent increases. The agreement, which included input from the merchants, represents a 25% reduction in rent proposed by the city back in 2010. It also doubles the 2010 lease agreement term from 10 years with a 10-year extension option to 20 years with a 20-year extension option. The City of LA's and the country's first ever Spanish language literacy book fair, Leia LA, was held at the Los Angeles Convention Center the last 2 days of April and the first day of May.
Leia LA is a beautiful celebration in Spanish. It's all about the language. It's all about to celebrate the authors and the proposals that they bring into us, from little children to grown-ups, from art to science, from political to children books.
I'm here because I want my kids to learn more Spanish. So because I was born here, but I grew up in Mexico, so I want them to know the Spanish language.
The Los Angeles Public Library was a co-sponsor of the free event. And we've got more book news for you, bookworms. President Barack Obama's half-sister recently made a special appearance at the Los Angeles Central Library to talk about her new children's book, inspired by her and the president's mother. Yana Kay has more.
Educator and half-sister of President Barack Obama is signing her new children's book, Ladder to the Moon, for dozens of fans who came to see her in person at the LA Central Library and to get their own personalized copy.
The thing I liked about the book is that the little boy went up to the moon with the ladder and his grandma.
Maya Sotaro-Ng says the book was inspired by her warm childhood memories as she traveled with her mother around the world.
I remember being in all of these places, valleys and hilltops, and looking up and the moon looking so big, and that was when Mom and I shared stories. She loved the moon because the moon was everywhere the same, so it connected people.
Sotaro-Ng read a few passages from the book and also answered various questions from the audience.
I think that the story is just told in such a beautifully warm way that speaks to the humanness in all of us, and I think a story like this is something that can help the world to get along better.
Sotaro-Ng says she wants her book to not only bring people together, but to inspire and uplift.
It's a wonderful message, and somehow we have to heal the world. And I think she will do this in many ways, perhaps not my generation, but the next generation.
And it's the next generation that will hopefully be inspired to climb the ladder far past the moon. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Maya Satoro-Ing is also an education specialist and lecturer in Honolulu, where she lives with her husband and 2 daughters. And over at the harbor, kids are also getting exposed to books they'd never read before. Anna Marcos takes us to the 8th annual LA Harbor International Film Festival.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum, mateys, and throw in a book for good measure. Even the nefarious pirate Long John Silver is doing his part to encourage reading. The literacy campaign Read the Book, See the Movie kicked off the first day of the LA Harbor International Film Festival with a showing of the film Treasure Island.
What I'm looking forward to the pirate Long John Silver is how mean he is.
He's like a typical pirate. He's like loud, he's always drunk, and he carries his sword with him everywhere.
He seems all nice and goody two-shoes, and then he turns out to be really evil.
It seems so simple and a way to promote literacy and a more thoughtful way to view a film.
Before these kids could watch Buried Treasure on the big screen, they had to come prepared by reading the book first. Penguin Books handed out about 800 free books to the kids.
I think we should read because it expands our vocabulary.
To help you learn more about English, and well, it's good just to read.
There was an audio glitch that cut the movie short, but the show went on anyway back at school.
But that was just the beginning of a 4-day film festival which featured films like The Joy Luck Club and documentaries like Joe C. and The Tillman Story. And look at this place. The Warner Grand Theater was built in 1931. It has hand-painted murals and gold leaf and chandeliers, and it is so grand that it's actually called a movie palace.
Yep, nothing beats grabbing a little pirate's booty, we mean the popcorn kind, and catching a show at your local movie palace. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week. For more info on the yearly festival, visit www.laharborfilmfest.com. The man who put the LA Philharmonic on the map is immortalized with the naming of a square in his honor outside Disney Concert Hall. Gil Reyes reports from the new Ernest Fleischmann Square.
A lasting tribute to an LA visionary, widely regarded as the greatest talent scout in classical music.
The very unique thing about Ernest was his uncanny ability to recognize potential and see into the future. And of course, the best proof of all that is what we are seeing right in front of our eyes.
The city dedicated Ernest Fleischmann Square just outside Disney Concert Hall, a venue Ernest Fleischmann pushed to create, despite doubts it would ever be built, let alone be successful.
He saw what sometimes others could not, the great potential of our city and its place in the arts and cultural landscape.
In his 29 years as managing director of the LA Philharmonic, Fleischmann recruited and mentored several future stars, including a young conductor named Esa-Pekka Salonen, the LA Philharmonic's music director from 1992 to 2009.
I'm grateful personally for everything he did for me.
Fleischmann's business decisions upgraded the LA Philharmonic to a world-class institution. He also took the orchestra to the people, staging free concerts in LA's diverse neighborhoods.
My sisters and I are humbled by this gift from the city that has been such a big part of our lives.
Besides this dedication on First and Grand, his legacy can also be felt at the nearby Hollywood Bowl, where he's responsible for extending the now very popular summer concert series. By the way, the fireworks and the picnicking at the Bowl that's now very popular, those were his ideas as well. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Ernest Fleischmann passed away last June at the age of 85. In this week's list of things to do, a day that's all about kids, a concert of Disney classic tunes, and learning about sea creatures from aboard a floating lab. The Golden State Pops Orchestra will be reprising the popular concert Tale as Old as Time featuring screen film clips from favorite Disney classics such as The Little Mermaid, The Lion King, and Mulan, and much more. The concert takes place on Saturday, May 14th at 7:30 p.m. at the Warner Grand Theater located at 478 West 6th Street in San Pedro. Tickets range from $15 to $35. GSPO encourages everyone to come dressed as their favorite Disney character, as there will be a costume contest after intermission with prizes for the best dressed. For ticket information, go to gspo.com. Join the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium staff on Saturday, May 14th from 9 a.m. to noon for a floating oceanography and marine biology lab. You'll be able to get an up-close and personal look at crabs, sea stars, and sea urchins aboard the floating lab within the comforts of the harbor. Cabrillo's expert staff will be there to discuss marine life and answer any of your questions. The cost of the trip is just $30 and $27 for friends of the aquarium. The aquarium is located at 3720 Stephen M. White Drive in San Pedro. Pre-registration is required. For details, go to CabrilloMarineAquarium.org. And Saturday, May 14th is no ordinary day. It's a day that's all about kids. Following the Japanese tradition of celebrating Children's Day, the Japanese American Cultural and Community Center in Little Tokyo is holding its annual Kodomo no Hi, or Children's Day celebration, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The celebration on the plaza features the Asian Pacific Arts and Crafts Fair, cultural performances, food vendors, games and crafts for kids, as well as hands-on cultural discovery workshops. You can also register your child for the Kids Fun Run. JACCC is located at 244 South San Pedro Street. For more information and to register for the Kids Fun Run, call 213-628-2725, extension 128. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow us on Facebook to see our featured story of the week. We leave you now with some sights and sounds from the recent Cinco de Mayo celebration at Olvera Street. See you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
De mi coqueta Tijuana traigo prendido un amor. Re chula esta fiesta del Bajío, ay qué lindas sus hembras y su sol, rinconcito que guarda el amor mío. Ay, mi vida, tú es mi corazón. Y viva México. No vayas a engañar con tus mentiras, no me vayas a creer la bobita. Mejor de vos, mejor de vos.
In life, some things are pretty much a sure bet. Some things are predictable. And some things you just don't know. Unless you have ESP, an emergency survival program that prepares you for emergencies or just the plain old unexpected. You can't predict, but you can prepare.
Hi, I'm Nina. This is my daughter Miranda, and we live in Silver Lake. We love the cultural diversity of Los Angeles. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
morning.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the special council meeting for the 18th of May, 2011. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Today is a special meeting to consider the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2011-2012. Thank you to council members who are here, council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Krikorian, Labange, Reyes, Smith, and Zine. We do expect Mr. Koretz, Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Weston shortly, but we do have a quorum, so with that, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weston, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. First order of business, please.
Mr. President, would you like to run through the agenda?
Yes, let's run through the agenda, colleagues. For the non-budget items that are before us today, if anybody wishes to call any of these special, now would be the time. Let's go to the first items, please.
Items 1 through 8 are Department of Building and Safety liens, notice for a public hearing. The department advises that item number 7 may be received and filed inasmuch as the assessment has been paid.
Okay, we'll move to receive and file 7. The other liens, if nobody wishes to call those special, do we have cards from the public on any of those?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, we'll close the public hearings, and let's take up 1 through 8. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Let's go to the next items, please.
Items 9 through 11 are items for which public hearings have been held. There are recommendations from members to continue items 10 and 11 to May 25th.
Okay.
Item 9 is the mayor's proposed budget. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. And let's go ahead and continue without objection 10 and 11 till the 25th. Next items, please.
Very good. Items 12 through 16 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, those items are now before us, 12 through 16. Do we have any cards from the public on those items?
Mr. President, we do not.
Okay, we'll close the public hearings. Anybody wishing to call 12 through 16 special? Seeing no special items from the members, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on those and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, those are approved. That will take us to item number 9, which is the mayor's proposed budget for this year. I'd like to ask the CLA to come forward and to present a report on the budget that is before us. And we will obviously be discussing today, just to give people kind of the TikTok for today, we are going to be considering this. If we need to, we will continue into tomorrow for deliberation. If we do finish, if we do not finish today, we will be adjourning probably about 5:30 or so. And continuing tomorrow morning. We have a number of items that are before us within the budget. Obviously, we've had some motions and other things. Council members, if you do have any motions that you have not yet made or are thinking of making, please consult the Chief Legislative Analyst staff so that we can make sure that we get those moving and part of the deliberation and the process for today. But with that, before the CLA begins, I'd like to recognize our budget chair, Mr. Parks, to say a few words to frame the Budget Committee report, and then we'll hear from our CLA. Mr. Parks?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Are we going to do public comment first, or we?
Yes, we will, I think we'll do a frame of what is here, then we'll open up some public comment to be able to hear that, then we'll come to the deliberations of the council. So why don't we, for the folks that are here as well, run through, and this is not for everybody in the council yet to give their comments, but I'd like the budget chair just to frame, have the CLA give a brief overview of what's included, then we'll open up a period of public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just start off. First of all, colleagues, the process that the Budget Committee went through was several days and hours of review of each line of the mayor's budget. First of all, we verified the revenues, over $4.3 billion. We also verified the deficit, which changed the mayor's budget from $450+ million deficit to $336 million, where the CLA and the CAO concurred. The major change in the budget is to remove the commercial paper of $43 million, which was proposed for ongoing operational costs. And the rationale to remove that was that it violated the city's budget policies. It also would jeopardize the city's bond rating, and it just wasn't sound fiscal policy to borrow dollars to pay off existing debt, particularly if it's ongoing or operational shortfall. Some of the major issues in the budget deals with the fire department's new deployment, which reduces the workforce by over 300 positions and over $200 million over a 3-year period. It's a real structural change while providing a computerized deployment based on actual historical workload versus a maximum deployment of all stations and equipment regardless of need. Hopefully everyone had an opportunity, colleagues, to review the CAO's report that he discussed last week on memo number 127 and his follow-up report on May 13th. Also a critical issue in the LAPD is that the budget proposes that we continue to hire, which is about $11 million price tag for this year and over $20 million for next year. This also included is a $20 million cost savings in the salary account, which in our judgment is going to be very, very difficult because there's only a couple of options to find $20 million in the police salary account, and that is either to continue to cut civilian positions or to cut from other other city resources. Also, there's a issue of furloughs for police officers, which would take effect January 2012. It gives the city and the police unions about a 6-month period to negotiate those away, much as other unions have done. This is approximately a $20 million cost, which eliminated about 1/2 of the commercial paper. LADOT, another issue of note is that they're proposing and was supported a part-time hiring force for revenue generation, primarily for people in traffic enforcement. There's an expectation of raising about $9 million. It would create a new pool of employees for future permanent hires. It's less expensive than hiring full-time employees. Part-timers would not carry the overhead cost of pension and medical. The library is restored by Measure L for now and the future. What the goal was primarily was to add the additional day Monday. This budget does that. The library plans for this fiscal year to use as-needed employees versus hiring back those that were laid off because of the expense. But it doesn't prohibit the library offering these jobs to laid-off employees as part-time employees. And so that's another issue of creating a future pool of librarians. For ITA, it appears that they have been devastated by the budget more than most departments, but they did restore issues dealing with public access for both ITA and the chief and the city clerk. There's been some funding for Channel 35 and 36, and also it appears that in the future that the one way that ITA will continue to function is that one of the prime considerations will be how some of their services need to be contracted out because of the significant loss of people. Another item that is of importance is the library. There's been a lot of discussion about library and rec park paying their ERIP payments. This is a one-time expense, and the reason that it was placed in their budgets is that they get a preset percentage of property tax up front, off the top, as opposed to competing for funds through the general fund budget. Some of the enhancements that went forward by the committee thought it was inconsistent to expend over $20 million on grid but provide no funding for summer youth jobs. So this budget by the committee moved summer youth employment up to 500 positions that will be coordinated by CDD, and that's roughly about 30 to 35 jobs per district. We also added funds from 0 to 5,000 trees for proactive tree trimming. We found that over 480,000 trees of the 700,000 in the city are overgrown. Just yesterday, we spent over $330,000 on one injury because of a tree branch injuring a citizen. So we thought it was important to add proactive tree trimming. We also implemented the first year of the 5-year LADOT parking technology and infrastructure plan. We certified funding for Measure R projects. We also initiated clarification for funding of future repairs on previously paved alleys with the goal of using gas tax funds and also adding alley repaving to the street program in the future. We also added funds for paving dirt alleys, added funds to address ongoing maintenance of medians. Transfer of city operations will be implemented via operational plans versus the budget, and we hope those are done by June 30th. It impacts primarily street services, LADOT, and sanitation. And we also created a better system of tracking budget instructions with CF numbers for assigned policy committees. What you have today is a balanced budget. We've removed the borrowing for operational expense, commercial paper. We reduced the workforce by 600 positions plus. We added funds for most needed enhancements that I mentioned earlier. Much is yet to be done. Certainly, July 1st, we plan to have a revenue day for the council. We also are looking for systems to ensure that departments and bureaus stay within their budget. This must be refined. We continue the reorganization of the city, and identification of core functions is a primary goal. And we're bringing to conclusion some of the 50 white papers that are being proposed by the CAO with a clear message that in the last 4 years we cannot continue doing what the city is doing, but also we need to look at a different way to rebuild it. The issue of the budget for 11-12 is presented to the council, and I ask, Mr. President, that we do as we've done in the past, that we follow the format of the committee report, that if colleagues have a question, that we allow them to call it special and come back and for full discussion, and that also in dealing with the committee report, that if all motions for change come with the source of revenue, so that we're aware of what changes and what revenue source. And we ask the CLA when they stamp those motions that they also include the statement as whether they comply with the city's financial policies. So this is the budget that we're presenting for review, and certainly look forward for the discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Seeley.
Sure, I'll be very brief. Mr. Parks covered all of the main elements of the budget. I do want to start out thanking my staff, my budget team. Karen did an outstanding job this year, and I really appreciate all their hard work. And of course, Sharon, the City Hall budget savant, is invaluable. So I did want to thank my staff. I want to thank the CAO staff for their hard work, as well as the mayor in responding to questions from the committee and getting this budget to you. There is light at the end of the tunnel, I think, now. We still have some difficult years ahead of us, but the projections before you now for fiscal year 12-13 and beyond are about $300 million gap. Now, recall a year ago, we were looking at budget gaps in excess of $500 million, which represents about 75% of the non-police and fire civilian workforce. So definitely going in the right direction, and a lot of it has to do with the structural actions that this council has taken, as well as the budget before you today. So, as usual, we have our motion factory in the back. They will be coming out in packets. I would ask that as your motions come out, if you would get them signed and seconded as quickly as possible so that we can put the packages together and distribute them. Again, as Mr. Park said, typically once we go through the report, then we will start going through those motions. That will come at the end. So, and I'm going to step back and let Karen and Sharon take you through the Budget Committee report, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we'll hold off on going to specific questions and then running through the specific items. We'll open up for general comments on this item. This is a special meeting, so we don't have general public comment, but I know a lot of people just filled out public comment. Unless anybody says differently, I'm going to assume these are for item number 9, the budget. So folks can come forward and speak to those on the budget here today. We have a number of cards so far. We'll have a half-hour hearing, and our first speaker is Ron Kay. I'd like to come forward, and after that will be Karen Coca.
Thank you for letting us speak.
Good morning.
Morning. This is an important day in the history of L.A. I love the idea that there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't have a clue as to how long that tunnel is. It is a certainty it is a very, very long tunnel. And it's time to fix the budget. It's time to bring everybody to the table. You have a room full of city workers, mostly engineers, who are fed up. You have people from urban progressives, from the Martin Luther King Coalition, from neighborhood councils. I mean, you're really bringing the city together, and you have the power and the positions to engage in the kind of public conversation that will revive the city, that will bring it a new spirit, and will move us forward, as well as solving the budget problems through genuine sharing of what the burdens are, and not ruining people's lives, not putting lives in jeopardy, and to create a community that believes in itself. That's how we'll create new jobs, attract new businesses, get kids educated, and move L.A. forward. What you've done for 3 years is a catastrophe in the making, and in your heart of hearts, you have to know that the bills are going to come due. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Coca is our next speaker. After that is Fred Burnett.
Good morning. My name's Karen Coca. I've been a city employee since 1993. The people here today are here because they can't take any more. There are people doing 2 and 3 jobs. The ERIP has taken people. People have retired. We haven't been able to hire. Our best and brightest, our youngest people are leaving. Why are they leaving? Because it's getting better in the private sector and they can't take it here anymore. So I am pleading with you, especially for our MOUs who chose to go with the coalition but have not been allowed to even get the coalition deal to vote on, to negotiate with us in good faith, to get back to the table, and to get my folks some certainty that they're going to have a job. Make the hard decisions, do what you need to do, but the people that are left, you have to start treating them like human beings and not like pawns on a chessboard that can be replaced at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work as well. Fred Burnett is our next speaker. Fred Burnett is our next speaker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Fred Burnett. I'm Public Works. I'm a geologist, and I'd just like to say that please do not allow the contracting out of services at the expense of us, city workers. We do provide a valuable service for the city, and we've been furloughed. A lot of us have been furloughed for the last couple years, and I don't think that's the way it should continue, and I would like to get back and negotiate a contract that prevents furloughs and limits the contracting out at the expense of city workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments this morning. Our next speaker is Kwasi Nkrumah. After that will be Zachary Ng. Good morning, sir.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Martin Luther King Coalition for Jobs, Justice, and Peace, and in one respect, I'm not really addressing my remarks to the council. I'm addressing my remarks to those who are watching this at home. It is time for us as the citizens to mobilize to ensure that the basic needs of our communities, our families, our neighbors, and ourselves are being protected by the governments that we elect, whether they are local, state, or national. These budget cuts discussions that are going on here locally are also going at the state level and nationally, and are going to constitute a tsunami of destruction of basic services for our communities unless the citizenry begins to organize to do something about it. Recently, Measure L on the ballot here in Los Angeles saved our libraries and is restoring many of the services that were cut due to budget cuts. We believe that it's necessary to do likewise on many other essential services. We hope to work with those of you who are sitting in elected offices to resolve a number of these problems, but essentially, those of you at home, this is really on us to begin to resolve these problems, and we have to begin to organize our communities to defend education, to defend sanitary services, fire services, health services, the public parks, and many other basic necessities. We have to begin to mobilize ourselves to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkrumah. Next speaker is Zachary Eng. After Zachary Eng will be Nady McLean. McLean, excuse me.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a transportation engineer associate at LADOT, and I've worked on projects such as the Santa Monica Transit Parkway and Valley Grade Separation Project. Many city agencies were involved, and their employees were also involved. And because of our expedited, innovative work, we saved the city millions of dollars. This is a result of the loyalty and dedication we have for the city we love. At LADOT, we have engineers who design today's traffic controllers and as well as develop the ADSAC system. The city has saved an enormous amount of money because these systems were developed in-house. But who will develop the next great transportation system if our talented engineers are not allowed to remain and flourish? Councilmember Krikorian, the Colfax Bridge in your district had a screwed-up alignment that LADOT engineers fixed. We also got 6 signals to add left-turn phasing with federal money. And Councilmember Koretz, we also worked on the Overland Bridge. We fixed alignment problems and met with the community to meet the traffic issues. Councilmember Weezar, we also are working on the $300 million 6th Street Bridge, and we were the ones who got the alignment designed in spite of there being 10 consultants on the job. And Councilmember Zine, there are 6 bridges that we also worked very hard on in your district. City employees are a priceless resource that are hard to find these days. If we aren't available, the city won't have the resources to properly continue to complete these projects, and the safety of the public will be at risk, costs will rise, and lawsuits will likely occur. Please don't let this happen. Please help the employees of MOU 8 and 17 get a new contract with language protecting us from privatization like all other city MOUs have. When you do so, you will see excellence in all the work projects done in your districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eng, and thank you for your good work on behalf of the people of Los Angeles. Nady McLean is our next speaker. After that will be Rafael Yanez. Good morning.
Nady McLean, engineer. The city is broke. We get it. The CAO asked us to find savings in the neighborhood of $11 million in line items of their choice. We found the savings plus COLAs, even though we were given a spreadsheet with all the calcs wiped out. The CAO hired a contractor, then stated that the city demands maximum flexibility to lay us off and contract out. This is a bold attempt to gut the civil service hiring and promotion system and replace it with a system of patronage that civil service rules were created to abolish. In Wisconsin, it's bargaining rights. Here it is colorblind and merit-based hiring. We have qualified, licensed professionals in bargaining units 8 and 17 who were hired and retained based on objective, merit-based personnel policies. I remind the council that we will not let them return us to 1925 and the reign of Mayor Shaw. The citizens already fought and won that battle. My level, if you contract out, you have to pay them $300 per hour. We still have citizens who want the best bang for their buck, and they won't get that from outsourcing our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your words. Rafael Yanez is our next speaker. After Mr. Yanez will be Susan Eisenbarth. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, members of City Council and staff. My name is Rafael Yanez. I'm an environmental engineering associate with the Bureau of Sanitation Wastewater Collection Systems Division and a member of MOU 8. We are at an impasse with the city, not so much due to not wanting to put our fair share in and helping the city, but because the city wants to contract out all of our jobs. And unless our MOU is able to reach an agreement with the city, 2/3 of our entire unit in the specially funded and proprietary departments, especially in the Clean Water Program, will be punished through furlough unnecessarily. Even though any savings obtained would not be realized in the general fund. Instead, as demonstrated in our last round of furloughs, the furloughs will create more of a burden on the general fund instead of the needed benefit. If it is the intent of the mayor, the CAO, and the city council to privatize the city through increased contracting out of city service, at least have the courtesy to call it what it is and let your city family and the public know what you're doing, especially in the next mayoral and council seat election. Why has this council and the mayor asked the CAO to contract out a lawyer to take over our negotiations while trying to hide this fact from the city's own attorneys by bypassing them by filing a notification to intent to contract under Charter Section 1099 and calling it a, quote, contract for labor negotiation services non-legal? Is it that the CAO doesn't want the city's own attorney's office to ask to be assisting in this negotiation because the CAO is not in good standing with their office? I ask you, is that right? Or is it okay to break the city's charter in the name of fiscal emergency? We ask the council to have the CAO return to the bargaining table again with the city negotiator. Thank you.
Susan Eisenbarth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Eisenbarth. I'm an engineer with the City of Los Angeles for 26 years. I live in the City of Los Angeles in Council District 12. I vote in the City of Los Angeles, and I would like to speak to you today about the budget. Everybody here, all my fellow engineers, and everybody in the council understands we're in a very difficult situation, and we realize that there has to be compromise and sacrifices. What we are asking is that there's compromise and sacrifices be done in an equitable manner with all city employees. I've been on furlough for 2 years, and right now I'm with MOU 8, represented by SEIU, and we've been in negotiations for 18 months. We have sacrificed and compromised in those negotiations, and my understanding is right now the sticking point is language about contracting out. There are 19 blue-collar MOUs that have language about contracting out. We are asking for that same language, and we are being refused. The assumption that I make with that is that the city, the new council members, actually find the blue-collar workers more important than us engineers. I don't understand this disregard for the engineers behind me. We are all very dedicated and hardworking, and without us, the infrastructure of the city would crumble, and I don't understand your lack of regard for that. Thank you very much.
Chris Flagg. Is Chris Flagg present?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Madam President Pro Tempore, honorable council members, ladies and gentlemen. I had a speech here all prepared to give, but after Mr. Parks gave his presentation and the CAO talked about a few things, I couldn't help but change that presentation. I have to take issue with the Budget and Finance Committee and what it's done over the past 3 or 4 years. Clearly, there is one thing the CAO says is true. We cannot go on doing business like we've been doing for the past 4 years. As Mr. Kay said, for the past 3 years, we've been letting the city crumble apart by all our actions and inactions. We don't know what creditworthiness is. The CAO has not presented a plan to date that reflects creditworthiness in terms that Wall Street will truly buy into, and that's why we get a deflated credit rating
Councilmember Smith. Now, so what's wrong with the picture? The learned, degreed people of MOUs 8 and 17 are not just engineers, are not just scientists, are not just architects. We are experts in our fields, yet the CAO at our last session would have you believe that he, actually the hired gun, courtesy of the EERC, Executive Employee Relations Committee, would rather contract out all of our work. She wants us to believe that it's your preference that the mayor have total flexibility in contracting all our work out, laying off all of us, and I have to take issue with that kind of a recommendation.
Thank you very much, sir. Gus Malcolm. Gus Malcolm. Is Gus Malcolm present?
Good morning, honorable council members. My name is Gus Malcolm. I'm a civil engineer from MOU 17 from the Department of Public Works. Also, I'm on the bargaining team with SAU for MOU 8 and 17. We have been bargaining with the city for about 18 months. Till today, we don't have a decent offer from the city. The city is wasting taxpayer money for not bargaining with us in good faith effort. As a matter of fact, the city wants to lay off engineers, architects, scientists, and technologists who knows how to do their projects cheaper than anybody else. It's cheaper than anybody else. I have been working for the city for 26 years, and I have saved the city millions of dollars on several projects. I have invested so much time with the city, and now the city wants to lay us off, people like me. This is shameful, immoral, and waste of taxpayer money. You have been elected to serve the interest of the city and not to lay off the city intellectual assets. Thank you for listening.
Nas Madari. Is Nas Madari.
First of all, thank you for letting us talk to you guys. And I hope as much as we talk, at least if you 10% listen to what we say, we can get things achieved. My name is Has Madadi, and I work for PropQ ITA, and I was in charge of the getting renovations and new construction of police department. With the efforts of our colleague of BOE and LAPD, we could do all these projects under the time and under the budget. We could save $80 million so we can put for police academy. What the city of Los Angeles is doing with us as MOU 8 and MOU 17 is not fair. What you guys are telling us, you are trying to tell us unilaterally you can change the contract to whether we like it or not. If you're going to even contract out some of these jobs that we are giving, the contractor is not going to sit down and have you unilaterally change the contract to your liking. Please be fair in what you do with us, so we are saving you this money for the contract. These city employees that who are sitting in here, they all are professional engineers. They all know equations. They all know equal employment opportunity and affirmative actions. There is no equalness with unilaterally changing the contract. Who is making this equal? And we are here to help. We love LA. We work for LA. We all have our kids grown up in LA. We are getting educated in LA. It's not that we don't like it. You have to know that. Who can you find better than all these employees who can do all this, oversee the contract under the budget, under the time? That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Michael Hunt. Michael Hunt. Is Michael Hunt present? Michael Hunt. Okay, Michael Hunt is not here. Now we go to San Pedro. Oh, all right. Michael Hunt.
Thank you. Most of you know who I am by now. My name is Michael Hunt. I'm a transportation engineer with the City of Los Angeles. I'm also on the executive board of SEIU 721. We are now part of a new union. We have a new voice. I promise you we are going to use that voice. We want to work with you. We've been here 18 months bargaining. Now you're threatening us with the whole layoff thing? Give me a break. We're not going away. Is there anybody here from MOU 8 or 17? Nobody knows your city better than we do. I promise you that. If this fight gets ugly, it's going to get very ugly. We do not want that. We want to work with you. We've been trying to work with you. Believe me, we've been trying to work with you. CAO, if you're here, listen up. Get back to the table. Take this foolishness off. Stop it. We need to work together as one. We've had enough. Please, get back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to San Pedro. San Pedro to Terry Keating. Is Terry Keating in San Pedro? Terry Keating. Okay. Terry Keating?
Yes, this is Terry Keating here. Good
go ahead,
morning, members
Terry.
of the council. We are here representing MOU 8. I'm a member of the bargaining team. Last week, your negotiating contractor told us quite clearly that the city wants maximum flexibility in laying us off and in hiring consultants to do our work. We know this is not a cost-saving measure. We've submitted a stack of documents this thick to the city's negotiating team establishing that we work for half what you pay consultants to do. We see this as a bold attempt to strip away, to gut the civil service system, a merit-based system of hiring and promoting, and replace it with a system of patronage to contractors whoever's got the most political influence. None of us are going to stand for this. In Wisconsin, Governor Walker tried to do away with bargaining rights. Here we see this as an attempt to do away with the civil service system. We've got tar, we've got rails, we know where to get feathers. You know what happened to Mayor Frank Shaw in 1925 when he based the city's hiring system on patronage. We're not going to let that happen here. Every one of us here, look around, we were all hired through a merit-based system. We asked the city to get back to the table, issue some new directions to your negotiator, and let's get this contract settled. Thank you.
Lourdes Espinoza let's stay in San Pedro. Back to San Pedro. Lourdes Espinoza, and after Lourdes will be Rosalie Castañón.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Laura Espinosa de la comunidad de Wilmington, del grupo Madres y Familias de Wilmington.
Momento, señora.
Yo quería nomás pedirles que mantuvieran en su voto los fondos para que sigamos teniendo los servicios de los bomberos.
Good morning.
Ya
My
que en
name is
esta
Laura
ciudad tenemos-
Espinosa, and I am from the community of Wilmington. I just want to request that you keep funds for the firemen.
Ya que en esta ciudad tenemos muchas compañías de alto riesgo y queremos que se mantengan nuestros servicios de los bomberos.
In this part of the city, we have companies that are high risk, and that's why we want to keep our fire station open.
Ya que en esta ciudad es la única estación de bomberos que tenemos.
In this city, that's the only fire station that we have.
Queremos decirles que ya que están estas compañías de donde se recauda mucho dinero para el bache de Los Ángeles,
I want to tell you that in this area we have companies where the city gets funds for the budget of Los Angeles.
queremos que inviertan también en nuestra ciudad de Wilmington, ya que es una ciudad muy pequeña.
Because they collect a lot of funds from these companies, we want you to invest funds also in the city of Wilmington that is small.
Porque nos hacen falta muchos recursos en esta ciudad.
We need resources in this part of the city.
Ya que como ustedes saben no tenemos ningún atractivo.
As you know, we don't have nothing attractive here.
pero sí tenemos mucha basura y esperamos con su ayuda nos ayuden a componer nuestra ciudad.
But we have quite a bit of garbage, and with your help, we want to improve our city.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Rosalie Castañón in San Pedro. Rosalie Castañón in San Pedro. Rosalie?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. I also want to address engine number 38 in our city of Wilmington. This engine company is very, very important to us. It maintains and oversees, I should say, it oversees a great deal of refineries. We've had major explosions over the year. Even years I can remember where parts of East Wilmington was evacuated because of fumes that came from a nearby facility. It was originally Texaco, became Shell, now it's Tesoro. On the other side of the refinery, we have a small freeway that leads into Terminal Island. And if you look up the information there, it's adjacent to the Inglewood Fault. So we're an earthquake country here. So we all know this. On the south, we have the Harbor Department. We have a great deal of train traffic that also transports hazardous cargo. You can see it on the trucks and on the trains that have the hazardous placards right on them. And we've had major derailments that have had derailments adjacent to the residential areas. Many problems come up on a consistent basis. I was just speaking with a few of the congregants of several of the churches. One of them has had 3 fires going up to the steeple, which required a hook and ladder. And these have happened at different times, of course. So on a regular basis, the community of Wilmington has been in peril. Taking this safety net away from us is a great concern to the residents of Wilmington and to the children that we have here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Van Nuys, to Brian Gallagher.
Good morning. My name is Brian Gallagher, and I work for the Department of Transportation as a senior transportation engineer. I worked for the city for 26 years, and by the end of this year, I'll have served 52 furlough days and, lost about $26,000 in income. I work over 3 different district offices where we take all of the requests from you and your constituents for crosswalks, traffic signals, left turn signals, red curb, a number of things to make intersections safe. But recently, I'm the one whose name goes on the letter that goes out to the citizens saying we no longer have the resources to consider your request for a handicap parking space. It goes out to the businesses saying we can't give you commercial loading zones. We don't have people to study it anymore. We can't even give people traffic signals because we don't have money to pay for those anymore or to even do the studies. This week, when I received an email about the engineers in MOU 8 and 17 possibly being laid off and our work being contracted out, I kind of felt like Chevy Chase's character Clark Griswold from Christmas Vacation movie, where I was expecting to get a good reward or paid for my ingenuity and hard work, but instead I found out at the last minute I had been enrolled in the Jelly of the Month Club. That's just disgraceful. You need to realize that the engineers here have dedicated their lives for working for the City of Los Angeles, and we want to make this a better place. Some examples of the success of contracting out so far are in all of your council districts where you've seen traffic signals covered for the last 9 months and people have been wondering, when is the signal going to be turned on? That's because we're waiting for a private contractor. What about Emily Ailman out at Archwood and Laurel Canyon, a school child who was killed crossing the street in November of 2010, and we're still waiting for the private contractor to
Jill
develop
Banks-Barad is our next speaker. After Jill Banks will be Mark Kleckner. Mark Kleckner And we do have a time limit on the public comment. I will finish this stack. We're not accepting any more cards. So Jill Banks-Barad, Mark Kleckner.
Good morning, Council President Pro Tem Perry. I'm here today representing the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, and we represent the 34 councils in the San Fernando Valley. We had our meeting last week, which was standing room only, to discuss the funding of neighborhood councils. And we are requesting that the CAO and Dunn report back on alternatives to sweeping rollovers. We understand the cut of 10% to neighborhood councils, but by sweeping the rollovers, the City Council is punishing neighborhood councils and our communities who are thoughtful and frugal and who are planning for long-term projects. Dunn set an arbitrary deadline of April 15th for neighborhood councils to spend our money. And this was done without speaking to any neighborhood council leadership. We were told to use it or lose it. So we were all scrambling to spend our funds. And that is not the way to spend city money. We need time to consider reasonable expenditures. We're asking that you extend the deadline for submitting demand warrants and that you reinstate our rollovers for next year. Dunn has forced neighborhood councils to spend money on things that they weren't ready to spend money on because we were under the gun. In this time of financial crisis in the city, you need neighborhood councils, and you need us more than ever. So please do not take away our rollover funds. Thank you.
Mr. Kleckner.
Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Mark Kleckner. I live in the 3rd District. For those of you who will take the time to listen to what I say, thank you. For those of you, the member of the City Council, who choose not to listen, what can I say? I live in the 3rd District, and my concern is that my district is going to lose 3 fire resources. 3 resources are capable of responding to EMS as well as fire incidents. I work in the 12th District. In that district, we are also losing 3 resources, one of them being an ambulance. I ask, why is the 3rd District and the 12th District asked to sacrifice more than the 6th Council District? The 6th Council District is not losing any resources. I know what they've told me about the plan. I know what they've told me about how these resources are deployed, but I have to ask why. Why is one council district getting nothing removed from them, and the one that I live in, the one that's protecting my family, and the one that I work in, where my brothers and sisters who work with me on these companies will not be available to assist if we have an event of some catastrophic nature in my area? I ask that the fire department not do this. I ask that you look to yourselves and find out why the North and South Valleys are being subjected to greater losses than the rest of the city, and especially Council District Number 6. It must be political. There can be no other reason. Thank you again for those of you who are willing to listen to what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Mr. Daniel, I am going to call the last 4 cards, and then public comment will be closed. Daniel Weissman, Rafael Pena, Phyllis Dougherty, and Arnold Sachs. Is everyone present? All right. Is Phyllis still here? Okay, Phyllis is here. Is Arnold Sachs here? Is Arnold Sachs still here? Okay. All right, Mr. Weissman.
Dr. Weissman, to you. Dr. Daniel Weissman, Secretary of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. For the 3rd time, I've handed you the 15 recommendations of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, and it was prepared on Friday the 13th. Something unlucky about Friday the 13th. You had the major amount of your community speaking on Friday, but really didn't hear them. I'm here to talk about a whole series of lacks. I want you to look at these documents that are before you. I know Mr. Smith has already proven that he has and will. Every one of you needs to look at these, because what I'm going to speak of today are lacks. Lacks of understanding, lacks of reason, terrible lack of leadership, terrible lack of responsibility, a terrible lack
of integrity, a terrible lack of any plan to solve these problems of our budget, a lack of innovation, a lack of consideration, and a lack of courtesy. You haven't listened to the neighborhood council budget advocates when we've been telling you some of the ways in which our budget this year can be much ameliorated. You really need to go back and talk to every one of these city employees that have been before you and renegotiate their employee contracts. The problems with bonuses, the problems with irrational ways in which they achieve their advancement have to be addressed and resolved this year. There's no time to waste. You have to go back and reinstitute a complete and comprehensive collection system. We can collect hundreds of millions of dollars, which we do not collect now, and at least partially defray some of this deficit that we have. We have to redo the pension plan, and we've recommended to you establishment of a commission to in-depth review what can be done with pension plans, especially in times like this. In short, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to reject this budget, take it back, start over, because what you're about to receive is not something that is going to help or preserve this city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Rafael Pena, and then Phyllis Dougherty, and then Arnold Sachs.
Morning, City Council. I hope you saw the drawings I left for you. We have to stop being afraid of flying. It is a lot safer, easier, cleaner, cheaper than ground travel. Superior, all the way. It is the only solution to transportation, congestion, long trips, pollution, oil spills, gas prices, parking space, and accidents. We'll fly anywhere in 5 minutes instead of an hour, at different heights and ways. We'll avoid collisions. The majority of the time we'll be parked. We have to end homelessness. It breeds crime. Also, we have to stop being killed by our own houses. Walls of one piece are cheap, disaster-proof, easy to make, and can be made as shiny as cars, as show cars. Saving water is the only choice we have, and easy, by making it rush to a thin slit. We have to stop destroying the environment and putting people's lives in danger with power plants. They are not necessary at all. Making electricity at home is a lot easier from magnets. These things work. They just needed some modification. We try the usual all over the world repeatedly. It does not work. It is time to try the unusual. It has always been the solution. I cannot build it, but you can. Together we will lead the way into the future with courage and farsightedness. I will provide the blueprints. Thank you.
Phyllis Dougherty, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Good morning. Phyllis Dougherty from Animal Issues Movement. I want to talk about closing the proposed closing of the Northeast Valley Animal Shelter and ask you, of all the good things that you do for animals and all of the talk about puppy mills and no-kill and all that, none of that matters if we do not keep our animal shelters open, especially to serve an area that has been so neglected and so devoid of assistance with their animal issues, where they have a large number of aggressive dogs, where we will start to have attacks on the street. The children will be vulnerable. We are considering giving away a $19 million facility that the taxpayers are paying for and that they designated to serve this area for $1 a year to a worldwide organization, Best Friends Animal Sanctuary in Utah, which took in $51 million in 2009. And we are going to give them this gift. And from what I understand, without bond, we are going to have to continue to secure the facility, to maintain the facility, and the profit that will be made from the email addresses that will now be used for donations and all of the other amenities will come to Best Friends, not to the city of Los Angeles. We can do the same thing ourselves at that facility. We did not offer to agree to pay for $150 million in bond money to fund a large organization. Keep this facility open. It is one of the major fire sanctuaries for the entire area. Our employees are doing a good job. We can perform city services that will bring in enough revenue to keep this open and pay their salaries.
Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. It's really kind of interesting and fascinating being an outsider. The problem here, actually, is this isn't a 3-month ordeal right now. This is because of the deficits being faced by the federal government, the state government, and the city. This should be a 12-month, 24-hour, 8-day-a-week project. And yet groups come in here, present their side, and then they walk out without actually seeing or being a part of how the city is being governed. When the money is there, nobody has a problem. But when the money is not there, that's when you need to have your side represented in the card game. Not 3 months out of the year. I ask questions about DWP. A, they're not involved in any pension reform. B, they make a payment to the city. Last year you heard arguments, the city was going broke. They couldn't pay $70 million. They paid in April. They didn't make another payment until this April. So if they're paying every year, what are they paying? How are you budgeting? Who in this room knew the city had like $300 million in CRA funding? I'm sure the council members might have known, but how many people on this side of the podium knew? And until the governor said he was going to cut CRA funding, that was never an issue here. So where does the money go? It comes in to this big washing machine, gets spun around, and nobody knows what ends up happening. That's why you need to be here. When the money's good, who cares? When the money's tight, you need to be in the game.
Thank you very much. I do have one more card from Jim McQuiston, and that Jim McQuiston will be our final speaker today.
Jim McQuiston. I, like everybody else on this podium, is disappointed, I think, with the mayor. We have to remember the mayor sets the budget, not the city council. All we can do is hope that the mayor does what the city council says, and last year he didn't. He spent more money than the city council authorized. I have put into all of you my suggestions for rebalancing. Now, the budget is an ongoing affair. I want to caution you the difference between the CAO's version and the controller's version means 4,300 layoffs immediately on July 1st. Someone has to fix this budget quickly, or that's going to happen, because it'd have to go to 8,000 if we have to wait till January. We can't afford that kind of layoff. And there is money that we can get, and I've suggested how we can get it. And we don't have to do much at all to get it, but it can be done through administrative devices. So let's get busy on the budget and let's get it fixed.
Thank you. That marks the end of our public comment period. Our first speaker in the queue is Mr. Garcetti.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to the public who has come here to speak, our city workers, our engineers, our firefighters, the members of the public, our neighborhood council, advocates, and others who have been a big part of making sure not only that we get through these years, but that we continue to provide service for those people that we all serve in this great city in Los Angeles. I want to say a few things, colleagues. I want to say three things right now. One, what we have accomplished in this budget and over the last few years. Two, what the process will be for today. And I think three, some outstanding issues with public safety, with fire and police in particular, that are left for us. Congratulations to the budget team, the mayor's budget team, the CAO, the CLA, and our Budget Committee for a lot of long days, hard work. This was certainly a much better year than last year. And that reflects something that even the most cynical observer cannot deny, that the city has taken tremendous steps, not ones that we'll have to pay for in the future. We're not headed towards catastrophe. I think we're actually been showing good management in this city in a way that no other big city I've seen in the United States has been able to do. By 4,000 people moving off of the rolls in Los Angeles. Was that something we all wanted to do? No, but it was a responsible thing to do. 2, pension reform. 3, healthcare reform. Those were the 3 drivers that we looked at, and that this city has done. The coalition agreement that we had, that most units have ratified, essentially moves us from 6 to 11% to preserve benefits and preserve healthcare. I don't know another city that's doubled that in this time period. I don't know another city that has been able to eliminate so many positions, mostly without layoffs. Those have been tough, negotiated things. It's easy for headlines to be able to yell at one another and actually produce less. I remember when Governor Schwarzenegger was yelling at his public safety folks, and then everybody said he was so tough, and look at what he produced. What we produced on the public safety side, working with our unions and sitting down and saying, you are our partners, was the same thing. And some said, well, that's too weak, we need more. And yet they were praising those who would yell at each other. Collective bargaining does work. The good ideas come from our employees, cost-cutting measures, ways of being able to do this intelligently, ways of finding new revenues. And I'm very proud of our workers for having been a central part of doing that. But I'm also proud of this council because we never sugar-coated it. We said, this is the number, we have to solve it together. Look, it would be easy to take out a credit card. Look, it would be easy to kick the can. That's what we inherited from mayors and council members in the past, where people made agreements that were simply not sustainable. And much of what we've done, for instance, the pension reform that we had partnerships with our sworn, is something that will not pay off in the short term. It will pay off in the medium term. We will actually make the investment for the next crop of council members and the next mayors that come in a way that we did not inherit. We also need to fill and finish all of our contracts, and I know most of our engineers left, but I do think we have to close 8 and 7 down. We have a good agreement on the table, and I think we can work through the contracting out language. In fact, that is a part of the core of what we've always been. Contract in when we can. We do it cheaper and better. And so I would urge the CAO, and I will continue to play a role, to resolve that now. And I want to thank the engineers who have been a part of making sure that we are able to do the things that they specified today. The last piece, though, today is about the process and public safety, and the second speaker gets 6 minutes, so I'll take another 2 minutes and 40 seconds, hopefully, to do this. The process today will go through each part of the budget. We'll look at each of the items, some of the restorations of basic services, which the Budget Committee was able to do, but there are 2 main issues that came up. How much borrowing should we do? And when this budget came to us, I think we had $43 million of borrowing in it. The Budget Committee and the good work of everybody, collaboration with all city partners, has reduced that so that we don't have that paper borrowing at all. We're down to 0. That is a pretty remarkable thing in a year like this when almost everybody said we're going to have to borrow our way out of this. There's not one-term fixes, there's no parking lots in there, there's not a lot of stuff that would have put us in a position of next year saying, what are we going to do? But the second thing is public safety. Let us hopefully today dispense with a couple things. One, we should not be furloughing police officers as a way of balancing the budget at the same time that we're hiring them. That just doesn't make sense. We need those basic services and protections, and we will introduce something to make sure that that is not the place. We are at the negotiating table with our partners and firefighters and police officers. They have said they understand, and they have proven that they understand, and they will be able to make sacrifices to share the burden. But the way that we do that is at the bargaining table. The way that we do that is by putting that in the budget the same way to restore the services that we need. And I also think we should not be permanently deleting firefighter positions from our neighborhood stations. That is the wrong way forward. And so if we can do something that moves us into reducing what we have all disliked, which is 22 this year, some have said up to 36, but even if folks don't believe that, which I've heard from some voices, 22 is too high. We need to get down lower, and I think that we've been able to, if we take UFLAC at their word, as we are doing with PPL, and we should treat them with the same respect, that there will be something at the table. We budget in what we expect is going to be there at the table, and we restore right away some more positions now. So if we take that 18 down, and we will introduce motion to do that to maybe 16 or 15, and we stick with our word, which is, if there are new revenues that come in, we continue to take that down even further. We will have restored not only positions for our firefighters, but also for our communities. And our communities deserve that response. That is our job number one. Make sure that cops are walking the beat, to make sure their 911 calls are answered, and those basic services, because we cannot forget the civilians. The tree trimming that was not there, the alleyways which will destroy the foundation of homes and buildings, that those things are put into, in these difficult times, sustain a sustainable budget for this city. So thank you to the folks who have stepped up to protect public safety, but also who have stepped up to protect our neighborhoods. This budget does that. This should be an easier budget by about tenfold this year than last year. And that's because of the structural work that we have done here. We've made the tough decisions, we've made the cuts, we've prioritized. The tunnel isn't that far away. The tunnel right now that we are in, we are beginning to see daylight come to us now. And that is not because we have done it on aspirational budgeting. We have done it on real budgeting. So thank you to our unions who have made those concessions and understanding that. Thank you to our people out there who have understood that all services can't be provided. And for this council on focusing what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing, and how to downsize government at a time that we can't afford to do everything that we used to. That is the path to prosperity, and that is the path to a strong city. So with that, we'll be able to go through each one of the items. We'll go page through page, as we've done in the full council in past years. We'll be able to go through each one of the pages. If people would like to call anything special out, please do that. Then we'll take up any of the motions that council members have put forward. And I'm very optimistic that we may be able to get a final vote on this budget today, resolving those issues as I outline them for our partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. There are no further speakers in the queue. So if I could invite staff to the middle table to begin the page-by-page presentation.
Good morning, council members. Karen Kalfian with the Office of the Chief Legislative Analyst. Before you is the Budget and Finance Committee report on the proposed budget. Just to clarify, the mayor's proposed budget is before you. What we'll be walking through is the committee report, and the committee report addresses just the changes to the mayor's proposed budget for the most part. If you have the report in front of you, the first 21 pages of it is pretty much a summary of the hearings that the Budget and Finance Committee did. It includes all the discussion about what the departments. And one thing I should also note is that there is one minority report, and that's on the issue of bus pads, and we'll get to that as we go through the report. So if you jump to page 24 of the committee report, that'll begin the recommendations. So on page 24, and also just to note, we have some, we'll need to make some technical corrections to some numbering issues, so I'll go through, but I won't address those. We'll just make those later. Under global recommendations on page 24, if you'd like, I can go through each one of these, or I'll summarize as much as I can. The first three dots on the left there, those should be recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Well, that's fine, but I need to clarify that.
Yeah. If we can, the acoustics are a little bad, so if we can just make sure we speak as loud as possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go through those ones again, excuse me. One of the members was speaking.
So back on page 24, beginning with the global recommendations, we have items 1 through 4.
Yep. Anybody wishing to call any of those special, 1 through 4? This is page 24 of the report. Okay, if not, let's go ahead and these are just so folks are reminded, these are not final votes on the budget, but we vote on these, if nobody calls them special, to essentially include them in what the final resolution will be today. So if there's nobody wishing to call 1 through 4 special, let's go ahead and open the roll on those. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, next page.
Next page Page 25, beginning with recommendation 5 through 8. 5, again, is a global recommendation, and 6 through 8 involve budgetary compliance and control. These are usual instructions for fee studies and preparation of ordinances and so on.
Okay. This is page 25, 5 through 8. 8, A through F. Anybody wishing to call any of those special? Mr. Parks? Number 7 for Mr. Parks. And, yes, Mr. Labange?
I need clarification as I read each thing diligently on page 24.
Yes, sir.
Checking with the CAO, I should have mentioned something. So if I could call, what number is that, Mr. CAO?
There's a number of different ones. There's items 1 through 4 on page 24.
It's related to the hiring freeze item on...
2A,
2? Okay.
2B, or whatever it is, managed for hiring.
We'll call 2 special for Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since this isn't a formal vote,
got it.
Do you want us to, I mean, it's not, we didn't take a formal vote on, these are sub-items. Would you like us to reconsider, Mr. Clerk? Is that the easiest way? Okay, let's reconsider number 2 then. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, we'll call number 2 special for Mr. Labange, 7 for Mr. Parks. We're back on 5 through 8. Any other specials? That was just 8 through item F of 8, not all of them. So this is items 5, 6, 7, and 8A through F. No other specials. Let's take up that balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. We'll turn to page 26 next.
Okay, page 26, you have 8G through I through 12. Again, these are more or less routine items, but under financial policies compliance, this just summarizes some of the financial policies and how this budget addresses those.
Okay. Any specials from items 8G through I and 12? To 12, excuse me. Yes,
On
Mr.
overtime, on the use of overtime, is this in the direction with as far as, if I want to ask a question about overtime, I call 8C special?
Just a moment.
I'm just trying to follow the music today, if I could say that, or the conductor.
Right. The 8C, actually, item 8 addresses what would be contained in the financial status reports that the CAO prepares every couple of months. The use of overtime is one of those items.
I got it, but if we want to talk about overtime as a council member, do I call, is that this item right now I'm trying to follow?
Probably an 8. You could, the CLA's recommendation is a better place to talk about that?
It would be fine to do it there.
Okay. Let's call, I guess we'll have to reconsider 8C. Let's go ahead, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you.
Mr. Alacon?
Wait,
Did you have something on that?
I'm trying to get a clear picture. Item 8 is merely instructions to have report backs from the CAO on any of these items as however we may vote on them.
That's correct.
Correct.
It's not specific to
Well,
the
Mr. Labange
overtime
may have points of
issues that
information on those reports back.
we have elsewhere in the budget.
Well,
It would be helpful if you could tell us where the other discussion should be relative to overtime, relative to commercial paper.
Okay, there is an item on commercial paper later on, and we'll be getting to that. As far as the overall discussion of overtime, I don't think there's a specific item that addresses that. So if you want to have that discussion with...
Okay, there are no specific items?
When there's not
Not on
specific ones,
overtime.
we'll also have a time for kind of global discussion.
I don't want to, honestly, I don't want to duplicate the discussion.
Sorry?
This is, in other words, this is not the budget where the money meets the road. This is merely a report on overtime.
This is an instruction, yes.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Labange had informational items he wanted to ask about, so it would be appropriate and in order at that point. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Berry.
Both Mr. Parks and I are seeking a clarification on item number 10, as I believe this language is a reflection of what the voters passed on Measure P, and I think we're missing some language on budget stabilization.
Okay, we'll call that special for you.
Okay, so yeah, thanks.
So on 8G through I and 12, we called 10 special for Ms. Perry. Mr. Reyes?
All right, okay.
On number 11,
Uh-huh.
question regarding matching funds for state or federally funded capital improvement projects, infrastructure projects.
Okay, we'll
How
call
does
it.
that impact this?
Okay, we'll call it 11 special then for you,
Yes,
Mr. Reyes. And folks, don't worry about the specific question right now, just go ahead and call them special, and we'll make sure, just hang on to what the specific question is right now, similar to when we go through a full council meeting. It's just which items do you want to pull out for future questions, you don't have to ask them yet. So that leaves 8G through I, 9, and 12. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. Next page is page 27.
Okay, page 27, beginning with item 13. 13 and 14, again, are policy issues, and then the Budget Stabilization Fund is item 14. Beginning with 15 through 18, these are revenue changes that are proposed in the budget. And so these generally are just recognition of additional receipts, additional revenues, and so on, and those actually go through to 24, but that's in the next page.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call any of those items 13 through 18 special?
14.
14 for Ms. Perry. Seeing no other specials, let's take up the balance. Please open the roll and close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that'll take us to page 28.
Okay, beginning on page 28, 19 through 24, again, are revenue items, and then beginning with 25 through 28, those are expenditure changes that are proposed.
Okay. Specials, I'll call 28 special with 29. 25 for Mr. Zine.
I'm sorry, is that 25?
Which one? Yeah, I called we're not 29 yet, but I called 28 together with 29.
I didn't do that.
Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none, let's go ahead then on the...
One additional thing, on item 24, we do need to make a technical adjustment to give the correct amount there. And instead of what you have written, it should be $6,940,000.
Okay, we'll make that technical correction without objection. Let's go ahead and 19 through 27, with the exception of 25, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. We'll go to the next section.
Page 29, beginning with items 29 and going through 36. Again, these are expenditure changes.
Okay, I called 29, and I'll call, make sure 35 is called special as well. I can't hear you, I'm sorry. 30, Mr. Alacon. I got that one. Mr. Zine, I'll add you to it. Any other specials? That's 31 through 34 and 36. Anybody wishing to call any of those items? There's no other specials. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next page is page 30.
Okay, page 30, beginning with 37, going through 44B. These are also expenditure changes.
Mr. Labange.
I want to talk about the City Hall operators at ITT. Is that under 43? I want to support the 311 call center and have it
I
open.
believe that's not there.
How do we talk about it, Garrick?
If there's no specific item, that will probably be for a general discussion. Does the CLA know if that's called out in any specific item?
I don't believe
We're trying
there's
to
a
close
specific
down the
item on
311
that.
operators to 4 in the afternoon, and we want to...
That would be a general discussion
So
item.
we'll put that in general discussion. We're going to be discussing these specific, anything that doesn't fit into this, then other ideas and things that are on the report, that would be perfect time. So I'll hang on to that for you.
The clerk will take note of that.
I'll take note of it, and I'll remind it.
Thank you very much.
39 for Mr. Zine. There are no other specials. Let's go ahead and open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, next is page 31.
Beginning with item 45 through 50, again, these are continuing expenditure changes.
Okay. 48, Mr. Zine would like to call special. 45 for Mr. Alacon. 50 for Ms. Hahn. And I don't think it's out of order to congratulate Ms. Hahn on her election last night without advocating Mr. City Attorney one way or the other. We just congratulate her. That leaves us with 46, 47, and 49. There's nobody who wishes to call those special. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. We'll go to page 32 next.
Okay, items 51 through 55 are expenditure items again, and 56 and 57 are in the category of other changes. Generally speaking, these do not have any additional cost. There are no cost items.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call any of these special? Ms. Hahn?
41. I wanted to call that one special.
Okay, we'll come back then just as soon as we finish these. Mr. Zine, did you have one? 5-1 for Mr. Zine. 52 through 57. Any other specials? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll. And Mr. Zine. I think you're over your quota, Mr. Zine. All right, we'll give you 54 as well. We'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right. That is approved. Next items, please.
Page 33, 58 through 60 are other items. Most of these are no-cost items, or they're coming from a special fund or a designated fund.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call those special items 58 through 60, A through C? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
If we could reconsider 41 for Ms. Hahn. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on reconsideration and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
41 will be called special for Ms. Hahn. We'll go to page 34 next.
Items 61 through, and actually that last one is missing a number. So again, all of these are either no-cost items or have special fund designations.
So it's item 61, 62, 63, and the item that has no name or number. If anybody wishes to call that, we'll call it 63 and a half. If anybody wishes to call it special. You just doing that to call it special? All right. Oh, no, you got the issue.
I think it's important.
I thought you just liked the number. Okay. We'll go ahead and call that special for Mr. Labange. No, the one that doesn't have a number. After 63, there's one that I'm calling 63 and a half. Mr. Labange is called special. 61 through 63. If nobody has those, let's take up those. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. For the clerk, I'm not sure how we're going to put that number in, but we'll make sure we get to it. But let's put 63 back, but to be clear, we've passed the actual 63. This is the item before that. Go ahead and you can put that on the board. Page 35, please. Okay. It's 65, Mr. Labange.
Check that. Cancel 65, 68.
Sorry, no 65, but yes to 68?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Labange calls 68 special.
I was just going to correct 68 because there's a typo in it.
Okay, go ahead.
If we're calling it, we'll do it then.
Okay. If there's no other specials, let's take up 64 through 67. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 69 through 73 on page 36. Again, either no additional costs are coming from special funds.
Okay. Specials on items 69 through 73, colleagues. 69 through 73.
70.
70, Mr. Labange. Any other? Sorry? 73 for Mr. Alacon. If there are no other specials, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved. Next items.
Page 37, these are instructions and technical adjustments. 74, under Exhibit H, these are various adjustments to reflect actions to implement the budget. And in addition, you'll see that there are a number of deletions. That's because many of these have been either addressed or are being addressed under separate cover by the City Council, are recommended for report, or they're just on a separate track. So these are mostly cleanup items and instructions to implement the budget.
Okay. Anybody wish to, Mr. Reyes? Item 74?
On 74Q is instructions referring to signage ordinances. That should be reported to the Plum Committee.
Okay.
Given the work we're doing on the sign ordinance itself.
Okay. We'll make sure that is added to it.
Thank you.
That's amendment. Is there any objection? He wanted to add on Q that the report come to Plum. Is there any objection to that? If not, we'll just include that. Anybody wishing to call, excuse me, any of the 74s special, we'll take those up together. That's page 37, 38, 39, 40. If there are no others? Okay. Anybody want anything on 70? We'll just keep 74 on the board for a second. If there's no others, let's just vote on 74 then, as amended. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay.
Just went through.
Take up 75 through 77 now, on page 40, 75 through 77.
Again, these are general instructions to departments. These are typical instructions for each budget year, including deposit of receipts, invoicing grants. There's a recommendation to have a revenue day, as you've done before, clerk to open council files, and so on.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Labange?
77 and a half infrastructure day, which I've asked the CAO's office before. It could predate this CAO, but that 6 months before we have our general budget, we have an infrastructure day that we just focus all on infrastructure. So if you could ask us 77 and a half to be infrastructure day.
All righty. We'll add that as an amendment to Revenue Day instructions if there's no objection. All right, go ahead and please open the roll. Oh, sorry, Mr. Reyes, did you have one on this, on 75 through 77?
77?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure this is the appropriate place, but we're going through a code revision, simplification, to allow for efficiencies in how we generate revenue for the city through our permit process. There are a stack of ordinances that are being anticipated we cannot get to because of staff cuts. So I'm not sure if this is the time to do this.
Probably not on 77, which is, I think, just a discussion. It's just to schedule a discussion. Is there, maybe the CLA can help, is there anything else on planning department that would, maybe on 87, you could link it in, that's talking about restoring 6 unfunded resolution authorities, and it might be germane to that conversation. Is that
Could be, I mean, again, being opportunistic with the notion of revenue.
Well, I'll let you be opportunistic on 87, so as soon as we come to it, I'm going to put a Reyes right by it. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Let's do 75 through 77 now, together, if we can take those three up. So as amended, 77. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next, page 41.
Page 41, items 78 through 82 are instructions, and 83 through 86 are technical adjustments. Generally, on the technical adjustments, these are swaps of positions and so on, where one departments want one deletion instead of another. There may be some others that can be done on a technical basis. I know there are a couple floating out there, so we'd also ask for your permission to make technical adjustments of a similar nature for some.
Okay. Without objection, we'll move that. Mr. Labange?
80 is special because the Municipal Facilities Committee is the most powerful committee in long range in this city government.
All right, we will call...
To create a street transportation project oversight committee without council, that takes us out of the equation.
So you'd like to call it special?
Very special.
Bottom line. All right. We'll call it special number 80 for Mr. Labange. Other specials, 78, 79, and 81 through 86. There are none. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on those and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, those are approved. Page 42 is next, colleagues.
Page 42, beginning with 87, going through 91. Again, these are technical adjustments and primarily are swaps of positions.
Okay. 87, you got it, Mr. Reyes. Any other specials, 88 through 91? Now let's take up the balance, and please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Page 43 through
Page 43, 92, and 93, again, are technical adjustments, and beginning with 94, they're about going to the end of the report, or nearly the end of the report. These are reports that have been requested. There are over 100 of them, so...
Okay. Anybody wishing to call any of those items special, 92, 93, or 94? Not, let's prepare the roll. Yeah. Can you use a microphone? I'm sorry.
Under 94, we have a number of reports that are numbered. Do we call those special now, or are you going to go through each one of those? Because you call
we call 94 special, that's fine.
So 94 is called special.
Yeah, we'll call it special then for you and Mr. Alarcon. Let's go ahead and take up 92 and 93. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on 92 and 93.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. And then page 53, we have two last ones.
Right, there are two closing recommendations. These are just the instructions regarding substitute and in lieu positions, and also instructing the CAO and CLA with the city attorney to prepare the budget resolution, which will be presented to the council next week.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call either of those special? If not, let's prepare the roll on those two and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. For those keeping score, Mr. Zine has 6 called special, Mr. Labange coming in second at 5, and Mr. Alarcon at 4. But we can probably change that if you guys want to call some more specials.
Call them very special.
Well, you won the very special ones, Mr. Labange, the only one. Yes, Mr. Koretz?
Are we calling special on the individual reports on 94?
We called the entire thing special to allow people to call those out when we get to that. So, all right, so let's go through the items that we have called special. We'll do that in order. Let's start, I guess, with item number 2. And Mr. Labange, you called that special. Did you want to say anything at the outset?
On item 2, we're talking to the CAO and talking to the CLA prior to council. Last year, we removed the zoo from managed hiring, which allowed the zoo director, as we move towards a public community process for operation of our zoo, to be out of managed hiring. I asked that again for the zoo, for the interest of the people who work there and the children and others who visit there. That's what I ask. So I move. Do I move now?
Sure.
I move that the zoo be included. And what number is that, Ms. Santana? What number is that? 2A? 2? Just say 2?
Yes.
Just say 2. Just say 2, that they're out of managed hiring.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up comment?
Is there any further discussion or input? No, it's been moved. Don't worry.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I just want to get it done.
All right. If there's no further discussion, excuse me? Can you, microphone, I'm sorry, Mr. Alarcon, if you want to discuss with the council? Okay. All right. Go ahead and let's open the roll then. Close the roll and tabulate the vote on... Okay, before we tabulate the vote, Mr. Alarcon, I recognize...
Could I ask for a courtesy to give us some time? We're working on an amendment for item 2.
Sure. We can hold that on the table.
Can you just hold that for...
Yeah.
Well, that's
if
fine.
If there's no objection, that's amended with that, Mr. Labange, and we'll hold it on the table. Next item, please, number 7, called special by Mr. Bernard Parks.
Mr. Chair, just want to add some language and just to tighten that up, is that in that request that departments and bureaus notify the CAO, we'd like to make that in a monthly operations report with recommendations to cure those issues that they identify.
All right. We'll add that language to it as well without objection. Nobody else wishes to speak on 7. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll. and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item is item 10, called special by Ms. Perry.
Yeah, we just wanted to, thanks, Mr. President, sorry. We felt that it would be more logical, since Measure P was passed with the language in both 10 and 14 embodied in one initiative, to combine the two, and if it makes sense, go ahead and put it all under number 10 and move 14 into number 10. So it's really just a technical adjustment, not a change in language, just combining 10 and 14 so that we follow the logic of what was passed by the voters in March.
Okay. Is that, can we do that?
That works.
Okay, great. So without objection, we'll combine those two together. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I skipped, so let's take a vote on those and combining the two. That's 10, 14. We're combining them together because they're logically coherent. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on... Ms. Perry did also.
Okay.
Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
As approved. I skipped over 8 because 8C had been called special. I think, Mr. Labange, you tied with Mr. Zine then. I forgot to count that one with 6 specials and 1 super special. Go ahead.
On 8C, just a question on that. In our management, Mr. Santana, can we, and Crew 152 did a great job Saturday and Sunday with help of other crews repaving west of La Brea Hollywood Boulevard. In the rain, they got the pavement down. They'll finish it off this next weekend. They ground the street out. Are there a combination of hours that management can approve in the summer months? Like, do we have to pay overtime after 8 hours? Or if we had a 4-day public works project on a street or at a time, could we, I want to know what type of variable management could we have? If we're out, you bring the team out there, all the trucks, all the equipment, and yet 8 hours comes very quick. But if you did 4 days at 10 hours a day on some of these, if it works, if that's the work, if the management makes a decision with what is that possible? Or is there overtime after 8 hours on the daily basis?
We'll have to get back to you on the specific answer. It gets a little bit more complicated because part of the agreement that we reached with the coalition of unions, those who have ratified, we eliminated all paid overtime. So we have to add that as part of the response. But we could go ahead and report back separately to you.
You eliminate overtime?
Yeah, paid overtime was eliminated as part of the
But like this last weekend when they're working, and they do other streets on the weekend, big streets they can't get during the weekday. So they do weekend, they do a very tremendous job. That being said, is there can we say to them, oh, you get this, the month of July, with the daylight, we're going to work a 10-hour day, 4 days a week. We're going to get this done faster, or whatever the case may be. That's all I'm asking for. If the CAO could investigate that and report back, appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Combination ways to use hours, but also to be able to maximize when the team comes to town with all the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. If we can go back to number 2, Mr. Alicon's amendment is ready. Mr. Alicon?
Actually, I have a question of the CAO with regard to 2 bullet.3. It says, Matters Hiring Committee could generally only consider unfreeze requests for positions which are directly responsible for revenue generation are fully grant or specially funded. And so my question is relative to ARA dollars, where don't we have some employees who are partially funded with grant? And wouldn't we want to include them on the list?
Generally speaking, anything that has grant funding is reviewed and considered a funded positions would be in that category. But you could add that and make that clarification here.
Well, I'm not necessarily concerned with ARA in particular, but it just says fully grant funded. Shouldn't it be fully or partially grant funded? Or just grant funded?
Well, in general, if I may, it talks about for the Managed Hiring Committee to only consider requests.
Hold on one second. We don't seem to have the microphone on over there. Can we have the microphone on for the far left? Thank you. Try again.
Actually, what I want to make clear for the council is actually Managed Hiring does consider all requests that come in. So even if a department submits a request and it's 100% general funded, we still look at those and we look at the criticality and the need for particular functions and services and so forth. So in your particular requests on ARA or any partially funded grant position, that goes into the mix, and certainly we consider that, and most of the time we actually approve those. So in other words, no department...
So you go against this instruction which says you only consider the other ones?
No, I'm saying we consider all requests that come to the committee.
Why don't we just say that in this instruction?
You could. I think what the intent here is to basically look at the critical need for certain departmental requests, but as the committee, we actually review all of them, all the requests that come forward. We give certain, based on the criteria, we give certain, based on the review, we certainly, when it comes to special funds or grant funds, we give those more expedited approval. One position that are 100%, we tend to ask them a few more questions to make sure that the department actually has a need.
Okay, I think if we could just delete fully and just say grant funded or special funded, I think I'll be satisfied, and I'm trusting you because this language says generally only, and that's kind of a weird term.
It's a scientific term.
So we just, if we could, it gives them quite a bit of discretion. But if we could just delete the word fully, I would move that we delete the word fully grant funded, which would allow us to look at positions that are partially grant funded.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
So we're at it.
1.4 this year.
And
this is only because...
All right, if there's no objection to that and support it, we'll go ahead and open the roll on 2, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item is 11, I think, called special. Mr. Reyes. Item 11. Capital and infrastructure funding policy.
Yes. We have several projects that are funded, our bridges, other infrastructure. So I wanted to know what would be the impact. We're going to be limiting the amount of our support to capital and infrastructure funding policy. How does that affect our mandates and our obligations for other subsidized projects? Or does it?
It doesn't, Mr. Reyes. This is a city-adopted policy of 1% of general fund towards infrastructure. The council adopted this policy about a decade ago, and this is just every year when the budget is done, there's an indication to council how much the proposed budget gets us to that policy. What
Sorry,
this is
Ms. If
saying...
I can just interrupt you for a sec. Folks, if we can try to keep conversations to a minimum, it's getting difficult to hear. If I can ask the Sergeant at Arms to please help. Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
What this is saying is that because of the shortfalls, we are short of the 1% policy that the city would like to have in terms of devoting general fund monies to infrastructure. We would need to devote about $43 million in general fund monies to infrastructure to meet this policy. This action actually waives this policy for this year. There's an effort, actually a statement in here to strive towards reaching that 1%, and your CAO and CLA have been asked to report on that issue during the upcoming year and how to assess that 1%.
So if we have projects in respective districts and they say it's been delayed or it's been moved for 2 or 3 years because we don't have enough funds to match, what would be the response to that?
Well, did you say a garage, Mr. Reyes?
No, when you look at bridges.
Oh, bridges would be special funded, so they would not be part of this 1% policy. Those, unless we devoted general fund monies to those bridges. Bridges are primarily funded by special funds, so they're not included in this 1% calculation.
Would it be appropriate to ask for a list of projects that are not impacted by this so we can have some predictability as to the schedule of these levels of construction or phases? Is that something we could look at?
Absolutely. We can provide a percentage of the total general fund budget for special funded projects. Some of those special funded infrastructure projects are already listed in the budget documents under the Capital Improvement and Expenditure Program, but we can certainly provide a percentage of the total budget in terms of what special funds are being used for infrastructure.
I think that would add to the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Alacon.
I think this is a good move, assuming that the cap does not infringe on our ability to maximize other sources of funding. So if we are partially funding something out of the general fund at 50%, does that mean we're going to lose the other 50%? How do you allocate that?
Well, again, this is a policy that would set aside a percent of general funds toward capital improvement projects. It's a floor. That's the goal, to get to that 1%. There's also a request to look to
say it again. This is a floor.
Well, it's a goal, I should say, to reach 1% of the general fund and put that toward capital improvement projects. So
okay.
It does.
Okay. My only concern is that by placing a cap on this, whether it's 1%, 10%, or
there's no
1%,
there's no cap.
Your council has adopted a policy
to spend 1% of the general fund.
and unfortunately, because of our fiscal crisis,
I have no problem with
that. We haven't done that.
I have no problem with that. All I'm saying is that we should be mindful that if we are partially funding a project, we putting $1 million into, which might represent 10% of a project, 90% is coming from federal funds. We wouldn't want to lose that money just because we are imposing this goal. Okay.
If there's no other speakers, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on item 11 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Mr. Zion, and we'll turn to item 25 next.
Thank you, Mr. President. The add funding to contractual services for comprehensive audit of city's asset management function to examine best practices. Is that going to be done by our controller? And if not, why not? And what are we going to audit?
This is really to look at the way we currently manage our assets. And
all assets?
Our capital assets, so everything from our office space, what we lease out, things like the City Hall mall down across the street, and establish sort of a more comprehensive strategy how we could better maximize those assets, better utilize space, get out of lease space and move people into city-owned space, just a variety of different issues related to the management of our assets, and then come back with a recommendation on what changes should be done and how these assets are managed. The oversight committee that will be doing this work or providing direction is the Municipal Facilities Committee that will identify sort of a way to prioritize these issues and ultimately make a recommendation to your council.
So it's going to be given to a private contractor versus a city employees?
Well, the reason we're recommending that is that we don't have the capacity internally to actually do this comprehensive analysis.
And this will analyze all of the structures citywide?
The goal is to come back with a comprehensive approach on our asset management the program today, what could be improved, what could be changed, and then ultimately provide a recommendation to your council as to how to proceed.
So this would include, for example, the Browdy Center, where there's retail space.
Correct.
On the ground floor, as you mentioned, the mall area, and anything and everything.
That's right.
Where we would hopefully make some money to help offset our costs.
That is correct.
Okay, that'll go for an RFP?
Yes, we would have to do an RFP for that.
And then it'll go back to the Audit and Government Efficiency Committee?
It would go to the Municipal Facilities Committee, and then it will go, and then we would certainly report to your committee, sir, in terms of the overall strategy. I assume it probably would also go to Budget and Finance.
Okay, did we ever do one of these in the past?
My understanding, there had been a report done a decade ago or so on this issue, and that's obviously the basis.
So it needs to be redone.
So we don't reinvent the wheel here, but just really assess how we could really improve our overall assets management.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Question on CAO. So you just clarified that it would be required to come back to the council through the committee process and the floor.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Let's hold 28 and 29 for a moment. I think we have a motion on that and also on 35. So let's take up item 30 and Mr. Alacon. Item number 30. I'm sorry. Actually, I think I'll take that with the... Okay, no, go ahead, Mr. Alec. While we hold, actually, we're going to be discussing LAFD on an additional item, so why don't we take them together, if that's all right with you? It has to do with that. Okay. Let's go to item 39 then, Mr. Zine.
39. Yeah, the question on this, the solid waste fee lifeline program, which is a reduced rate, how do we verify that they qualify for that enrollment?
If you recall, last year, your council directed the various departments to come back with a more effective way of verifying who's actually eligible. What this item basically does is it trues up, or it actually aligns the number of people that have been established as actually qualifying to how much has been budgeted. And we could certainly have the Department of Finance report, if they're here, or sanitation on what that process is, if you want a more specific explanation.
Well, the gas company does, the phone company does it. We do it for a lot of different folks. And what kind of qualification and what kind of audit to make sure that they're eligible and qualified and they don't move away, and then whoever moves in is still getting that reduced rate.
And that's exactly why your council acted to restructure the program to actually require verification, because as you recall, there was, once someone enrolled 20 years ago, they were still eligible. So this is actually demonstrating the fact that there is a savings, is showing that the process has been working. But we could, if you like more specific explanation, we could have the department come up.
Are they here?
Mr. Sine, if I can add to that, the Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Finance have actually been going through an exhaustive process of actually verifying eligibility for the Lifeline program. They've been spending the last 6 months working on that. They contacted individuals, they sent letters, they called them, they sent people out, and for those who actually responded back and filled out the application forms, submitted income statements to show that they actually qualified for the Lifeline program. As a result of that intensive effort by the Office of Finance and Sanitation, they actually were able to reduce the number of folks that were actually eligible to receive the Lifeline subsidy.
So people were receiving it that weren't eligible?
Right. People were receiving it that were not eligible, that were no longer living at that address. So they actually just cleaned out that listing, and now people who are truly eligible will be able to be added to that list to receive that exemption.
And is there any coordination between us and other entities that have a Lifeline program, like the gas company or the phone company or some
Actually,
other
the Office of Finance document does have those boxes. I don't know whether the gas company will accept our exemption. Maybe the department can answer that. But I don't think that they may have different requirements with regard to their eligibility. Their Lifeline program requirements may be slightly different than ours. The income levels may be slightly different. So there is some coordination to the extent that we may know if they're getting those exemptions from those other utilities, but sometimes the qualifications are not exactly identical.
And how often do we go through this to clean it out?
Well, this was the first time that we've cleaned it out in probably 10, 15 years.
And there were a lot of ineligible folks.
I believe the department identified up to 10,000, 20, thank you.
20,000?
Alex Haru for the Bureau of Sanitation. This has not been done previously, Councilman, so this was the first time. And we found out about 20,000 who did not respond after multiple letters. We also made some phone calls.
How many involved? What numbers involved total?
We started close to 60,000.
So 20 out of the 60 were receiving something they didn't deserve.
Well, what happened is, like, a lot of times things change at the household. One of the bill, for example, is in the name of a certain individual, and then that passes away, and the record is not updated at DWP. So
and it continues to get that lifeline for the people who aren't eligible or entitled to it.
That's correct. So now we have corrected it. Also, as part of the instruction from this council, was to go back every 2 years and update that list. So that's what we're planning to do in 2 years from today.
For the people who deserve it, we want to make sure, but we don't want people to abuse it, and that's what happens when obviously 20,000 people abused it.
Well, that's why we did multiple mailings. We also did calls. We had staff that go to residents' home, and we did also outreach to neighborhood councils and others, because we wanted to ensure everybody who's qualified for this program is taking part in this program.
It's going to be updated every 2 years?
From now on, yes.
Okay. Did you have some comments on it?
No, sir. Neil Guglielmo with the Bureau of Sanitation. Just wanted to add that of the 20 or so thousand that would be removed from the Lifeline program, some of those individuals could reapply if their situation changes, where now they would requalify. And Finance has reported that approximately 1,200 applications are received every month for the program. And so we're expecting to be around, I would say about 49,000 or so subscribers by July 1st. So the number is changing. It's going down slightly. It'll probably start to creep back up, though, over time.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, just one quick question. Did we analyze how much it would cost us to do this, and how much did it cost us, and did it actually save us money compared to the verification cost?
In terms of the savings to the city, yes, there was a savings to the general fund because the city was subsidizing those folks who were not paying the full amount. A few years ago, if I remember correctly, the city was subsidizing it to the tune of $16 million.
16.7.
And so through this process, the ultimate subsidy will be closer to somewhere around $7 million, if I remember correctly.
So how much do we think we saved through this process net?
About $9 million.
And how much did it cost us to do the verification?
That would have to be directed.
Actually, the Bureau, it cost us up close to $600,000, and this has not been done in a long time, so to do this whole verification process.
So that sounds pretty cost effective. I just wanted to make sure that it obviously makes sense to do it once, but I just wanted to make sure the numbers would justify doing it every couple of years. So I guess when we do it the next time, we should keep a careful eye on whether that round saved us enough to continue to do it that quickly. Clearly doing it once was badly needed, but if we can keep an eye on that, I think that would be a worthwhile thing to do.
Mr. Labange, who is over there in Ms. Perry's chair for Channel 35.
Mr. Halou, thank you for all that you do in this thing. Are all of our systems, because I saw there was a recent report, I'll go back to my seat so you know.
No, but people are already in the queue to be added.
Of all of our systems that we send bills, and because DWP goes to every house, we use the new billing package, DWP bill, city facilities bill. Do we have any similar problem like DWP when they didn't bill people? Are we pretty consistent? Are we okay? There's nothing behind? Are we up to date on all things?
Since we utilize the same database at DWP, we have a few challenges with the existing system that we are addressing at this moment. We believe we have a solution that's going to be implemented in the next month or so. We're coordinating with DWP. We do have challenges just like they do.
All right, so on that too, would you please inform the council offices if there's any particular challenges so we could help you in any which way to try to resolve that? Because I think it's an amazing job that sanitation does, whether it's the weekly collection or the daily removal of wastewater, and to be able to help in any which way, the job that you guys do, I want to put my name right on that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions on this, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That direction is approved. Next item, please. That is item, I believe, 41, called special by Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, certainly with all of our incredible budget responsibilities and priorities, I'm sure people would think our core mission is not to provide jobs for our summer youth, and yet this is such a key element, I think, for many of us. And some summers we had enough funding to, hire thousands of kids. And so my question is, and I know the Budget Committee actually found some additional money that they wanted to add to what the mayor originally proposed, and I appreciate that. What number are we looking at now that this will provide summer jobs for?
This will provide jobs for about 500 youth, and you're correct. Years ago, the city probably hired somewhere upwards about 10,000 youth. So this is a small amount, but it'll cover about 500.
So is this 500 total, or is this 500 on top of what the mayor's budget proposed?
This is 500. 500 total for this run through CDD. The mayor's program, I think, through GRID also has a hiring program.
Okay,
so that would be separate.
I thought we were adding 500 to his 240. No, it's for 740.
There is funding in the general city purposes to the tune of about $500,000 for youth hiring that's already in the budget. This amount would be over and above
So
that
what
amount.
total number of summer jobs will this fund?
Both together.
Yeah.
That would be about 750.
Okay, so and even that is, I'm sure many of us will say, is not enough for this summer. And parts of this city, there is going to be, bad summer ahead. I mean, hot summer, nothing to do. We know that it ultimately is a public safety issue. What are we going to do? And I know we're looking at trying to find more federal funding, public-private partnerships. Give us some bit of a strategy that you're working on, again, on top of everything else that we're doing. What other bit of strategy are you working on to try to get this funding level up? Because I will tell you, even when it was thousands that we were hiring, it was not enough. And it's something I have fought for every single year on the City Council, is more funding for summer jobs. That used to be a given. There is a whole generation that used to grow up and just assume there will be summer jobs. That is not the case anymore, and yet I think it is still such a priority and will have such a negative impact on not on quality of life, but I really think on public safety if we can't try to secure more funding. So maybe tell me what our strategy is and what we can do to try to get more federal funding, state funding, any public-private partnerships we're going after. Give us some hope here.
We need a real champion in Washington, if you know one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing. Unfortunately, this has been cut at the federal level, and we used to receive funding from the county as well, and because they were a pass-through for federal dollars, we've seen that decline. You're absolutely right. This certainly has an impact on public safety, and it has an impact on the future generations as kids sort of become active in different careers. We could certainly come back and try to identify a strategy. Obviously, identifying the funding will be challenged, but there could be alternatives.
What's the total number we're looking at to fund, a couple thousand summer jobs? What's our target?
It's $1 million per 500.
Okay, so do the math.
So if you want to do another 500, that's another million.
Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking for. Colleagues, I would just ask us to keep trying to figure out if we can add a little more somewhere to this budget, because I think it would be short-sighted of us to kind of depend on other sources of funding and have summer hit and have, thousands of kids who, could be in real trouble if we can't provide it. So I would just ask that we continue to look for $1 million somewhere to help fund this. And we know we're still going to work on federal, we're still going to work on state and county, but let's see if we can continue to find. I just think this is an area, colleagues, that we really need to see through before the summer hits.
And I was just going to add to that, and you made the point that this council has been supportive of legislation or to create summer jobs, and there are also grants that may be available, and the city can continue to pursue those as well.
Thank you. This is a topic of interest to quite a few members. Mr. Alacon, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Zine are on the queue. Mr. Alacon.
So this guy just says from the Police Foundation.
How many jobs we had last year?
Oh, Jerry.
I don't know. We could ask the CDD to come up.
Police Foundation is interested in funding this.
Okay.
Round figure. Come on.
Yes.
Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager, CDD. Last year in total, we had 15,000 summer jobs.
And how much of that was funded by the county?
By the county, it was through the county RI dollars, so there were federal dollars through the county to us. It's close to $18 million.
We're going to have
18 million?
Yes, sir.
That,
and we were able to...
that would divide into more than 500 per 1 million.
that was 9,000.
9,000?
Young people.
Okay. Okay, 18 million, okay, so that's great. I would like to amend this motion to allocate 200,000 from the Lopez Canyon Fund to embellish the project in Council District 7. The Lopez Canyon Fund is specifically designated for use by Pacoima and Lakeview Terrace, and so this should add about 100 kids in the Pacoima Lakeview Terrace area. Not to take away the money that's already allocated from the 500, but just to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alacon. Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hunt, for raising this issue. It was a discussion we had in Budget and Finance, and there was no jobs allocated for this summer, but through the committee's comments, the CLA went back and found $1 million to provide these 500. But to talk about the global picture, this is a recipe for disaster if we don't confront this head on. There's no more summer school provided by LAUSD. A lot of our schools are now being taken off year-round calendar and back to traditional calendar. We're going to have a lot more kids, thousands of kids in the streets with nothing to do in the summer. On top of that, we talked about the federal government cutting these funds, county cutting these funds, and we as a city are discussing what is our core function as a city. And many of us are not thinking that it's youth services over the summer when we have them running around in our streets. It's a public safety issue. So as we talk about the core service of the city and providing that youth development, prevention, summer jobs, as Father Greg Boyle says, is a great way to prevent the violence that we see in our streets. It's not good when we have this coming year, but it's something we should definitely address in the following years ahead of time. We need to come up with a plan. This is not good. It's a recipe for disaster. We could avoid this if we plan ahead for the following year. But I think if it merits for today and other money is found, the 750 or whatever jobs that we have is not enough. There are other forces in place where we are taking jobs away from our young people in the summer, and we need to find a solution to this for the future.
Mr. Labange.
Does the Community Development Department have a foundation, like the Library Department has a foundation, Recreation and Parks has a foundation? Can you accept outside money?
Yes. Currently, we do have a strategy for our public-private partnership, which we have run every year with the LA City Chamber of Commerce or the Greater LA Chamber of Commerce and the Workforce Investment Board.
But there is a 501c3?
Right. The Workforce Investment Board is a 501c3 as well as the Chamber of Commerce.
I'm just thinking, Ms. Hahn, when you brought this up, and it's so important, and others have spoke, Is there a way to go outside this, to say to Southern California, to Los Angeles, that we have a Jobs for Youth program, be a partner?
Right. Through the Hire LA program, we actually hit about 10,000 businesses that we asked them directly to sponsor an individual.
So how many jobs is that?
So right now, every year through our private sector, we generally have hit between 1,000 to 1,400 young people.
So 1,400, and then we have 500, which is this is funded, which is minimum wage, but the supervisors make a little more.
Right.
Right, okay, and then how many total was last year?
So last year we did 15,000 in total. This year, adding up all of our strategies, only about 6,000, and that's including...
And how much was government funded last year? I'm sorry, I missed Mr. Alicorn's opening remarks.
So out of that 15,000, it was about 13,000 that were government...
13,000 on that issue. So I think this is something to, thank you for calling this special to look at options. I think there's some, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. You said it went from 15,000 to 500?
Yes, sir.
And how is that, the 500, is it spread citywide or just certain areas?
No, we spread it citywide, and we do it by need and by poverty as our general distribution channel.
Now, we have Clean and Green, which is a great program.
Right.
If I put money in, as Mr. Alarcon wants to put money in, can I get guarantee that I can use that for Clean and Green for the youth in my area?
Yes, sir.
Of the 3rd District?
Yeah, that would be great. We could do that.
To maintain it during the summer?
Yes, sir.
Because we have some 1290 money.
Right.
That we could place into that. And if each council, with the weeds on the parkways or whatever the case may be, Clean and Green does a great job. I know they don't have the resources, but we could put in additional dollars and guarantee that those youth would be in that area. And what months are we talking about?
We start July 1st, and we run through about September 1st.
So basically 3 months.
Right.
So, but we could guarantee that the folks that we would get would be in our area 3 days a week, 5 days a week, whatever we want to do.
Right. So any specific dollars that come from the council, we'll keep it targeted to that council district.
And is Clean and Green part of this?
Yes, sir.
And what other kind of jobs do they offer the youth?
So we actually have a great partnership with Rec and Parks. A number of our young people work in the parks as either childcare aides or student rec aides, and that's another big asset that we bring to the city.
Okay, I will pledge, Mr. Alarcon, how much you putting in?
How much you got?
How much, no, you already said, I want to verify, you're putting in 200,000?
For 100 positions for CD7.
So 200,000 is 100 positions?
Excuse me?
200,000 is 200, it's 100?
100%, yes, sir.
100 youth?
Right.
For 200 grand?
Right.
I'll match that.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
With what?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
I'll take it from you.
Thank you. I'm really glad we're having this discussion because, again, I think this council has always had this philosophy. I mean, I think we really have connected summer jobs with public safety. I think that has always been our philosophy, so I like that we're having a discussion. I got a note from Jerry Chaliff, who wondered if he could come forward and talk about the Police Foundation possibly helping to fund some summer jobs.
That's great.
And then I'm looking at Geraldine Natz out there and wondering, it's not something I've really ever talked to the Harbor Department about before, but wondering if the Harbor Department would maybe consider funding some summer jobs naturally associated with the Harbor Department. And it seems to me, Dr. Natz, this is something that you, I think, have always sort of had a bent towards, is young people, getting them interested in the port and the harbor. So wondering, again, I've never really talked to you about it, so I apologize for bringing this up in public, but wondering if you might consider a budget, and yeah, I'd love to have you come up, come on up and tell us that, and maybe an amount that you would consider appropriating, again, just for summer jobs. Why don't you come sit over here? And it might, I think that, would be really fantastic if we could get some young people hired at the Port of Los Angeles. So Jerry Cherub and Dr. Natz, maybe could you consider adding to this pot of money for summer jobs?
Yeah, I was just going to say, oops, it's on.
They'll do it.
Oh, okay. We had several hundred students last summer working at the port for the summer job. So we actually do have a program every year. I think we take like 60 from ITEP. We took some that came through a city program. So we do have ways to do that, and we are committed to do that. So it's part of our ongoing
So would you want to commit to a certain number or funding right now? Or
I don't know what, dollar amount to just...
Okay, well, I don't maybe if you would come back and give us a dollar amount that would equate to young people being hired just for the summer at the port, that would be great. I think we could increase our portfolio of the number of young people that we could actually account for that would have a good summer job. Gerald?
Yes, I was asked a question about whether the department had any money in its budget for youth jobs, and the answer was most of our programs are funded through the Police Foundation, which is a private independent group, and that I would request that they not only continue the programs we have, because we have a number of people who are cadets and others who are working, but see if we can get the foundation to join in on contributing to fund jobs for
$1 million? Can we get the foundation to do $1 million?
I can't promise anything because I'm not on their board, and they're a 501c3. But through your office with the right paperwork, I'll make the request.
Okay, good. I think we're adding to this pot of money to hire our kids. Thank you, Dr. Nance and Gerald.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Same ditto for LAX. Is there anybody here from the airport? Well, I want to report back on this. I think the airport, we have a multi-billion-dollar projects going there, from the Bradley Terminal to the entire place. And I'd like to see a summer jobs program connected with that from the airport. Literally, we could create hundreds of jobs right now for the summer out of the LAX modernization project. Anybody here from the airport? Going once, going twice, report back from the LAX folks. Okay, thank you.
And I really want to say thank you for being heroes and heroines for this project. The young people, the first opportunity to get a job is so critical for them. And many of you do host these young people in your offices, and you just know personally that you're changing lives, not just them, but their families. So personally, I want to say thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you. We can also add to that list of reports back the CRA and DWP if we'd like. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we had a discussion a few years back on how we viewed our resources as a city. At that time, some of us had the capacity to resort to discretionary funds from specific pools of monies, whether because you had a dump site or an airport or a harbor. My question to you, colleagues, is are we going to restrict this funding to specific geographic areas? Or are we going to look at this as a whole city? And that is a question I think we should put on the table if we're conducting ourselves as one city. So, Council President, what would be the most appropriate approach to address that issue? To me, it is awkward to sit here knowing that we have these deficiencies in some parts of our city because we don't happen to have an ocean or a harbor or an airport or a dump site, but yet we have high levels of need of poverty and joblessness. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is how do we lay that issue out and how do we address it?
I don't know if our CLA can help us look at that. Obviously, it has to do, if council members control certain funds, it's something that has to be discussed and negotiated. You've laid it out there. I don't have any better answer, I don't think, than you. CRA areas, et cetera, have monies, et cetera, that can be used. So you could add CRA, which is a resource that our poor areas do have.
Should the CRA exist?
Well, we'll answer that for you today, but that's obviously...
Right, but all I'm saying is we are talking about a whole dynamic of how we see ourselves as a city. I just want to put that on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Parks is next, and then Mr. Cardenas.
I share Mr. Reyes' concern. One of the things I would recommend as we look forward, because we started from 0 to get to 500, I would certainly expect that with CD 7 and 3 putting their money in, they should have an expectation of spending their district. But if we're getting the benefit of LAWA and the harbor, that seems like it should populate the citywide fund. And that way everybody would share from it.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
I just wanted to clarify, that's a great point, Councilmember Reyes, but with all due respect, I think it's important for people to understand that, for example, if Councilmember Alarcon is willing to commit $100,000 or $200,000 from a specific fund, and the actual fund restricts the money from being used outside of a certain zip code, then I don't want people to think that Richard Alarcon is being selfish. No, he just found a way to actually benefit young people. Unfortunately, those funds may be restricted to that geographic area. It's not that he wants to restrict it that way, the actual fund does. So where there is that flexibility, then that's the challenge that you give to all of us. But at the same time, when it comes to those specific funds, the reason why they're specific funds is because they have delineations and requirements and restrictions within that account. Otherwise, there probably just would be general fund. Now we're back to the $500,000. One of the things that we need to ask ourselves as a council, we were fortunate when the county had money, and it was pretty late in the game that they said, hey, City of Los Angeles, you happen to be 4 million people inside of our jurisdiction, and we have X amount of federal dollars. Would you like to help us hire kids from your city? And we, of course, said yes. And as a result of that, last year we had over 15,000 young people working last summer. Unfortunately, this year, although it seems like the budgetary issues have stabilized to a certain degree, we're still not necessarily growing our funding in the city of Los Angeles. So we're back down to whatever it is that the budget committee and the staff could put together. And at this time, it's enough money to hire about 750 kids. So again, we could reopen the debate, we could leave that item open, and we could go ahead within the next week or so, before summer, we could actually figure out where we can scrape up more general fund money or general money where it doesn't have to be restricted to certain areas so that you could benefit. I know there's a lot of poor kids in your district, there's a lot of poor kids in my district, etc. Then we could do something like that. But I just wanted to clarify that I don't want anybody to think that Councilmember Alarcon or Councilmember Zine is being selfish by only wanting to serve their district. Sometimes the money is only restricted to that geographic area. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
I'm going to want to highlight what Ms. Hahn and just pulling this item special and everybody contributed. And I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand what Mr. Cardenas is saying. I think any citywide job should be open citywide. If it's at the port or at the airport, I do know there's probably some requirements for big machines that have an age limit. I know I wanted to get a job. My first job, other than selling the Herald Examiner, was at the Greek Theater. And they do hire guys from Franklin to work at the Greek Theater. Not all the Marshall guys got the job at the Greek Theater. So there's some opportunities. That's a park job that we could look at. What I want to ask is the CAO's office at the table here. CAO's office at the table, because I think what sparked a little extra in this debate, CAO, calling the CAO, I want someone in the CAO's office to have that foundation wing, because whether it is the CDD Foundation, California Community Foundation, who's your top person, Mr. CAO, on foundations? The Police Foundation. And the Police Foundation, the cadets of Los Angeles Police Department do more free services throughout the city than any group of young people and volunteer. But who in your CAO's office runs a view on all the foundations and how the money is used and spent?
We don't have someone that specifically looks at that, but I think you're correct that the future of our city is really partnerships to find ways to bring in philanthropy. I'm going to be meeting with the California Community Foundation in July on this specific issue to find ways that they could support us. They already are supporting a number of different programs like the Summer Night Lights program and other areas, but the future, given the fiscal challenges that we're facing, is really finding ways to share in providing a level of service that we're limited to in providing.
I just think if someone could wear a double hat, you know, there's an earthquake coordinator and you're a floor warden, there's a petroleum coordinator, sometimes someone should be to look at the foundations, to look at what it is, and I'm sure other municipalities and county governments have that, to look at it as a structure, because there's an opportunity here to really do something. And again, I want to thank Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. CAO. And thank Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I'm delighted that we are continuing with our belief in our young people in the city of Los Angeles. So basically, just sitting here, it sounded like Mr. Alarcon put in another $200,000. Dennis put in another $200,000. I would like to put in, another $200,000 from the pipeline, and if we need to rewrite any of the restrictions, I think we should do that for this summer. So I kind of like Tony's idea that we kind of maybe keep this item open and we keep trying to find more money to put in this, but then we need a running tally of now how many kids are we talking about that we can now hire this summer. And
We will do that.
Yeah, because I think that's important for us to keep the momentum.
A big thermometer.
And to understand, like a thermometer, and understand where these jobs are going to be, which ones are restricted, which ones aren't, so we get a better handle. We need this information, of course, by June,
Yes, sir.
so that young people can have some hope for this summer. I don't want to go into the summer with a lot of kids not knowing whether or not there will be anything for them this summer. So we'll wait to hear back from Dr. Naps from the Harbor Department, from Gina Marie on LAX. Let's kind of keep this pot going, and let's know how many young people that the city of Los Angeles can hire this summer. And I hope the young people who are watching this will take away from today that among the many, many huge priorities that we are facing in balancing this budget, that we certainly have not forgotten what it means to be a young person in this city and what it means to have something so basic as a summer job. So I really, let's keep working toward a larger number. Every life that we give a summer job to is a life that technically we can save.
We currently have a waiting list, just so you know, of upwards of 8,000 young people today, that's even prior to the summer, that have come through our doors. And our age range is, we focus on 16 to 21. And as you know, in this city, in that 16 to 24 category, we have 100,000 young people out of school and out of work. That's almost 20% of our population in that group.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, and then Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, when I raised the question, and just for the record, all due respect, Councilmember Cardenas, it was never to allude or assume or assert that anyone's being selfish. From a policy point of view, I think it's healthy for us to understand how we see ourselves as a city. I understand the restrictions on funds. That is very clear because we go through that every year. The issue here is the notion of equity, environmental justice, social justice, and everything that falls under the notion of justice is the reason why I raised that question, that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Zine.
And I totally understand where Mr. Reyes is coming from, and also my colleagues, and thank you, Janice, for bringing this forward to help with this program. Can we use any stimulus money, any of the dollars that have come in for the recovery?
Yeah, that's what we used previously. Our two sources have expired. The stimulus dollars have expired.
I understand there's a whole bunch of money sitting there that hasn't been appropriated.
Right.
That we have in the city of L.A.
I mean, that's why we're in this situation, is that there was a very sizable amount granted to the city and to the county from stimulus, and that's what's dried up. And so the other...
Don't we have money that's been appropriated that we have not used, that's still somehow, if we don't use it, it's going to go back?
Well, each dollar comes with a specific objective and task, so whether it's to maintain streets or to provide law enforcement in the case of LAPD. So we could certainly go through all of the ARA dollars and see if any of it could be, that has some flexibility that could be used for this purpose, but my sense is it's going to be a challenge because the federal government had specifically granted millions of dollars to the city and to the county just for this program, and that's why we were able to expand it to the extent that we have for so long.
But if it's for law enforcement, we don't want to give furloughs to LAPD. We can utilize it for the fire department to maintain the strength of the fire department and also to help the youth, because I know there's a lot of challenges But if we go from 15,000 to 500, there's a whole lot of kids out there that are going to probably get in trouble. And to keep them working in whether a park or the thing we have in my district is a lot of clean and green projects, which they do a great job. But we want to make sure that if it's federal money, but it comes from us in the first place, that we can appropriate it. And I think what you're going to find is great success with this council trying to support this particular project. So, but we're again committed to 200, but with CRA money that I have, that the 1290, it's got to be used in that district. There's a restriction for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think the suggestion has been to hold this and to pull this piece out, or is the suggestion to come back and then can we do that in timing for the budget, or to move this piece and then...
What you might like to do is move the piece that's in the budget, but then keep the discussion open on getting additional funds.
Okay. Is there any objection to doing that, colleagues, where we'll keep the piece that's in the budget as it is with the anticipation? I think the one addition that was made with actual dollars here today from the Lopez Canyon and the two, and from the AB 1290, and then Ms. Hahn, we got a commitment for the port as well?
The instruction would be for the city attorney to prepare the ordinance to allow that as an
To allow that,
expenditure.
okay, so to allow
Yeah,
that
so we can
mechanism.
actually do
So
that.
with those three changes, we'll add that, pass that today, and then we can take up the discussion of what additional momentum we can have this coming week when it comes. Mr. Parks, did you want to say something on this before we
I just
vote?
want to clarify something. On the change that's requested of the city attorney, is that only for that specific transaction?
It would be just to use the...
Or is it for the fund in general?
It would be to allow pipeline monies to be used for summer youth program, or summer youth jobs.
Okay, I mean, for this transaction or the fund in general?
It would be a one-time use, as
Okay.
I understand it.
All right. That's what I'll make sure, one-time use for this transaction.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and prepare the roll as amended and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved.
And it's adopted.
Let's go next to item 45. That was called special by Mr. Alacon. The library, item 45.
Actually, I've submitted a motion, which we can take as an amendment to 45. It simply says that
I don't
we
know if that's
amended...
been circulated. Or do you want to just say it?
Let me just say it verbally.
Go ahead, tell us what it is.
And we can vote up or down now. This would amend Budget and Finance Committee report to specify that the increase to library funding be prioritized for rehiring of librarians laid off during the 2010-11 budget year.
Okay. You want to hold till... Sorry, Mr. Launch, is it?
I got the librarian.
Okay.
Okay, well...
I believe it's being circulated, but go ahead, Mr. Alacon, if there's anything to it.
We couldn't tell whether that was your original intent to hire back laid-off employees, but I wanted to state it clearly in the budget document. I assume you have no problem with that?
No, we don't. As a matter of fact, we are currently in the process of interviewing people who were laid off, as well as open positions for the library. That's in process right now, including the people who were laid off.
Okay, so council members, this motion is simply to, I'll read the entire motion in the record so that you'll know exactly what we're doing. I move that the Budget and Finance Committee report on the mayor's proposed budget for 2011-12 be amended to specify that the increase to library funding be prioritized for rehiring of librarians laid off during the 2010-11 budget year.
If I might clarify, Mr. Alacon, our process for rehiring includes part-time, as-needed exempt positions, not full-time positions.
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Parks?
Yes, that's what he's doing. I just wanted to clarify that one point, that, as Martine just said, that we can prioritize the people that have been laid off, but they can only be offered part-time jobs to stay within the budget. And so if we're saying full-time jobs, they then can't open on Mondays. So you can prioritize the laid-off people for the part-time jobs that are available. So I don't think that's a problem. If you're mandating they hire full-time people that are laid off, they then cannot fulfill the commitment to the community to open up on Monday.
I don't read this as a mandate.
No, I'm just saying, I
It says
just want to clarify
prioritize.
that we can prioritize them, but they have to realize it's a part-time job they're being prioritized for.
Well, they would have the option to not select the job.
Right, that's correct.
Just want to
Okay.
clarify.
There's no objection. We'll add that amendment. I'll second that. Go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved as amended. Next item, item 48. Mr. Dennis P. Zine has called special.
Number
Okay, sorry,
48.
hold on one second, Mr. Zine. Mr. Gretz, yes?
I could just take one moment to introduce the second half of the Echo Horizon School third grade class, which is here touring downtown as part of their third grade curriculum. If we could recognize them and give them a hand.
All right. Welcome to City Hall. It's great to have you here. You picked a good day to visit us. It's Budget Day. So with that, we'll go to that item called special by Mr. Zine. And go ahead, Mr. Zine.
All right. Thank you. If we could have the representatives from the police department on number 48, please. And this deals with $2,900,000 regarding salaries and adjustments in recruitment hiring plan. And I understand that this $2.9 million, we're going to achieve that. People retire at a higher salary, people are coming in at a lower salary. If you can explain that. And also, last year we did not hire a class. We postponed that class until after July because of the new pension modification. That should have given us additional dollars in the police department budget. And what I'm trying to do is find what we can scrape together so we don't have to give 6 furlough days to our police officers. So if you can, Chief and Jerry, explain that.
Yeah. The savings were as a result of the fact that people who retire normally retire at a higher salary than the people coming in, because the starting salary now is $44,000 out of our budget, and I think total is about...
Can you speak louder? It's hard to hear. That's good. That's good enough. Keep
People retire at a much higher salary than those that are coming in. So because we will have a higher attrition rate next year because of the delay in hiring this year, we will save $2.9 million from what was originally estimated. And the question then, I guess, becomes where that $2.9 million goes.
Right. Well, we'd like to keep that so we don't have to do furloughs, because there's a recommendation for furloughs for officers, which isn't really what I think the public wants or this council wants.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't jump in at once, but go ahead.
Mr. Zine, please realize that as this reduction is made to offset the need to issue commercial paper. So in a sense, this savings has already been used in the Budget and Finance Committee report to balance the budget. So it doesn't exist to offset furloughs because it's already been used to offset the commercial paper proposal.
And what about additional retirees? Because retirees obviously have a higher salary. If attrition continues and we want to continue hiring at 9963, how is that balance going to measure for this department that needs to maintain the strength?
This $2.9 million does represent the attrition for those officers. Basically, with the deferred class that occurred this year, the starting number of police officers on July 1 is roughly 40 to 50 less than what was anticipated in the proposed budget. So carried forward through the whole year, it generated about a $2.9 million savings. As a result of that $2.9 million savings, it was once again used to offset the commercial paper proposal, which was incorporated in the mayor's proposed budget.
And traditionally, people retire July and January. And normally there's a salary increase that takes effect July, but I don't think that's going to happen this July. So what's the anticipated number of folks that are scheduled to retire? Or on drop that are being forced out?
Sorry. The hiring plan contemplates roughly 400 officers being hired. The total attrition is roughly 328, and that would net you the roughly 70 to 80 officers to end at 9963.
And how many are on drop that are forced to retire?
Actually, if I may correct it, the recruits that will be hired is about 402, and then
You say 402?
402 recruits, but the attrition it will net about 350 net officers.
Okay, but how many, because that's retirement, what about, when they're on drop, they get maximum of 5 years and then they're forced out?
There's
Or is that being considered?
About 100.
About 100.
100, that's included in the numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're not going to be able to draw any money from that to throw back in the department to maintain that? Because you say that's taking care of the
It's already
commercial
been
paper.
utilized, yes.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is move the LAPD report back to public safety quarterly on attrition rate and adjust any additional savings as we go into the next fiscal year. If we could do that, and if the economy improves or whatever, and we start changing the numbers, but on a quarterly basis, we can have that information.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. Because we want to make sure that we can prevent those 6 furlough days.
We agree.
I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on item number 48. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. We'll go to item 50 next, and that was called special by Ms. Hahn. We'll hold that on the desk for a moment. Sorry? There was no change. It was item number 48. We'll hold that on the desk. Mr. Zine, do you want to take up item 51?
The Special Parking Revenue Fund, restore funding for new card and coin meters, $1.73 million. I understand that it's not generating the dollars it's supposed to be generating with that new meter system. Is there someone here who can respond to that? So restore funding for new card and coin meter, $1.734 million. Go ahead. Are they completely new meters or upgrades? How many new meters? Do we have estimates of what additional revenue these meters would bring in to the general fund? And concerns that if we already have a low collection rate on our meters because we increased the cost of parking at the meters that we currently have, why do we need to have more? Would it be appropriate to use this 1.7 for a core service until we get a good hold on the meters that we do have? How can we add when we can't manage what we already have in the new meters that are in place? And what about sending this money to Recs and Parks, RFP, 206 funding levels, as we will see since cuts, et cetera, et cetera. So new meters, core services, and the fact is, are these meters going to generate what we anticipate for the expense that we're putting in for these new meters, in addition from 25 cents to $1 or $1 to $2 or $2 to $10, whatever we're charging people to park in the streets now. So take it away. A lot of questions, and I'm sure you have all the answers.
Thank you, Councilmember Zine. Amir Sadati, Interim General Manager, LADOT. I'm joined with Dan Mitchell, Senior Transportation Engineer in charge of parking meter technology. I will give you just a brief overview, but specific questions I'll ask Dan Mitchell to respond to. As part of the 5-year look, as the department worked with the CAO and CLA on looking at how our assets, our parking assets, besides the meters and garages, how can we look to have the best investments in both capital infrastructure as well as other investments to enhance our assets, to increase revenues, to provide better service to the public in forms of meters that work, that take credit cards and other options. So this was one of the items that, we had presented, and we're working, just today, Councilmember Krikorian launched the iPhone application in in Studio City. So we're making a lot of strides with investments that we've made.
Can you explain that to the folks that don't know what that program is?
Sure.
How an iPhone is going to get you a parking spot in Los Angeles and can't?
I'm going to go ahead and allow Councilmember Krikorian, would you like to speak on? Okay, thank you. Actually, last December, the city, through its technology programs, used sensors embedded in streets to know when a car comes and when a car leaves. The mayor, Council President Garcetti, launched that program. It's called Parker. It's an application, the first ever in the nation, that lets you find real-time parking availability, the costs, the hours, and the restrictions both on the website and on a phone. So today we relaunched that not only for iPhone, but also the Android market. So there's a lot of other smartphones, and there was an update to it, and the company that we're working with is also looking at tying in the garages. So off-streets and on-street will work together in coordination, so that, I think you mentioned at the last meeting that the on-street parking needs to be more expensive than the off-street, so that we encourage people to park a little bit further, pay less, and walk a little bit more. So that's what we did today. Now, for your specific questions on the additional meters, I'm going to have Dan Mitchell answer some of your questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Councilmember Dan Mitchell, LADOT. So I wanted to clarify the 4,000 card and coin meters that are addressed in this item are upgrades to existing meters. So we've made great progress in upgrading technology throughout our parking meter plant. By next month, we will have 70% of our metered spaces will have new technology.
Citywide?
Citywide. Okay, but there are some spaces still left that are unfunded. These are in the lower demand areas, but still we're looking to bring up all of our parking meters to the latest standards to bring high customer service. We've achieved over 99% uptime with these new parking meters, and we've seen an average 50% revenue increase. So we do expect the same for these 4,000 meters we're upgrading. We do have a deployment plan to list where those meters would be installed. That would include Woodland Hills, for example, one zone in Woodland Hills. So that's part of a report back that we did. I'm not sure which memo number it is. But those are 4,000 existing meters with the 50% revenue increase that we've seen in other places. We expect to bring in approximately $700,000 in additional revenue. That offsets that 1.7, so it would be a net investment of $1 million. We expect that by the second year or the beginning of the third year, that investment would be completely paid off, and then at that point, we would, be providing that excellent customer service and also achieving, new revenue for years to come.
So we're getting a better collection rate, you're saying?
Thank you, Mr. Senate.
We're definitely seeing a better collection rate. We're seeing these new card and coin meters have the opportunity to pay by credit card. We're seeing some places get as much as 80% of revenue coming by credit card, which is really convenient for the customers. It also reduces the need to go out and collect the coins as often in some locations. But overall, we've seen a revenue increase of 50%.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, Mr. Rosendahl.
Oh, yeah, you can take me off the queue. The answer to questions, I think it was terrific, and we're moving forward with this technology. It's really great, and it's improving everything, the collection as well as the issuance of failed meters and all that other kind of stuff. So thank you for asking those questions.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Is it getting to the point where we're actually learning and realizing by upgrading our systems, for example, instead of going to the old simplistic quarters that people used to put in versus going to the credit card opportunity and then going to the one where you don't have a meter at every single spot and people walk a few feet, they feed the machine, they put the little tag inside their car. Are we learning that those technologies are actually gaining more revenue and more convenience for the customer, for our constituents? What are we learning from that?
Absolutely, Councilmember. We're seeing that we can provide much greater uptime with the new technology. We're having it being connected wirelessly through the internet. When there is a problem, it alerts our technicians in real time. All of our technicians now have smartphones, so as soon as there's a problem, they get the text message and they can respond from the field. No longer do we have to wait for it to go through a long process to get the reports. We're seeing that very positive feedback from customers. We're seeing revenue increases, and overall, as we continue to deploy this technology, getting excellent feedback.
So, for example, those technicians going out there with the smartphones, the fact that they have a smartphone that's using technology, and it certainly is extremely efficient. And then also at the same time, when it comes to these newer kinds of meters, we're actually seeing, did you say 50% increase per spot, per se?
Overall, on the average, we're seeing revenue increases of 50% for the zones where they're installed.
Do we have any studies or any expectations that show that once everybody gets used to the systems, then we're going to see an overall increase above that? Or is it pretty much flattens out at what you're seeing?
Well, we began installing this technology a year ago, and we've been moving rapidly through the city. We're approximately 22,000 meters with the spaces with the card and coin meters. So we're still developing those trends, but what we've seen is over the months that credit card acceptance continues to go up as people realize that this is a safe and secure way to pay for parking, and it's convenient. Our percentages continue to climb. So we expect to continue to see that, and while people are no longer limited to pay for parking by the number of coins they have, and the loose change in their car, I think we will see revenues continue to climb.
So you said that 22,000 meters have been upgraded so far in the city? How many meters? About how many meters do we have out there in the city? In other words, how many do we hope to upgrade soon?
About 39,000. So we have a comprehensive upgrade plan, and the 4,000 meters upgrades that we're talking about today are part of that program, so that by the end of next fiscal year, 93% of our metered spaces will be upgraded with new technology.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Over 47,000 meters in the city.
39.
39? And then when you have 39,000 meters in the city, when you said 47,000 spaces, are those spaces like Larchmont that run, and you could look, I don't want to crane your neck because you got to address the president, that's what you're supposed to do. Thanks for looking at me, but you don't have to. Explain the other number.
The other number comes from the metered lots. So within we have off-street parking as well as on-street parking. So I think, I'm not sure what specific page you're looking at, but that's where it might be.
Right. In that, so with that being said, when you pull away from a meter space and there's still 18 minutes left on the meter, does it go back to zero?
That is technology, council member, that is now becoming is now possible with new technology, but it's not something that's happening right now.
Very good, because I think there's certain joys in life in Los Angeles when you pull into a meter space and there's 18 minutes left. And we're not at that point now, so if you could make sure you don't use that technology, that's a joy when you drive down the street and you find a little something there, which is so important. So I wanted to make that point. And if at such time you recommend that, please come back through council so we can make that decision. Also, I wanted to say, in our district, and I see Mr. Smith smiling, Mr. Alarcon, at no fault of Mr. Alarcon or Mr. Smith, but you're not at the top of the list in this because you don't have any meters in your district. But Mr. Garcetti is number one with over $9 million collected, which is an upgrade because of the new meters. So there's a plus for this, and it is easier to use the card. It is being adapted. Is there safety controls on that swipe card? Because, sometimes people get their personal information swiped by someone who has something in their pocket. Can you answer the question?
Yes, council member, we use the latest payment card industry standards for security, so all of our vendors are compliant with those. PCI is the acronym. So all credit card transactions are safe and secure. And just to respond to the 47,000 number, that refers to both metered and operated parking lots. So that's the difference.
And no one's been violated by a swipe card? to your knowledge yet?
Not to our knowledge.
Yeah, we want to
There's
make sure
been-
that happens. Thank you very much. And Amir Sadati, thank you as your leader there and the parking administrator that you once were, now as general manager, and getting new talent to help further the cause. Keep that 18 minutes free.
Thank you. That is our last speaker on the queue. Ready for a vote on this? If we can prepare the roll on 51. Sorry, 51, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
All right, that is approved. Ms. Hahn, we had skipped over item 50. If you want to come back, we can take that up now. Item number 50. Called special by Ms. Hahn, 50. It is...
Thank you. This was about, I guess the part of this I wanted to focus on was the Bureau will report to the City Council with a plan detailing the location of trees to be trimmed with this funding. It's not very much, and I don't know how many trees that will be trimmed with that. My question is, what is the criteria that the Bureau will use to determine which trees get trimmed, and hopefully, while I know we got limited resources everywhere, again, I think the best eyes and ears in this city, particularly for things like trees, are our neighborhood councils. So I'm wondering how you will incorporate input from our neighborhood councils to determine the top trees in the city to be trimmed with this extra funding.
Good morning, Councilmember Hahn. Nazario Salceda, Interim Director, Bureau of Street Services. That is a great proposal, and as a matter of fact, Councilwoman, we are working with the neighborhoods. We have developed a form that we're making available to the residents so they can become, like you said, our eyes and our ears. As a matter of fact, I call them honorary employees of the Bureau of Street Services, and we have received a tremendous response from all the residents. In terms of tree trimming, you brought up an excellent point. The Bureau is responsible for the maintenance and preservation of approximately 700,000 trees located on the public right-of-way. With this money, $500,000, we should be capable of performing trimming on approximately 5,000 trees. Now, the need for tree trimming is equal among all 15 council districts. All of you have overgrown
I don't know.
trees.
I think I have more in my district.
Well, all of you have overgrown trees, and one of the things that we want to take into consideration, of course, is public safety. That's the first concern that we have, public safety. We know for a fact where the overgrown trees are in the city of LA. There are approximately 400,000 overgrown trees in the city of LA. And we all know what happened during the last storms in December and January. A significant number of broken limbs, trees that failed. So we are tailoring a program for each one of the council districts to present to you and your staff to see if you want to take into consideration the information that we're going to make available to you. So in response to your question, we will provide each council district with the different grids that we anticipate that we could use the money to maximize every single dollar that we get.
Great, and you will take input from neighborhood councils on that. Let me ask you this question. What is the process for someone to request a permit to do their own tree trimming?
The permit is free. You can go online, the Bureau of Street Services website, apply for a permit, or you can do it in person in one of our facilities, and the permit is free. We just want to make sure that the company that will perform the tree trimming will do it under the city standards. So we explain to those individuals requesting the permit how much needs to be trimmed based on the species and the size of the tree.
And how long does that process take?
It should take approximately we respond within 2 or 3 days.
Okay. Because I think that's something we also ought to really be obviously pushing through at this time. If there is a homeowner or a business that wants to trim a tree and figures it won't fall into the criteria of the top, worst trees in the city, we really need to expedite this process and make sure that if people want to trim their trees, we're making that process easy.
That is correct. And it takes a little longer because we have to physically inspect the tree before we issue the permit. In order for us to provide you, with some information, what we try to do, depending on the size of the tree, we want to be more specific. But it takes about 2 days or 3 days to respond to a request for a permit. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is next.
Thank you for that discussion. And just a reminder, Nazario, that we have a process that allows neighbor councils to fund tree trimming. And so I would hope that every time you get a request from them, you remind them that they can fund tree trimming through their funds that they get for communities. And quite frankly, I'd rather them do that than go out and buy T-shirts and hats and dinner for their meetings. So I hope every time you get a request, you also send them back. By the way, what is it, $300 a tree or something like that?
Right now, it's $100 a tree.
$100 a tree, best deal in town.
Yes.
So remind those neighbor councils for $100, they can also help fund that tree. Please.
That's a city program, city services program. Yes, Councilman, we'll do that.
Mr. Alarcon.
The intent is to contract this service out?
At this point, yeah, given the limited resources that we have, remember last year we lost our staff. So at this point, yes, Councilman.
Okay, so does a private contractor, where do they put the tree trimmings?
We will let them know exactly the locations where the tree trimming needs to be performed.
No, where would they put the trimmings?
They bring it to us, to our facility, and we recycle all the green.
So it goes to our landfills, or?
That is correct.
And do they pay a tipping fee?
They as part of the contract, the contract includes the disposal of the tree trimming in our facilities.
Do they pay a tipping fee?
That is a good question. I would have to get back to you. I think they do.
Should we waive the tipping fee so that we can trim more trees? We can't? It is a Lopez Canyon. Take it to Lopez Canyon, they don't have to pay a tipping fee.
Right now they're being taken to our green waste facility in Van Orman. So they're not paying for the fee. They're taking it to our green waste facility where we recycle the trimmings.
Okay, so this private contractor, we already have them on board?
Yes.
Okay, so there is no tipping fee?
Right now, no, there is no tipping fee because they take the trimmings to our facility.
Okay, and it's going to remain that way through the program?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Nazario, thank you for all you do for us. You're great. I had a meeting with the Civic League of the Palisades last night, and they brought that up about tree trimming. So the bottom line is, how many trees do we have? 700,000?
700,000.
Of which 400,000 need trimming. Okay, and the priority will be, how will we determine the priority, and how many trees can we actually trim and clean up? For instance, the example they gave me last night was that we went in there and we just about killed the tree when we trimmed it, and so they were very upset about that. But also there's all these potential hazards that exist right now with some of the trees overgrown, and so it's a big issue. Explain that to me.
Yeah, with the proposed funding, we should be able to trim approximately 5,000 trees. Like I said before, the main concern is public safety.
Right.
And that means, in particular, the safe utilization of the public right-of-way. Pedestrians, when they walk on the sidewalks, we want to make sure that they don't have to, duck.
Now, how does DWP work with you, considering they do tree trimming too?
Well, we work very close with DWP to the point that we don't overlap, we don't select the same trees to be trimmed. They work with us, we share with them our programs. When we had the proactive tree trimming program, we shared with them the different locations that we trim. But their trimming is different. Their trimming is only related to power line clearance. Ours is for the entire tree.
Right. Now, have we consolidated all of our tree trimming into one department now, because we were scattered over into different groups?
No, that's an effort that has not been crystallized yet.
Okay. Do I need to put a motion in to say let's do that? Yes. Okay. I'm putting in a motion in, I'd like a second on this, that we take the tree trimming groups that different parts of the departments, consolidate them into one, or at least have a report back of how we can consolidate it into one. Second, by that side of the room over there. Okay.
All right.
So
by that side of the room.
And Ms. Hahn, Ms. Weiser, Mr. Koretz, all three jumped at the opportunity. Okay, so
Work it
the
out.
report back is how we can coordinate all of the tree trimming, okay? Story one. Story two, how are we going to determine of the 5,000 we can do, which districts get what? I mean, not to say my district is this or that, but we are a district with a lot more trees than some of the inner city districts. How do you determine that?
This takes a collaborative effort. Basically, we're going to put together a plan, a proposed plan that we will share with each one of your offices. And the plan will be based entirely on history of tree trimming within your council districts. We will let you know which trees and in what particular areas. Like I said before, public safety is one of my main concerns. The safe utilization of the public right-of-way, major corridors having low-hanging trees, sidewalks that have low-hanging limbs. We want to make sure that we provide to each one of your council offices with a proposed listing of locations. Then at that point, we can take into consideration, of course, your input, the input of the neighborhoods, and together we can put together the best possible plan to trim the 5,000 trees.
From you?
Probably within the next week, the first days next week.
Sometime next week, by Memorial Day weekend.
That
so
is
I can
correct.
say to the Palisades and Brentwood and West Delamar, Vista and Venice and Delray and Palms and Westchester, all my neighborhood councils, that they can even identify the trees in their areas that could become part of this process.
Yeah, but let's not forget, though, that we're talking about approximately 340 trees per council district. So it's not that many.
But some districts are more urban than mine. Mine's
By all
more-
means,
Yeah.
we take all the information that is available from the neighborhood councils. We will welcome it and we will embrace it.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Mr. Rosendahl, I love you, but all trees are equal, whether they're at First in Maine or in Brentwood. And I love Brentwood. And Barbara Blenderman, who did such a wonderful job, the tree lady. All trees are equal. The key to, Nazario, if you look at this, is if there's again, and I think we should put this on the table, members, if there's a large amount of broad-based, what do you call this, a broad term that you...
Broadheads.
Broadheads, you trim that on the uniform planning, make the most sense. If one gets 400, another gets 200, but whatever the need is, I think that's where you have to look at it, especially on the streets, especially near tri-lights and signals, so we don't get any lawsuits when someone says they can't see it, street lights. And this is a mix, this is city forces only, or a mix?
No, this is by the contractor only.
Right, by contract, which is a good way to help get the trees done and balance it out. We used to, when Bob Kennedy was the tree, I think it was 60-40, 60, I don't know which was the 60 city, 40 private, or whatever it is, but good job. Thank you. All trees are equal, Mr. Rosendahl. You'd say all people are equal. I agree in that. All trees are equal. Thank you.
All righty. With that, Mr. Zine, maybe you can shed some light.
We had a case just recently regarding a tree that fell, and the report back was there's no money to fix. Are you going to give priority to those trees that have caused liability to the city and give those first priority to have trimmed or removed? I understand there's a number of trees are going to be taken care of, but the liability issue, which was in the report that said we didn't have funds to fix it, is basically a liability waiting to happen again. You aware of the case I'm talking about?
Yes, I am aware of that case.
So how many cases are there where a tree has caused a problem, the city's been sued, and we haven't addressed the issue with the tree? How many of those do we have?
Well, we do have a significant number of those trees. I mean, just in the last storm, we had approximately 3,500 calls related to trees.
I'm talking about the city's been sued, the city was negligent,
Right.
the city paid thousands of dollars, and that tree still sits there as a liability. Those need to be addressed. And I understand the beautification and all trees are equal, but when it comes to liability, that's a major issue. And if we don't attend to it, someone else gets hurt, and we're really super negligent. So how are we going to take care of that?
That is correct, and those trees will be taken into consideration as part of the proposed list that you will be getting from us. The reality is, once again, that a lot of those trees failed,
and they collapsed already, and they have been removed. But if there are any trees left, those are being taken into consideration, and they will be part of the proposed list.
They need to be part of it to save the liability, because I can see another case coming through where we say, well, we were aware of it, someone was crushed by a tree, a limb, and the tree's still there, and someone else gets injured, and then we're saying, well, why didn't we address it? So that's a priority we really need to take care of. And I don't want to take away from the 500 you're going to take care of on your regular service, but that priority of liability is critical. Okay?
That's good.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. Actually, I was going to refer to that and just remind everybody that, all trees are created equal, but some are more equal than others. And you didn't mention the amount, Dennis. We settled this one tree falling on someone, $335,000. So you're looking at, we're appropriating $500,000 to trim these trees. One bad tree, can cost us, a huge amount of money. So I like it that you started out saying public safety was your priority. We just want to make sure that these trees really do rise to the top, the ones that are accidents waiting to happen. Those are absolutely the ones, and they may not be equally dispersed throughout all of our council districts, but we, for the sake of the city and for the sake of the liability, we want to make sure that you know exactly where those trees are, and you can use neighborhood councils, you can use the council office, you can certainly use, people know where they are, people have called in about these trees, and we could lose more money, certainly, than this little $500,000 we're appropriating. So we need to get to this quickly as possible, so I appreciate that.
Will do.
That was in Dennis's district, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, that's the next.
All right, as amended, we have that. We'll take up any additional motions as well later on. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Colleagues, we're going to take a 15-minute break to allow our city staff to stretch their legs, take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in 15 minutes, and we'll take up the public safety items at that time, our fire and our police items that are before us. Okay? We're recessed for 15 minutes. That'll take us to 12:35, folks. 12:35, back in the seats.
Session. Go live on television. Fire Marshal, please bring the chamber to order. All right, we are back from our brief break. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you.
We will proceed with the police issues now.
Yeah, if we can take up items 29 and 30 together, that's the commercial paper and the LAPD furlough tips. I'm just going to move your second lunch here to the side.
That's my dinner, Mr. Garcetti. You said we'll be here till midnight.
29 and 30, yes. Colleagues, I alluded to this already in my opening comments, but I rise today in support of the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation on commercial paper and want to really thank them. I think that's a significant part and wanted to highlight the work that was done in committee, though I do want to tweak one part of that, and I think we have consensus on how to do that. What was clear to this committee, and I hope to this council, is that we should not balance a budget on paper borrowing. But we also, I believe, shouldn't balance the budget by furloughing cops, by taking them off the streets either. But instead, we should look at structural reform, negotiation at the table, structural pension and retirement reforms, as we've achieved from the civilian workforce. Indeed, as we've promised, we would treat equally on the sworn side as well. I know our fire folks, by the way, are waiting on fire. We're waiting on some motions, or else we would have taken that up next, so we appreciate your patience. But in the meantime, looking at the police issue, I move that we eliminate both the mayor's commercial paper borrowing and replace it as crafted by the Budget and Finance Committee, with the exception of LAPD furloughs. And instead, and we can just do this orally, I would move that we add the corresponding $21 million that was budgeted for by taking cops off the street and putting in furloughs, and instead put that into our salary savings, and this is our target for our negotiations. Our Police Protective League has been at the table, and we appreciate that. We've had a number of meetings. We believe that those can be fruitful. We expect them to be. We know we've had a lot of conversations about shared sacrifice, and as our backup plan, we have a move to freeze retirement benefits, but we've given our word that as long as there's progress at the table, that is not Plan A at all, and we appreciate the momentum that has continued there. This is the responsible course. We don't want the union, we don't want our residents, we don't want ourselves to be playing defense on whether we're going to be furloughing police officers. There are options, of course, should we hit January 1st, that nobody's taken off the table, but we are not going to move forward with putting that in the budget today to furlough police officers. I think this is a responsible course, and we should budget according to our priorities, chief among them public safety, and also making sure we don't borrow our way out of this. So I would move that, seconded by Mr. Smith, our chair of Public Safety Committee, and hopefully that can resolve our issues on 29 and 30.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr.
Point of clarification for Mr. Weezar.
The motion earlier, and then you gave the speech. And what's the motion? What's the motion exactly?
The furlough money, to eliminate the furloughs, and instead we already have some money allocated for salary savings in LAPD. I think it was roughly 20 million, so that adds this 20 million on top of that. So it's 40 million, which is our target for negotiations at the table, and salary savings to the department, instead of saying we're going to do it by January 1st furloughing police officers, which I think is a bad idea.
Clarified. Mr. Parks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcetti, I asked you if you'd accept these three as friendly amendments, that with your motion, we put a timeline of when that is going to occur so that we are not sitting into the last quarter of the year without...
It's certainly my hope. We do this often through ERC. It's my hope that we can wrap up these negotiations as soon as possible. Certainly, if we're at the end of the calendar year and we're not there, we need to return
so if we could say that
to our other options. Absolutely.
Okay, the end of the calendar year is a timeline. The other thing I'd ask that we add that this cost come solely from the LAPD budget so that we're not taking it from other city departments. And then thirdly, that the first priority should be the sworn budget so that we can reduce the impact on civilians' salary accounts.
And I accept all three, and that is exactly, as I outlined, fair not only to our sworn, but fair to our civilians who have stepped up with the sacrifices they've made. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
May I make a recommendation on that?
Yeah, of course, Mr. Sia.
I would recommend that the department be directed to put together an operational plan.
Operational plan to address the $41 million reduction in 30 days. In addition, CAO to report back to the ERC within 30 days on the status of negotiations.
Couldn't have said it
probably
better.
helped us write this, so it's a great suggestion.
Couldn't have said it better from your own office. Mr. Parks?
Let me just ask Mr. Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti?
Just for clarity, when we talk about costs from the police, it's related costs also. Okay.
All right. Mr. Labange. Where is Mr. There he is.
Doing paperwork at this moment here. On this issue, how does this furloughs relate to furloughs for firefighters? Is that...
We're going to take up firefighters in a second. They're not directly related.
Not directly related. All right, thank
There's a distinction, Mr. Labange, between police and fire, as you well know.
What's that distinction?
Well, the police are out working, the firefighters are watching.
Oh, wow. Wait a second. What you said, Mr. City Attorney, strike that. Mr. Zine was 38 years on a motorcycle under a tree that never got trimmed in the West Valley.
And thank goodness it didn't fall on me. All right. No, I mean the firefighters are here in chambers.
I apologize, members of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Both chiefs, give them a hand there.
And Mr. Labange, you could have been a firefighter except for that test. We all
I did
know
fail the test, but it goes to show LAPD takes anybody's
You're
eye.
right. God bless you. All right. So on that matter, Mr. Garcia, are we ready for a vote? Colleagues, open the roll.
Second one, why don't I read into record what it is? Can I have the copy of that?
All right, so hold the roll.
I'll just make it orally as well. I also move that LAPD and CAO report to Budget and Finance Committee with an operational plan to address the $41 million reduction within 30 days. In addition, the CAO to report back to ERC within 30 days on the status of negotiations with the sworn.
Very well. On that matter, please open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please, Mr. Garcetti.
I think, are we still awaiting motions on fire?
Yeah,
okay.
I got this
So
one.
we're still awaiting the final motions on fire, so appreciate again people's patience. Why don't we go to the next one called special in the meantime?
Mr. Clerk, what's our next number?
I think it's yours, your 54 or something, or
Got 30 and 35.
those are fire, aren't they? That would be 54, sir. You want to switch up? 54, you can recognize your...
54? Okay, I will recognize Councilmember Zine.
Just did.
Yes, Mr. Smith?
Mr. President, due to a conflict of interest, I need to recuse myself. Please take me off the board.
Okay, we'll take Mr. Smith off the board for item 54.
54?
And as soon as he leaves the room, we'll recognize Mr. Zine, who already recognized himself.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you. If the police department come forward, Chief. This is deleting funding for the police Google Mail software license. This has been a lingering problem where apparently Google, that has the contract, cannot maintain the security that is mandated for law enforcement. And the question is, when will it ever get resolved? Do we have a status of this issue with Google and the police department software? And what if it does not meet the security needs, which it has not met to this point? And are we prepared to send out another RFP, or would we continue with GroupWise, which is what the police department is currently using, And what is the cost if the city continues with Google, or if it elects to go to another vendor for the system?
You go ahead. Much of this has to be probably done in closed session, as it does involve contract and potential litigation. However, we are still in the process of working with Google and do not have a plan yet for how the security measures will be met.
So who's paying for the continuing operation of GroupWise?
Right now, Google is.
That is correct. Currently, under the agreement we reached, Google is and CSC is paying for the use of GroupWise. We were directed by a joint committee of information technology and budget and finance to look at where we are with this issue and come back with a recommendation as to how to proceed, specifically to the question that you asked as to whether or not we should pursue another RFP. Our meeting from a staff level is actually tomorrow. We'll be discussing this issue, the status of where we're at, and then hopefully within the next 2 or 3 weeks come back to the committee with a recommendation on how to proceed with the rest of this the existing contract, and how we proceed with any subsequent contract that we would pursue.
And are all other departments of the city of Los Angeles on Google other than police department?
Yeah, with the exception in part with the city attorney, I believe.
And what's the problem with the city attorney's office?
They have similar confidentiality issues at the police department. Yeah, not everybody. There's certain
elements within the city attorney's office.
That is correct.
So the system that needs to protect the valuable, the special documents, whatever, Google can't meet that standard.
Well, no one can at this point.
Well, Google seems to do it. I mean, GroupWise seems to do it.
Well, GroupWise is a different system because it's under our control. Google is actually part of the cloud. No one has figured out how to pierce through the security issues that are required by the federal government and still be on the cloud. And
that's the problem, is that if Google could not do that and we continue on GroupWise, we can only continue for so long.
Sorry, your time is up, sir.
Well, I'm not done with my question, Mr. Garcia.
Well, I'll call Mr. Cardenas and we'll come back to you.
So what happened? I'll finish with that. How long do we linger until we finally decide, are we going to keep two systems forever?
That's exactly the question that the committee has instructed us to examine, and it is our intention to provide a recommendation on that matter within the next few weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Basically, this item talks about, the reason why this $570,000 is freed up is because the money is actually coming now from the contractor that has been contracted to transfer from one system to another, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, are people able to communicate with the current system?
Yes.
Yes. So people are made whole, they're continuing to do their work, they're continuing to use the system they've had for years. Right now, it's a separate matter of trying to figure out, of which you said you probably get a report back in the next few weeks, about how that transition is coming along with the particular users, specifically the police department and a few users outside the police department, where there's the federal requirements that have to be met and signed off either by the federal or state, one of those two jurisdictions, before any local jurisdiction can actually utilize a cloud system, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll on 54. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We'll next go to what we are calling 63, but it was the item that originally had no number, and Mr. Labange. On item, it wasn't quite 63, but it was that blank item after 63, which you called special.
Ms. Schechter, could you bring that for me, please? You put 63 up right there.
Yeah, it's the, on the Public Works PSS, Sepulveda grade, median island, landscape, alley paving, bus pads.
Got it.
On all those.
On that issue here, Mr. CAO, have you seen one of the most horrible views of our city is the bus stop wire trash cans. Due to the severe cuts that street services had to take, it is not being able to service it. Members, I'm a strong proponent of all trash should be in the Bureau of Sanitation. And is this this is the one that I want to make sure goes back for trash collections. But you have a report? On this work here for all the roadway work. Got it. I think, Mr. Garcetti, can you give me that half number again?
Sure. Well, it was 60, it was after 63, there's a blank item that didn't have a number for some reason. We called it 63 and a half. It's Public Works Bureau of Street Services. It has A, B, C, and D, but it eliminates the allocation of the Sepulveda Grade Separation Project as it's already fully funded and reallocates the funding as follows. A is $500,000 for the median island landscape for the maintain the level of service there. B was to provide 1.95 million for alley, million for alley paving and/or repaving. C was to provide $550,000 for 7 additional bus pads, and D was to instruct the Bureau to report to Council by the 30th of June with a plan for expending allocated funds.
On this issue, I think it's another number the CLA informed me on the wire trash cans and a eligibility to move 68.
Okay, so we're okay with this one?
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead then on 63 and open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. We'll go to 68. Mr. Smith, you had a technical amendment on 68. Did you want to make that? You said there was something on 68 that was not...
At the bottom, it refers to transferring the back, basically, the Bureau of Street Services. It should say Bureau of Sanitation.
Okay. Make that correction. And Mr. Lalonde, you wanted to talk on that one?
68 and a half. I think it was 68 and a half.
Well, you also called 68 special, but go ahead. We're on 68, so it's all yours.
68 members, absolutely. If we do one thing today right, it will be to transfer the wire trash can collection at no cost from the Bureau of Street Services to sanitation. And representatives from sanitation should still be here, as well as street services. Every day at some part of the city, there's a trash sanitation truck in the community. But the vehicles and staffing for street services has decimated. And one of the ugliest sights in the city is to see a volcanic-like trash can with trash being spilled over. I met with the director of this Bureau of Sanitation, whose representatives here, and they were going to accept this. And I hesitate. If we hesitate, we lose. He who hesitates loses. We want to make sure our corners are clean, because if they're not picked up, they're in the gutter. And if they're in the gutter, they're down the drain. If they're down the drain, they're in the river. So all of this goes to the chain of trash. So I'm asking Mr. CAO that the responsibility for picking up the wire, how do you call those trash cans? Receptacles, thank you very much. The wire receptacles that are located on intersections, pedestrian intersection, be transferred from street services to the Bureau of Sanitation, July 1st.
That was a recommendation in the mayor's budget. What's before you is an instruction to continue looking at that and report back.
Yeah, we don't need to look at it. We just got to do it. And I tell you, I started with the city in 1974 in the summer program where we dump trash cans. And if we don't dump them, more trash goes spillway into the gutter. And sanitation, and I have a representative. Can you speak to it, Alex? Oh, good. I'll give you. Just go to the table. Go to the table. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Enrique.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Well, wait,
oh, sorry,
the
so you have a
director's
question to
here.
answer, and then after that we'll hear from Mr. Zine after that. Go ahead.
Can you take this July 1st? That's the question.
Take the hot seat right there in the middle.
I know. Much less find the trash receptacles, right? So Enrique Zaldivar, Director of the Bureau of Sanitation, and yes, we can take it over starting July 1st.
And you don't need any money, you can just figure it out.
Yes.
That's a can-do, general managers. I say yes on taking it over July 1st. That's a motion.
Thank you. We will, I'll second that. Go ahead, Mr. Zine.
Great motion, Mr. Labange. The question I have on this, and I've seen them out there picking it up, they have a smaller truck. The regular trash trucks have that device that picks the can up and throws it in. The cans that Mr. Labange is referring to are smaller cans, can be picked up with the current equipment on the trash trucks, or do they have to have special equipment because they don't have the dumpster they can throw it in as they used to? How is this going to work as far as the practical aspect of throwing it in?
Well, to the extent that the trucks have adjustable arms, the pressure on those arms is adjustable, Councilman Zine. The wire baskets are not necessarily made for automated collection, so we may end up converting those cans over to a different kind of can if we need to.
And then what's going to happen with the trucks that are currently in use to pick those up citywide?
They'll come over.
Oh, so they'll come over with it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Tom, great program.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Mr. President, I think in order to, if we were to follow through with Mr. Labange's motion, I think we would have to reconsider 67 and then rescind that, and then the money in 67 would actually have to go on item 68 along with his motion. CAO, CLA.
Those two are combined, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. So if we were to take that action, then I would want to make sure we include that correct action as well. In addition to that, thank you. At this time, I'd like a report back from, let's clarify, who does the street sweeping for the city of Los Angeles? Which department?
Street Services.
Street Services. And then what I'd like to do is get a report back from Bureau of Sanitation and Bureau of Street Services, working with the CLA and CAO, so that we can discuss and get a report on whether or not it's feasible to move the street sweeping from Bureau of Street Services to Bureau of Sanitation.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's in committee, but I will double-check it here.
It's not an action for today, it's just a report back.
Right.
Thank you.
Good. We want that.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. When we look at the coordination of how we are cleaning our streets, I have seen that the MTA has a crew out there, and they go out to the bus stops, bus benches, and I used to see them cleaning, but I'm not sure if they still are. My question is Street Services coordinating or looking at schedules in which bus stops that have our city receptacles as well as their bus stops? Is there any coordination and making sure we're being efficient, that we're not repeating? Is there any dialogue? Can anyone speak to that?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Reyes. Nosario Salceda, Interim Director of Bureau of Street Services. Yes, we coordinate with all the different entities. Every time that we pick up trash, every time that we sweep streets, we coordinate with all the agencies involved. Let's say, for example, with our sister Bureau of Sanitation, we make sure that our sweeping routes our sweeping takes place the day after they collect the trash. Same thing with the trash receptacles. We coordinate with the MTA, we coordinate with all the other agencies that may have, for example, their own trash receptacles, the bids, businesses who took advantage of the Adopt a Basket program, in which they are responsible for maintaining the trash receptacle. Yes.
Well, let me ask you this question. When we look at the number of people using public transportation, you have certain bus stops, you have anywhere between 5 to 30 persons at a bus stop at one time. High transit-dependent areas. In my district, around Pico Union Westlake, it's about 70,000 people per square mile. City average is 6,000 to 7,000. So there's 10 times the number of people using facilities. Are we also coordinating the cycles on which they need to be cleaned? Because around my district, you see the trash spilling out of the cans, and picking them up, coordinating is the main reason why I'm asking. I imagine it happens throughout the city as well.
That is correct. The Bureau is responsible right now for the maintenance of 3,000 trash receptacles in the city of LA, primarily located at those intersections that you just mentioned, Councilman. The reality is we have 5 positions available and 4 are vacant, so I'm down to 1 person collecting the trash right now. For every area, we have certain number of frequencies based on what you just mentioned, the utilization of that particular corner. It is, of course, a challenge right now for us in the Bureau of Street Services to collect all this trash with only 1 person in charge. I have 4 vacancies, and obviously, given the current condition of the city, I don't have the ability to backfill those positions. That's why this proposal of transferring this function to the Bureau of Sanitation, if they plan to use special funding, makes sense.
One last point, and I know at the end of my time here, we've worked with nonprofits where they have sidewalk cleaning machines. They have scrubbers, they throw out water, soap, and they scrub, but they were told they could not use it anymore because you need to dump that water at a specific place because of filtering issues given state law. Are we providing station sites where they can clean that water and dump that water and recycle it so that these nonprofits can facilitate the sidewalk cleaning as well?
Yeah, Councilman, let me address that very point, because this is the integration, the interface with the stormwater program, which Councilmember Labange was referring to, the interface of solid waste with stormwater. And we sanitation, of course, are the custodians of water quality and the runoff of stuff, water that goes in, the water quality. So we need to coordinate better with folks who are involved, helping clean up the city, including BIDS. You guys know, everyone just about here has a BID that is involved in collecting solid waste in the city. So we need to coordinate better so that one does not become an impediment for the other.
Yeah, and for me in particular, is the scrubbing of the sidewalks. Some of our bus stops, you can't even step on it, you get stuck on it, so much goop and whatever.
That has been an issue, so we need to work on a way in facilitating that.
Can we get a report back on how you're doing that? Perhaps coordinate with the BIDS and the nonprofits?
Absolutely. Like
Alley Conservation Corps and Clean and Green, all that good stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. The previous action was to report back on this and get a thoughtful discussion on this. Mr. Labange motioned to just do it today without that discussion. We were trying to be consistent in committee to any movement like this to have these report backs. What I'm seeing today is an agreement by the general managers of both bureaus that they both agree this is the right thing to do. Is that accurate?
Once again, the Bureau of Street Services is not opposed to any functional transfer as long as the functional transfer, once again, alleviates the pressures on the general fund, and secondly, ensures that the delivery of services will not suffer. So if that's the case, since I don't have the capability right now in terms of staff to perform this work, I wouldn't oppose
Got it. Let me ask the CLA and CAO. If I could ask the CLA and CAO, we were a bit more cautious in committee. All these transfers, we said, wait, let's get a report back before the fiscal year begins in July 1st, that we know what direction we're going. Let's not create policy with our budget and not know what we're getting into. Now, from what you see here, do you think it's okay to move forward without the benefit of that discussion? Any advice that you could give us on this function moving forward? What we're doing is just taking out a report back to committee in this transfer. So we're just doing it today, which is inconsistent with what we wanted to do with all these transfers. So what is your recommendation here?
Well, that is a policy decision for this council. During Budget and Finance Committee, there was a concerted effort by the committee members that to the extent that there had not been any plans submitted for proposed transfers, that an actual report come from those departments in advance before the funds and positions were transferred. Clearly, if you don't get that report in time, come July 1, the positions and money would be in the wrong department. So there was a concerted effort to move everything back from the originating department, and then in the interim, when reports came back to you for review and approval, if you wanted to move on the proposal, but the monies and positions could be transferred.
Okay. And from a policy perspective, we made this recommendation as part of our 3-year plan to make this transfer, in part to assist the Department of Street Services to focus on its core mission of maintaining streets and addressing the pothole concerns that many of you have raised. And so from the CAO's perspective, this is certainly something that we would support, and it's consistent with sort of that long-term plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange and Mr. Parks are our next two speakers. Mr. Labange.
Mr. Parks, you go first, because I may challenge you if you want.
Mr. Parks.
You just want the answer, Tom. Let me just say this, is that the issue is that we have no clue how these change of assignments are going to work. And it wasn't that we agree or disagree they should be moved, it's whether what they're going to be doing in the future matches what the council believes they should be doing, and whether they need enough people, whether they're funded properly. What we don't want is a situation where we did with the one-stop center for special events, and then it was put in place and nobody liked it, and now we're talking about even transferring it. So our goal is to come back with the overall plan, how it's going to work, what are the changes in both departments, what is the cost, and then approve it all at once to say, now move the positions because you've convinced us it's a better program. So it's two parts. No one's disagreeing it should be made, the move should be made. It's whether we're going to get what we think we're going to get. And that's what I would recommend, that we get the report back that lays out all of the program, and both departments are going to work on it and tell us who benefits, who doesn't, because there's always loose ends when you trade functions within departments, because some of this stuff over time is absorbed by departments that are doing more than what the personnel is required. If you take that person out, that may cause them a shortfall, because now all of a sudden they have to find another position to do what they perceive was being done for years. It just happened to have been absorbed in another unit. So I would recommend that we continue on that path, get the report, let them work out the details, because it's not just taking positions individually. There are a lot of nuances when you start moving personnel and functions.
If I may just provide some comments of assurance in this regard. There were three programs that were initially proposed to be transferred, and in their totality, they are more complicated than just the one we're talking about here. You heard Nazario say that there's only one person working on this program. We're talking 3,000 containers. As we speak, there are problems in streets with overflowing containers as we speak right now, in communities and in streets, and we believe that the transfer needs to be done. The sooner the better. We can start to help by restoring some of the level of service that's crucial to you guys and the communities. I know Councilmember Rosenthal has experienced a number of problems in Venice recent with overflowing containers. It's important that, this is a very small piece, well-defined. The other programs are more complicated. They do require more vetting, and those, we believe, we need to work on them longer. But not this one. This one is fairly simple, straightforward. It can only help. I hope you agree with that.
Thank you. Any last thought, Mr.?
Yeah, I do. I pushed my button. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. To you, Mr. Lamonge.
Mr. CEO, just a technical question. Can you have all this reports done by July 1st, guaranteed?
We could, yes, we can. I won't look back and ask my staff that, but we will certainly meet that deadline.
Because there's a very important phrase by a company that says, just do it, which this is what's happening now. And all this trash that's out there now, all it does is go into the gutter, and then they have to call out sanitation to clean it. And if there are trucks through neighborhoods, they could pick this up. We all have this in the district. There's nothing to study about this. This is something we could say, just do it and get it done. It's complicated if you took lot cleaning. It's complicated if you took alley cleaning and illegal dumping. But this is our trash cans on our city streets that are, because of the tremendous reduction in staffing that street services had, they can't even catch up with that. Is that right? How many people do you have in the city? And if you could tell me, and I know if you look at the pictures here, how many you have to pick up these type of cans? Here, there's the pictures right there. Good job, Kenny. Okay. Keep going. How many? That's special. There you go, right there. This is technology, right there. No, who can pick that up? Who can pick that up? And how about street services? How many do we have right now today?
We have 5 positions.
5 positions
Five
citywide.
positions, of which 1 position is filled. The other 4 are vacant.
Citywide.
1 person, citywide right now.
To pick those cans up.
That is correct. What we try to do, Councilman, let me. I mean, it's 1 position assigned to this particular program. However, what we do as a bureau, we leverage resources to maintain these trash receptacles. But once again, out of the 5 positions, the 5 authorized positions that I have in this particular program, only 1 is filled.
I got it. So really, if this is an urgent time, I don't think we need to study it. I love you, Mr. Parks, I do, okay? But this we could do today. That could be in your district, that could be in my district, that could be any city, part of the city. Right now, we could change it and move forward and know that there's somebody who's in the neighborhood. It's just a different truck that does it. And we have 2 general managers who agree on this. So, and I know there's a policy, but policy doesn't work when the trash is overflowing because it's going to cost the city more money to pick it up out of the drain. So Exhibit A, B, and C, I rest my case. Let's do it. And all due respect for the man from Salesian High, Mr. Chairman, if you want to have people smile at you, they're going to say you cleaned up the neighborhood by getting those cans dumped. It doesn't need to go to committee. It wasn't committee. It hasn't gotten out yet.
Thank you. We've got Mr. Rosendahl for the first time, then Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Weezer, and Mr. Labange for a second time. It's Mr.
Got it.
Rosendahl.
Empty the garbage cans. We all agree with that, and I just wanted to do a little shout-out to the coordination we're beginning to work on in Venice Beach. When I went there to meet with the folks who own the property along Oceanfront Walk, I saw them overflowing again. I got on the phone to you, Enrique, and you got right on it, and I know the coordination is key. I know as the summer progresses in Venice Beach, one of my biggest problems are keeping the bathrooms cleaned and keeping those garbage cans empty. And that's an ongoing, by the hour almost, over the weekend. So I just believe long-term the coordination cooperation is key. We got a motion in on this. We're moving in that direction. And I just wanted to tell the public out there that the cooperation I'm seeing in Venice right now is the model that I want to continue to have going forward. That's it. Thank you.
Just do it.
Mr. Cardenas.
So, I just want to clarify the dialogue that just went on between what Councilmember Parks is saying and the CLA and Enrique. So, item 67, we don't, based on what Councilmember Parks says, we don't want to rescind item 67 at this time because right now, until we get the report showing that your department, sanitation, can actually take this on by July 1st, we really want the money to continue to go to the department that's charged with this responsibility. So my question to you, Enrique, is how soon can you get us a report so that you can lay out for us that you're ready, willing, and able to go ahead and take this on if we give you the funds outlined in 67 to do so?
Well, we were prepared to take this over July 1st, Councilman, so if there...
Okay, but first we'd want to see your report and hear your report as to how you would actually be able to do so. So how soon can you report to us with a report on how you would take it on come July 1st? How soon can you report that to us?
Within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so within 2 weeks. So basically, so to go along with Councilmember Labange's motion is on item 68, we would continue to have item 67 as it was already approved. In the meantime, along with item 68 is a report from you or your department within 2 weeks, and at that time, if the council's satisfied with that report and we do want to move forward with that motion, then at that time we would go ahead and take the action of the budgetary items as Councilmember Parks just said. Correct? Okay, so we'll instruct you to get back to us within 2 weeks with that report, and everything's in line with what we all want to do, right, Councilmember Labange?
Just July 1st, get the report back. Thank you, Mr.
No, but we have to get the report back prior to July 1st so that everything can be set up and but the bodies can move and the equipment can move so that come July 1st, there's plenty of time for it to actually be in place on July 1st.
Right.
Okay? So the fact that Enrique just said that his sanitation department can report within 2 weeks probably does work with the timing of making sure that by July 1st, if we do enact moving it to his department, there will be plenty of time for everything to be in place by July 1st.
But we vote on it to move it today.
Yes, we'll move.
Yeah, with the report. Once the
With the report,
is filed.
yes.
Yeah, we'll move that today.
Yes, if we get satisfaction
And I
of the
wanted a
report,
triplicate to Mr. Parks' office.
then we'll move it.
Thank you.
But with all due respect, we don't want, as Mr. Parks said, we don't want to move money from one department to another if we haven't agreed with the report that says, okay, we agree that not only do you feel you can do it, we agree that you will do it, and then we'll go ahead and give you the money to do it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weezer.
What these two gentlemen just agreed upon is exactly what's written in the report. Let's just vote on it and move forward. It's very simple, right, Mr. Parks? It's very simple. No matter what we do today, whether we approve this or not, something's going to be effective July 1st. All the report is saying, come back, report to us before July 1st, tell us how you can effectuate this. Mr. Park's point is there may be some other nuances, administrative issues that we could clarify with the benefit of discussion, and then move forward July 1st. Everybody wants to do this. We'll get the report, as Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Labange just agreed, but we're still approving this to move forward effective July 1st. We can't do it today. We can't change those resources anytime before July 1st. So we approve the report as written and move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
I call for the question.
It's only Mr. Parks on the queue. Mr. Parks surrenders. I think that's the universal sign. All right. I believe we have consensus on the report moving to come back. To enable July 1st deadline to be hit, they'll come back in a week. All right. Please open the roll.
Not as amended.
Close the roll. And tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And there's nothing forthwith yet. Thank you, Mr. Labange. We will turn now. We have the motions before us, but we're going to do one other item, and then we're going to come back to the fire motions. If we can take up item 70, and then we'll come back to items 29, 30. Item 70, Mr. Labange. You also called special. Special Events Permit Office.
How special a city do we want, Mr. CAO? Want a very special city.
That's right.
Who is helping people have special events and in a way to celebrate their neighborhood? Is it all working out? I know there's been great transformation in that. Just give us a little quick report, because I know last year budget we went deep and long on all special event issues. I just want a little report from the CAO on this.
Well, this proposal is in the mayor's budget and consistent with the recommendation we made to centralize the coordination of special event activities in one department. The goal here is, again, similar to the previous item, is to allow the Department of Street Services to focus on its core mission. And the other objective was to make it much more effective in the coordination of the special event activities.
Did you do a study about this?
We issued a preliminary report, and during the committee discussion, there was a number of questions that were raised that we were instructed to come back and report on. And so the similar kind of sort of direction that was given as to the previous item. In this particular item, before there's a transition, the committee wanted to ensure that there was a full discussion of exactly how it would operate, more description on the efficiencies, and seek final approval by the committee.
And the Public Works Inspector, maybe staff could answer this. Is the Public Works Inspector role going to be transferred? Or who's going to handle that role in LADOT? Because the Public Works Inspector, Street Use Inspector, you could...
Councilman John Chavez with the CAO. If this function is transferred to DOT, Street Services would no longer play a role in this particular function. So it would be the responsibility of the Department of Transportation.
And who is the person or staff? What would it be? Because right now, Street Use Inspectors handle this. Who would handle it in DOT?
In DOT, we would recommend an accounting clerk 2, a senior clerk typist, and a management analyst 2, in addition to a programmer analyst who would actually do the automation for the department.
Are those all inside people or outside people?
Those would be inside people.
And what if you have, God forbid, a Santa Monica incident? I mean, this is somebody, because street use inspectors are very knowledgeable individuals. So someone has this plan here. If someone is just on the inside looking at this, so I don't want to know how much study. You gave me a lot of need to study for this, which is real simple. This seems a little more complicated, and I want to make sure it's done right.
You're correct. This is a more complex transaction. It has a lot more people, and the stakes, of course, are really high because it is special events that affects community events that affects your council districts. So this is one where we would report back with any particularly complex issues, any potential hitches to this implementation. But I think we all agree that this would be a more complex transition than the waste receptacle program.
I got it. Will someone go out to look at these events from DOT to know, you know what, the barricade should be this way or that way? Because if this is where we're going, I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. So you look at it this, because I think it is complicated. That's why I call it special. So I will ask that there be a little more discussion amongst staff to make sure we do the right thing, and someone physically from DOT that looks at this, whether it's whomever you select, if it's all being transferred out of street services.
We will commit to that.
Yeah, and again,
Thank you.
Councilman, this similar to the other item, this is an item that would not be transferred until you've had a chance to see the report and make a policy decision on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 70 and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. I think the motions have they been circulated now? No. Okay. We will hold on that. Mr. Labange, I know you'd also called 80. Did you want to just do that one real quick? It was on the Street Transportation Project Oversight Committee, modeled after Municipal Facilities
Yeah, I
Committee.
just wanted to make sure, is this taking, council members, is this taking some discussion that the council has on this? Because the Municipal Facilities Committee is the most powerful committee that I think one could be on, whether it's the chief of staff of the mayor's office, the CAO, and the CLA. And now they're trying to create a projects committee where projects are driven through council offices in a way. So please explain.
The intent behind this committee is to help facilitate projects that have been approved by your council, to ensure that all the various departments that are moving, that are responsible for the delivery of our project, are working in a coordinated fashion. This is not to usurp the authority of your council. We would obviously welcome every council office to send representatives when their particular projects are being discussed, no different that the other oversight committees for the various bond issuances as well as the Municipal Finance Committee. So it's a committee whose sole purpose is to make sure that the projects are delivered in a more effective and efficient manner after they've been approved by your council.
Very good. So I just want to be aware of this, members, so that there's be some, how do you relate if it's the mayor's office and the CAO, CLA on this, how does it relate to council? What kind of lap are they going to be able to take that it goes through council so they'll be aware of it?
Well, if there were to be any changes as it relates to the budget or the scoping of the project, obviously, we would seek your approval, and we would coordinate specifically with the council office that's impacted by the project. Obviously, the CLA and myself report to your council, so our job is to implement the direction that you've given us. But the goal here is to operate similar to some of the other oversight committees to bring about better coordination and more effective project delivery.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. CAO and CLA.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 80 and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Mr. Reyes took number 87, which I think is where you're going to bring up some planning issues, so let's take up 87 next and recognize Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we've been working on streamlining and making our code books more efficient, trying to move in a direction where the private sector, the neighborhood advocates, the folks who are involved in the land use discussion and development discussion, how we can streamline our ordinances so that we can be much more effective and bring revenue to the city while expediting our processes.
I don't know anything about this.
Unfortunately, because of the levels of cutbacks we've had in the city attorney's office, and they've been working very, very hard, and I thank them and I congratulate them. They have a backlog of ordinances that is keeping us from being able to perform. It keeps us from being able to coordinate and bring information back from the departments. As a result, we are essentially seeing significant slowdown in when we can get these ordinances back so that we can enforce these laws and create these different and more efficient approaches in delivering the services while creating revenue. Simultaneously, we have court challenges. We have the billboard issues. The medical marijuana issue has exploded again. The high volume of cases that have come forward has taken away time from the city attorney's office. I felt this would be the item in which we can raise this, but in speaking to staff and consulting with city attorney's office, perhaps we come back with a motion that speaks to how we address this backlog and prioritize it so we can see what's actually in the back burners that's keeping us from being able to generate revenue. And that is a discussion that requires a more depth analysis with the CAO, the CLA, and the city attorney's office, and we can approach this a little bit more surgically as opposed to just trying to throw something out right now and see if it sticks. So I'll take a step back and we'll do a motion towards that end.
Thank you. Do you want to continue, Mr. Reyes, or? Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Labange? Yes, on the issue here for restoring position authorities in the planning department.
I support Mr. Reyes.
I think that's swayed the council. Without, it might just be unanimous. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Mr. Zine, would you mind switching out with me?
All right, we'll go 30 and 35 next. Mr. Garcetti, 30 and 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, and thank you to our firefighters and members of the public for their patience while we've been awaiting some draft motions to resolve the issue before us. I think I stated it earlier, but let me state it again. I think we are here, and it is certainly our duty to ensure the safety of the people of Los Angeles first and foremost. And key to that work is the life-saving work of our fire department. Day in, day out, they do nothing less than save lives in our city. Today we have before us a plan from the department to redeploy. We've seen for the last 2 years an ongoing rolling brownout, MCP modified staffing, something that has resulted in about 22 companies and ambulances each day in the city of Los Angeles not being staffed. At the time, this was a way of dealing with the budget crisis that was before us, but we all acknowledged that this was a perhaps clumsy way of dealing with it. It required a lot of staff work each few days to deploy. It had a hardship on our firefighters who were constantly being moved around. And for our communities, it was unpredictable what would be open and what would be closed. The plan that we have before us to redeploy the fire department, at the same time the plan is incorporated in the mayor's budget, called for the permanent elimination of 318 firefighter positions. I reject that it is in our best interest to permanently remove 318 firefighters from the front lines. I also reject, though, that we should maintain somehow the status quo of brownouts that don't work for the city, and that we have all said we have a goal of ending those rotating brownouts. A stabilized deployment plan that would not make permanent cuts in next year's deployment plan presented by the department is designed to increase fire service over the current existing MCP. That's really important for a lot of folks, especially from the public who have come to us and saying, wait a second, are there new cuts? This is a reduction of cuts. It's to lower paramedic response times, and recognizing, in fact, for the first time intelligently, I think in a better way, that 83% of our fire department calls are indeed for medical service. The plan is designed through strategic planning based on about 1 million different data points, but we have to make sure that as we do that, we incorporate everybody into those plans to make sure everybody is at the table and deciding how that gets done, but allowing also our managers to manage. By adopting a plan for the next year, we would immediately increase fire service to the people of Los Angeles and reduce crucial paramedic response times, but I believe we can go further than what we had initially presented to us. We also reduce the number of firefighters that are in a rotating pool, increasing some stability. We must be efficient, colleagues, not just in a budgetary sense, but in terms of using our resources as wisely as possible to deliver neighborhood fire and paramedic services. But at the same time, we need to do more to pave the way to increase fire service in good times when they are coming down the road. We have said that time and time again. It cannot be empty words. It must be not just in resolutions that we say, but in the actions of this council as well. So I am moving today that we restore the 318 firefighter positions that are eliminated in the proposed budget before us, and that we establish a minimum savings target in the fire department's budget to be achieved through negotiations. Again, I thank our union that is at the table negotiating with us. We haven't had enough meetings, and we need to make sure those are more robust, and we'll work on our side to make sure that we have that there for you as well. In doing that, we can take the savings that we anticipate from those negotiations and put them into services for the people of Los Angeles. This makes our goal of increasing fire services real. And I also move that we approve the departmental plan for a year, but that with those savings, that plan, we come back and hear exactly what further reductions there would be. So we have even fewer and fewer closures. We have a choice between 22 and 18. I reject both of them. I think we can go lower than that. And by restoring these positions, we can also make sure that when those times come, those positions are there. For folks in the neighborhoods, for folks in the union, if we eliminate those positions, I've been here long enough that I agree with you. I don't think those are ever coming back. And so we have to draw a line in the sand to make sure that they can and will come back. And in fact, our actions today will make sure some of them do come back. I think we need to focus on results. Our department has the experience and the expertise reflected both in management and in our line staff, and the resources to do so, but they've been put in a position by this economy and by this budget to make cuts that we can never return back to. If we make these permanent, it is my strong belief that that will become the new floor. So Mr. Labange and I have two motions, Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Reyes, Mr. Wesson, support. I know we've talked very closely with our great chair of public safety as well, Mr. Smith, to do two things. One of them moves that the budget and finance report on the mayor's proposed budget, these are being circulated shortly, be amended to restore the 318 regular position authorities, and it details the 153 firefighter 3s, the engineers, apparatus operators, captain, 1, 2, battalion chief, assistant chief. And then secondly, that we create in the budget a new line item in the UB entitled Restoration of Neighborhood Fire Services, instructing the department and the city administrative officer and chief legislative analyst to report to the budget and finance community regarding where that will be implemented. Now, I know there's a lot of people who want to say, put it in mine, restore it here. Today, we're not going to, I don't think, be able to solve that. But what we are going to be able to do is put more money guaranteeing that some folks who have closures will see those open, anywhere probably initially from 2 to 5 more of those 18 potentially that are closed today. And that is an apples-to-apples comparison to what we put forward for our police officers, what we expect to bargain at the table, and what our firefighters expect to be able to do at the table as well. It's initially about $7 million, but our goal should be 10 or more. And we're looking at any place where there are savings, whether it's because we have decreased overtime by moving captains back in the field, by having civilians do investigations and not having firefighters, or whether or not we can work with with UFLAC, whether we can work with the department to find other creative places. And the third piece, and Mr. Reyes can speak to this, but I think it is incumbent upon us to make real a trigger that if more funding comes in from any source this year, that part of that money, indeed a good chunk of that money, if not most of it, go to further restoring to the levels before this recession where our firefighter where our fire department was. That is what we owe the people of Los Angeles. That's what we owe our stations, and that's certainly what we owe our budget. So I will move both of those to restore that where they had been eliminated, to create that new fund to be able to restore neighborhood fire services, and I ask for your support today in this plan. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and I appreciate your intervening in these discussions that we had since the budget meeting to find some solutions to the vexing problem that many of us had here. None of us at this council, not one of us, likes what we have today and what we've been doing for the last year. Not one person wearing a white shirt out there representing the union and the firefighters likes what we've been doing for the past year, and not anybody in blue uniform and the staff out there likes what we've been doing. That was a bad plan, but it was a plan motivated by finances. A year ago, this council said, let's look at it differently. I will remind you that Albert Einstein once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have been doing that for 46 years here. Ladies and gentlemen, the deployment plan we use in our fire department was devised 46 years ago. And it's the same one we use today without major changes. One huge difference. Now, I know Mr. LaBonge can answer, Mr. Parks can answer this, but who ran our fire ambulance service? Who ran the ambulance service 50 years ago? The police department. LAPD ran our ambulance services in the old brown trucks until 1970, when we gave it to the fire department. And now it consumes 83% of their workload. We've changed that system, and yet we have not changed our deployment model, which was based on fire trucks being deployed for fire service. Nothing's changed, except the whole department has changed. This plan that was brought forth because we said a year ago, let's find a scientific way to look at our deployment model. Let's be realistic and say, let's build a fire department that meets the people's needs and meets the fire department's needs. Our chief went out and got a consultant. It's a computer system called Atom that looks at it scientifically and says, look at response times, look at needs, look at the deployment model, and come back with a realistic proposal based on scientific review. We said, let's do that. We got that. And what did we all do? Say, oh, no, that doesn't count my district. We can't take away my little one fire engine. That's not what we wanted. Yes, it was, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what we wanted. And so for some of you here that find it very difficult to swallow that pill, I would tell you, I lose 2 fire engines and 1 paramedic ambulance. I lose just about more than anybody in the district. I think 2 of us lose more, that same amount. I lose more than any of you here. And yet I understand the need is that as we are pressed by finances and we need to modernize our fire department, this is that plan. And I commend the chief, I commend the department for bringing forward and standing firm and saying this is the best way to look at the LA Fire Department as we go forward in the years to come. I can only say one thing further. Well, we need to modernize the department. We're going to do that. That does this. Some of you have made really heartfelt cases why your fire engine shouldn't be the one affected. As I listen to them, there's only one person here that has made a legitimate charge, that has a legitimate argument, and I think really makes the case to the fire chief. You need a little flexibility. You need to look at the system and be able to move where you see the need. And I think you missed the need, and that's in Fire Station 38 in Ms. Hahn's district. Not my district, not Mr. Rosenthal's, not Mr. Weezar's, but Ms. Hahn's district, because there is a true unmitigated problem. And that is a conflagration of truly unmitigable issues that just mount up and mount up and mount up. Mr. Unmitigable, you can't fix it. For those of you that didn't go to SC, you can't fix it. I could make the charge like Mr. Rosenthal has in the Palisades that, we've got problems and we've got no one there next door. Well, you know what, Mr. Rosenthal? To the north of me, the next city is 10 miles away. I got no mutual aid. To the west of me, I got no mutual aid for 10, 12 miles in Simi Valley. You've got Santa Monica and Culver City next to you in the Palisades. So there is mutual aid. There is assistance. I could make a better charge, but I am not, because I am not here to protect my interest only, but protect the citizens of Los Angeles. This plan protects the citizens of Los Angeles. It provides us the best plan we could possibly get. I commend the chief, and I think we need to go forward. I commend Mr. Garcetti for finding some fixes to some of the concerns some of you had. This is the best plan, as Mr. Garcetti has amended it. We need to go forward, and Chief, you need to take a look at Fire Station 38, not the other ones.
Mr. Reyes?
One of the key notions that I wanted to address was this idea of permanence. And I believe by putting together this triggering mechanism that allows us to make adjustments takes away that notion. None of us wants to see a depleted fire department. None of us wants to see us be in a place where we're stuck at the lowest numbers that we've seen in a long time. So we want to be in a position where we could, within our administrative process, our budget process, have an automatic mechanism that allows us to increase those resources and start raising those numbers as the monies flow back into our treasury. So that is, I think, one of the significant points I want to drive home. I think it addresses some of the fears that this is going to be a permanent status, that will have that fluidity to move forward in a manner that allows us to address the shortcomings and the weaknesses that we have in our personnel in the fire department. Thank you, colleagues.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, first of all, let me commend the Budget Committee for doing your person's job on the vast majority of budget items. The fact is we have very few controversial items this year, but those controversial items are somewhat complex, and they challenge us. I would like to think that we are doing everything we can to reduce any negative impacts to the fire service. Obviously, they are critical to saving lives in our community. It's that simple. A couple of questions that I have that I'll just state, and then I'll track the discussion as it goes. Number one, I'm not ready to make a permanent commitment to shut down any companies in Los Angeles. It seems to me that the temporary closure of stations or the utilization of the brownout process, where we spread the burden. We've used this term over and over for the last 3 years. We need to share the burden. And yet, the proposal is to shut down specific stations as opposed to moving those resources throughout the city so that everybody's sharing in the reduction. I question whether we need to do that now. We can save just as much money by rolling brownouts as by specific eliminations. And I fear that once we are in a better revenue stream, that we will not provide that service back once we've permanently eliminated it. And those communities that lose out will not be restored with the service that they have become accustomed to have. Secondly, I question the science. I question the science because when I asked for the report as to where's the data to show me that this is the best allocation of resources, we couldn't get the report. And I asked management on 2 occasions, my staff asked and I asked personally, never got the data on why this is the best way to manage our reductions. Has this been validated by an outside source? We've gone to USC on all kinds of economic issues. Did we check with USC as to validate the report? I have not seen that. And frankly, the union has said our international body has mechanisms to validate those kinds of models. Have we asked them just for input? And the answer is, I haven't seen any of that data. And we requested it. So I question whether or not the permanent reductions are reflective of actual needs-driven approaches, or whether it's just, the easiest way to go. And thirdly, I think of the major disasters that we've handled in this city with, I think, the greatest emergency response team ever assembled in God's earth. And we are very blessed with that. We have to recognize that there are times when you have to throw the standard out because Los Angeles has had a few disasters in its history, and we're going to have more. And by virtue of the way that our system is deployed, equipment included, we have been able to respond to those disasters. And I would sure like to see the data to guarantee that that is not going to result in further damage. Our response times are going to increase, but they won't tell us how much they will increase. And I don't know how much they're going to increase in the Palisades versus Boyle Heights. I don't know how much they're going to increase in Mission Hills versus Burbank. Well, excuse me, there is a city section of Burbank. And so I have those concerns. And I'm just, I appreciate the identification of funds to the extent that we can negotiate additional funds with our labor partners and using those funds to save the positions. But I still question the deployment. And by the way, there have been massive changes in our system. To say that we're doing it the same way they used to is just not real. I mean, in my time, I have watched every firefighter become an EMT. That was a massive change in how we use our system and our deployment strategy. And so all of those are my concerns. I hope that we can find a further remedy, not to take away from what we've got so far, but to say that I think we can do a little better, and maybe if we have a fervent discussion, we can accomplish that.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcia, let me just ask a couple of friendlies on a motion number 2, if we can just designate that those positions be going in the Brown Book as we've done on the rest of the budget. And then I'd ask on motion number 1, when we get that report back, the one issue I think we have to reconcile is we've made a couple of commitments to the stabilization fund and also in this budget to increase the reserve fund, how this restoration allocation impacts either one of those priorities. So we ask that to be added to that report back. And we've been assured that with all of these 4 or 5 motions, we're still contemplating the $53 million savings for this year.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. And I just really want to, again, appreciate everybody staying at the table, our firefighters staying at the table, and really want to thank our president, Mr. Garcetti, for really continuing to work to find a solution. Clearly, fire protection, fire services is so important to the residents of Los Angeles, and more than the residents of Los Angeles. Everyone that comes into the city, everyone that doesn't live here but comes in to eat in our restaurants or shop in our shops or go to Staples or our convention center. I mean, our firefighters and our paramedics are key to public safety, whether or not even people live in this city. So I know how important this is. And I just really want to thank Greg for being willing to say that we're all losing services, and some are losing more than others. But there is a particular part of the city in Wilmington that I appreciate you acknowledging, because without a doubt, the threat, the vulnerability, the consequence of living in Wilmington is just sort of a triple whammy. I mean, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach sitting atop more pipelines, I think, really than the whole rest of the city, and the refineries that are down there. This is a community that has environmental injustice probably every single day, and I think the model just, while it makes sense, like Comstat, there just seems to be this one community that seems to transcend this Comstat model based on previous calls or based on a particular season of risk. And we feel like any day of the week something could happen there that would be devastating to the lives. So appreciate that. I'm not really sure what we're doing today. I don't think I don't know how that's going to look to restore services at 38th, but I believe that this is really kind of a leap of faith that we'll be taking today by approving this, and hopefully everybody still stays at the table. We continue to believe in negotiations, and we will continue to talk to the chief about what it seems to be the will of this body as we move forward on fire services and protection.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel strongly that the Pacific Palisades Engine Company is unmitigatable. We have about 6 miles from that station to the next one that could effectively support a structure fire. We need an engine company with the hook and ladder thing to work on a structured fire. They go on the roof and they open it up and they make it happen. Saturday I went to that Station 69 and looked at the engine machine that handles 4 people. Right now on the PCH, we have a sewer project going, and Santa Monica is going to have the Santa Monica Incline going. That PCH is more than 10 miles away, Mr. Smith, in the context of gridlock on the PCH. On Sunset itself, we have the restructuring of the 405 and the Sunset Bridge. To get into the Palisades, there's only 2 ways, through the ocean on the PCH and through Sunset. God forbid we need the jaws of life and we need to save a structure and people's lives, and we can't get a truck there fast enough. And that's the big issue. It's a matter of timing under this construction. Timing is everything. We're in a time frame right now where the PCH and Sunset are problems. We already are the most gridlocked district in the city because we don't have all these mass transit hookups. We have 200,000 cars going into Santa Monica every day that totally paralyze my district. You add to that the construction on the PCH and on Sunset, you have an unmitigatable situation, Mr. Smith. It's not like your areas out there when you have no arteries to get in and no arteries to get out. So I have put in a motion that basically says, I move that the Budget and Finance Committee report on the mayor's proposed budget for 2011-12 be amended to instruct the City Administrative Office to report to the Council with options to maintaining staffing and resource level at Fire Station 69. I do want to thank Mr. Garcetti for looking at the issue of the 318 positions and keeping it going. But you know, this is a petition of my constituents who live in the Palisades. These are the people whose lives I'm there to protect and to serve. And it's unacceptable for me to shut that down with no option available for it. So I ask for your support for my amendment number 5. Thank you.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Smith, for the record, you do not have the most resources that are being affected. After the resources are moved around, you have -2, I have -4, and I think Ms. Hahn has -2 as well. But, you know, I'm hoping, and I've been told, that although the word science has been used to create this plan, there are a lot of qualitative factors that need to go into this. Numbers, I hope, did not wholly dictate where we would put our resources. There are topography issues, there are traffic issues, there are hillside issues, there are a number of issues that I hope this plan accounted for, these adjustments that need to be made. And likewise, if Mr. Garcetti's plan goes through, when this comes back, if it moves forward, we're going to have to look at, okay, now that we have $6.9 million, how do we redistribute those? And hence, that's my question. What will be the criteria in which we use to redistribute those $6.9 million? Is it going to go to administration? Is it going to go to resources? And if it is going to resources, what parts of the district? Is it hillsides? Is it congested areas? Mr. Garcetti or the fire department, can somebody answer that question as to what we anticipate, how we will redistribute those dollars if they should come back to us? And secondly, how do we come up with a $6.9 million? Is that something we anticipate we're getting from our negotiations, or how did that come up?
I can answer the second part first. Yeah, it's the apples-to-apples comparison of what we put in amount also for our police union, and, you know, fire union was saying, we're at the table, we know there's going to be things that we do, and we focused in on what would be the equivalent about of a 2% that would, on salaries, which would take our sworn up to the 11% that we also got with our civilian unions recently. So that seems to be a fair thing. I don't want to negotiate here at the table, but that's, more or less where it is. But there's lots of different ways that could be achieved. Secondly, I'm not the fire chief, so I can't answer how that would be done, but I do think that the input from us is very important, because it's going to be both a management decision and hearing the inputs of why these things are critical in our own given neighborhoods as well.
Chief, would you mind if you are given this plan, and first of all, I'd also like to commend your work on how you propose this. In Budget and Finance, you've made it clear that whether we support this or not, you're going to manage your resources to the best of your ability, and I admire your leadership on this issue. But if we do adopt this plan, and we come back later and say, now you have $6.9 million, we could take that as a policy issue. We could decide that. But given input from you who have developed this plan, what would you recommend as to criteria to use to redeploy those resources?
First off, if you give me $6.9 million, I'll take it. What we're going to do is we would have to go back and reanalyze the data to find out what resources in reverse order should be reallocated. At this point, we haven't done that. It would probably take us several days to run that information through our software, but it wouldn't take us long to come up with a redeployment of assets back into the field.
I got it. So we could take several approaches here. One is, we as a council could say, use this criteria and deploy your resources accordingly, or you could come back to us with a report and say, based upon the analysis, the type of formulas we used before, this is how we would redistribute these resources.
Right. I mean, the way we looked at the situation that we're in right now, it was a citywide issue. We didn't, irrespective of council districts, we looked at the entire city. We analyzed in fact, it was 1.3 million pieces of data that we did analyze. We would go back and use that same data in order to back out those resources and re-input them back into the system.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, I think we do need to come up with some direction today as to how we would, or what criteria will be used once those $6.9 million do get put back in, if we go in that direction. We all have ideas. Mr. Rosenthal has some ideas. I have ideas about hillsides and the disproportionate impact that it may have on some of my communities. I've asked those questions in committee. Some of my areas will have increased response time, not much, but it's within the accepted norm of what the fire department feels will keep our residents safe. Nonetheless, it's going to be, that should be deliberated at some point, and I would like to see us at least know how we're going to move forward with that before we adopt something and not know how the $6.9 million will be used later.
Thank you. Mr. Kokorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Chief, if you can, before you go, I think that we all could benefit from a little bit more explanation from you about the process by which you arrived at this prioritization, because I think there has been some assumption in some of the discussion that the prioritization for reallocation of resources was based on simply on call history and so on. Did the department, in fact, take into account regional differences, potential traffic impacts, response times, those sorts of data points? Did those go into the original calculation?
The majority of those factors were already incorporated into the analysis through the software. In terms of valuing threat potential, access issues, those things that were intangible and not necessarily measured by the software, we brought in the entire command staff, basically laid out the entire deployment of resources, and came to a general conclusion on where the greatest threat potentials were, where the greatest fire potential problems were. We looked at every canyon, every throughway throughout the city. We looked at the Metro Rail. We looked at the airport. We looked at the harbor. And the general consensus was that this model was the most appropriate model. So that it was 100% agreement amongst the command staff.
Okay, so you took the computer modeling, then you took your command staff to readjust the computer modeling with an eye to a citywide minimization of response time to address what are the priority calls that you receive.
Absolutely.
Okay. And was this body of data submitted to anyone else for a second look? For example, there was mention of the National Union of Firefighters having access to a similar
At the request of the Union UFLAC, we gave that data to the International Association of Firefighters, who actually ran the same data through their computer, and it verified the information that we were using and seeking.
Okay. Now, there's been some characterization of this plan as permanent. We talk about permanent closures. But in fact, the day after this plan is implemented, you, as the chief, can adjust this plan and redeploy resources depending upon changes in call load, depending upon demographic shifts, if there's traffic, if there's construction in an area, depending upon weather conditions. All of those sorts of factors are things that today you take into account. Absolutely. And you would under a new deployment plan as well.
We're going to evaluate this plan on a daily basis, every day. I mean, if we identify soft spots, we're going to shore those soft spots up. Nothing is permanent. And the thing is if we do need to go back in and retool this plan, one of the things that we have requested from council is that you support us in our effort to make changes to the plan as we go through its implementation.
Well, in that regard, then, Mr. Garcetti, I'd like to ask if you'd consider a friendly amendment to motion number 1 to ask the fire chief to report back to council on a quarterly basis with regard to any the status of the redeployment, any potential changes that may be necessary, and with an updated analysis of response times and call histories under the new deployment plan. If you'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Accept as a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker will be Mr. Labange.
Members, I thank Mr. Garcetti for working both on the issue to identify funding, also on the issue to not make the positions permanent. Also, I believe in the fire chief, and you have to determine that through your analysis. Every day somebody moves. Every day is the station closed. Bill, when there's not resources in your neighborhood, it comes from my neighborhood to your neighborhood. I got that. It's up to the chief to make the determination, because politically, I don't think we should. That being said, yesterday there were 718 calls by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And of those calls of 718, 606 were medical. Okay, a previous chief drove the fire department in the direction to put a paramedic in every station. That was a positive for the people that we represent. I want greater thinking and collaboration of thinking. I don't want these positions erased, because I do remember years ago, in 1978, there was a big discussion. The late great Jim Perry, Station 99, 5 members on an engine. We went to 4. I remember Bob Brown, a great engineer, lives in Eagle Rock, drove 56s. They always cut from the tailboard. Staffing is real important. We used to have over 1,102 just 2 years, every day. Now we're 933. The earthquake is coming again, says Lucy Jones. And those are those who are out here on both sides of the aisle are first responders. So whether we put 1,000, 200, or 933, it's still not enough. But we have to go with what we have to go. I want the chief to make the determination on that, and I think it's real important to look at that. But this shows a variety, and all this, I think we all should be better schooled in this here. I also explained too, Janice, it was 38s that saved the merry-go-round in the fire of 2007. Janice, it was 65s from Watts that saved the nursery in Griffith Park. It was a collaboration of people from all over the city that stopped that fire. And also, I want to thank Water and Power because they put a new water system in that gave you the ability. And brush clearance, which gave you the ability. And new building codes in commercial, which changes the whole apparatus, if I could use the word. But please explain how you would move resources, let's say in 35s. Would you take any of the vehicles that are there, if it was staffed differently, out of the fire station?
Well, according to the plan that we've got right now, it's proposed that Engine 35 would be placed out of service. Now, our intent was to staff that resource in the event that we reach one of our trigger points that dealt with either high-hazard days that dealt with brush fires.
Red flags, something like this.
Yeah, right.
But the vehicle would stay there.
Absolutely.
And the vehicle may stay at 69s?
Yes.
I mean, so if there is a different call, will the commander have an ability to say, we're going to take the pumper?
Right.
So some of this still has to be worked out. And what we want to do is inform our public that we represent. I don't like the idea that we're losing resources, but I understand. I don't want to lose the positions because I want to fight for those positions in the days and months ahead as we go on. So members, there's some options here that I think will bring us to a better day. Every day's a gamble in Los Angeles. There's not enough. And it's the firefighters who are in every neighborhood of the city. On the police department side, there's 21 stations citywide. On the fire department, there's 106. They're in absolutely every neighborhood, and we owe it to all the people to give the best service possible. But I also want to look at things that may give us the ability to serve in a better way, as any reconfigurations of these models. Because over time, it has changed, and I think it's real important that we look at this. So I thank you, and I thank again Mr. Garcetti for working on this here, and I thank again for the CAO for taking my phone call and absolutely listening to what I had to say.
And we all thank you, Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Mr. Cardenas.
Chief, I think we've talked a lot about the requirement that we gave you to cut your budget by over $50 million a year, of which this plan actually does, but I'd like to bring people back to the place so that the people watching don't think that our fire department is being decimated. Even with that $50+ million annual cut that you've been able to come up with your plan, how much money to the nearest $10 million are we funding your department?
Well, in next year's budget, it's $480 million.
Okay.
This year's budget, it was $495 million, so we're looking at a reduction of somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 million.
Okay, so bottom line is we're looking at still funding the fire department in excess of $480 million.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that people watching who don't understand exactly what's going on and all they hear is cuts, 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 I want them to know that the reason why you are able to keep all 106 of your fire stations operable 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is because you're utilizing that $480 million efficiently, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to that, are any firefighters getting laid off in your plan?
No, sir.
Okay. Are any firefighters or fire personnel, according to your plan, are required to be furloughed?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, that being the case, the bottom line is what you're actually expressing to us in this plan that I hope that we approve is that you are redeploying resources based on the information that you just expressed to us that you've been going over with your staff and redeploying so that you are much more efficient, yet at the same time you're minimizing as much as possible any effects on response times and ability to respond to the kinds of responses that your data shows you that you should be ready to respond for.
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay. In addition to that, what I'd like to know is, are you ready to report to the City Council, at least on a quarterly basis, on how this plan, should we approve it, how it's working out, how the deployment's working out, and whether or not you need to do adjustments or if you need additional monies to make sure you keep up that level of service?
We are fully prepared to report quarterly, yes.
Okay. Because apparently that's part of one of the motions now. Mr. Garcetti, would that be motion number one? The friendly amendment by, okay, Mr. Krikorian. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is okay with what's going to be required of you should we follow through with voting for these motions, or at least motion number one, amendment number one. The one thing that I want everybody to remember is that
this city council and this mayor basically charged this particular department with cutting over $50 million out of their budget, and they went ahead and did that, and not just in a day. They've been working on this for over a year now, because we currently have a modified plan that all the guys in the white shirts can't stand, and a modified plan that's already been stated by Councilmember Smith, that nobody likes the current plan of the way we're rolling literally rolling out different fire facilities being affected across the city. So this is something more of a permanent style deployment that we should be able to sustain if in fact it proves to be sustainable and it proves to keep the kind of level of service that you anticipate it'll have, right, Chief?
It will stabilize the organization, yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody understands we're still funding the department at $480 million. We charge a department head to actually, and his staff, to go ahead and respond to the needs of having to cut over $50 million, and they've done that. The one thing that I would hate to see happen, I hope this doesn't happen, that we end up looking like the Wizard of Oz saying, go get us the broom, and then all of a sudden the person comes back with the broom and we don't know what to do. We've mandated this department to cut over $50 million out of their budget, and they've done so. They're willing to prove to us on a monthly, weekly, quarterly basis that it is in fact a plan that is sustainable for the people of Los Angeles and the businesses in Los Angeles. I think that we have a responsibility of making sure that we allow them to do that. And I hope that every single department is watching and listening to this vote. Because when we charge every single one of your departments to go ahead and reconfigure your department because we ask you to do so, I should hope that if you come up with something as sound as this, we should be able to pass it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, and I know we've got 4 or 5 other speakers, so I'll just use a few seconds of my time. 2 things. One, procedural. I think because we were trying to make the timing, they got submitted without both Mr. Corrin and Mr. Weston's signatures. We have added those, and I want to state that for the record, that they were co-presenters on these as well. Secondly, I agree, Mr. Alcone, which is, and I know that you recognize that, and thank you for making that point. I agree with your point on permanent elimination. It's not the right way to go, which is why we no longer permanently eliminate them. I don't think they'd ever come back. I mean, I think that resets the floor, and we've both been around here long enough to know that as well. I also know that today we're increasing more services. We're increasing more fire services. We're increasing more fire services and paramedic services to the people of L.A., not only by the initial plan, but by our changes to that plan. And one thing that I would ask, and this is not a meet and confer issue, it's not giving away management rights, because I do support management make those decisions, but I'd ask that if we can consult union leadership before we're making those final decisions, instead of just here's the plan, here's the presentation. It's not for them to be able to veto or say no. Management has that right, but I think that would be an effective and a better, and something that would, I think, go a long way, because there's some expertise as well in the union leadership as well to be able to make suggestions, and I'd like to just recommend that as well as part of the consultation that takes place, and that respect be given as well. With that, colleagues, this is also not even, I don't want to say beginning, because the beginning was when we first got the budget and we were able to reduce the number of closures in the given year. It's another step down that. We should not rest, though, until we've taken the final step, along with Mr. LeBonge was saying. We have to get to a place where we recognize that we are tied together in this city. There is a proper way to do this deployment. I think this is a jump forward, but it has to be done carefully in a way that allows us to be a council of our own words, that as more money comes in, because we will recover from this recession, that we don't say, oh, you know what? Everything's been working fine here. Let's just keep this as the new normal. We want to keep giving you money, Chief. We want you to continue making good decisions with whatever the level is, and we appreciate that. We want to keep giving you that money as things get better. We owe that to the people of Los Angeles. That doesn't mean every truck and every ambulance will be back. There might be decisions where we recognize over time there are ones that should never come back. But I think a good chunk, if not most of these, can in better times, and this keeps that door open while still making these savings that we need to do to make sure that we're right with our budget. So thank you, everybody, for your good work on this.
Thank you. And Mr. Parks, our next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, a couple of things, if you could respond, because it's probably the most asked questions, at least in the 8th District, is that, could you just repeat for the 400th time that there's no stations being closed?
We are not, okay. I repeat, we are not closing any fire stations in the city of Los Angeles.
And could you also explain to the public about the dual capacity of firefighter paramedics and how that works in the sense of then, depending on the call, that they can then actually activate certain apparatus as opposed to if you say in your plan that a certain piece of apparatus is not being deployed for, it doesn't stop the remaining personnel from using that apparatus if the call comes out. Could you explain that, what dual purpose means?
Well, we have several types of dual functions, but all of our firefighters, from the least senior all the way up to myself, or the most senior on the fire department, we are all emergency medical technicians. In terms of paramedics, we have over 700 licensed paramedics on the fire department today, and most of them are dual function. They're both fire suppression, they're able to fight fire, and they're also able to provide advanced life support. Now, those firefighters that are assigned to fire apparatus or fire companies can be redeployed to ambulances anytime there is a need. Now, inside the city of Los Angeles, every day between the hours of 3 in the afternoon till about 8 o'clock at night, typically we do start having shortages of ambulances throughout the city. And over the past year, what we have been doing is staffing up what we call 600 series ambulances, which are ambulances that are non-staffed, that sit in fire stations. We have 16 of them currently around the city. And what we do is we will downgrade or change our light force configuration. We've only done them, I think, two at a time citywide, where we take 2 firefighters off of the truck company, place them on the 600 series ambulance, staff up the pumping apparatus that's part of that light force, and the only thing that it does is it augments our ability, our transport capability, and our ability to continue to provide EMS service in the city of Los Angeles. So what we're doing is building or attempting to build a more flexible model, one that's more responsive to the needs of the community. It will readjust our footprint and focuses, again, our major emphasis on the 83% of our workload without diminishing our ability to respond to fires and other types of emergencies throughout the city.
And let me just ask another question, is that will we ever have an occasion in the city where there's a call for service and the personnel that's deployed at a station are unable or incapable of handling the equipment in the station?
We're pretty much very flexible and easy to... We train on everything. I mean, any one of these firefighters that are in the audience today, they can operate every truck, every engine, every ambulance. If they're not licensed paramedics, obviously they're not certified and licensed to break the skin and administer medications and narcotics. But beyond that, they're doing it every day. I mean, we've got 127 ambulances in the city. We're transporting over 500 people to area hospitals every day. They're responding to over 1,100 emergencies every day. So this is the best fire department in the nation, if not the world, and these are the best firefighters, obviously, that staff this department. So, no, we're ready to go.
So we'll never have a situation where a piece of equipment is at the station and firefighters or paramedic dual purpose will be there and say, I can't respond to the call because a piece of apparatus has not been deployed.
Can't is not in our vocabulary.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mark. Let me ask Mr. Huizar, on your motion number 3, being that you've identified this possibly coming out of union concessions, could we send this to the CAO as part of their negotiations and discuss this as part of the priorities while they're negotiating?
Sounds good, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Chief. I want to thank you and your staff for coming out to my community and meeting with the folks in the 3rd Council District.
It was our pleasure.
Some flyers went out, some mail went out, and some of it's terminology. Most people don't understand the difference between a light truck or a task force or an engine. I mean, it's a fire truck. That's how they identify it. And when people read that an engine company is going to close at a specific location, they think that engine company is the firehouse. So there's this misinterpretation that people think, oh, an engine company, that's the firehouse that's going to be closed. And I know that Mr. Parks asked the question, and we've stated it over and over, and when you addressed the group in my district, we made it very clear, no fire stations are closing, and we want to emphasize that. But the terminology has been an issue for a lot of people. We all know what a paramedic unit is, the ambulance. A truck is the hook and ladder, and an engine is what follows the hook and ladder, which carries the water. Am I correct? Correct. I learned that from Tom LaBonge. That's all he gave me in the fire service training. But when he talks about brownouts is a thing that's been going on for a while where companies close, but the station remains with reduced personnel but still responding to calls. Right. One of the concerns, and it's been brought to this council's attention a number of times, and we haven't addressed it at all, you have a limited number of vehicles, limited number of trucks and engines and apparatus, a limited number of apparatus. And I've been over to the location where they service, and they've been past capacity. How are we going to address with the reduced personnel and the inability to have all that equipment, that apparatus, in running condition? Because I don't think we've addressed that other issue. Who's going to fix the apparatus? Who's going to maintain the apparatus with your reduced civilian population mechanics? That has never been discussed. To me, that's a major issue, because you could have firefighters at a station and nothing to go out on because it's not working. How are we going to fix that part?
Well, it hasn't been necessarily a public conversation, but I've got to commend the CAO, the CLA, and council staff for working with us, with the fire department. Once the last labor negotiation, the civilian labor negotiations, and the votes were taken, we were given approval for civilian overtime at our supply and maintenance division.
So that's up to par now?
Prior to the allocation of the overtime, I had 74 ambulances out of service for mechanical reasons.
74 out of how many?
74 out of several hundred ambulances. Today, I've only got 36 out of service due to mechanical. They are working day and night to get our vehicles back in service and ready. So I've got to commend all the staff for supporting us, and we're getting it done.
And your mechanics, I want to acknowledge the fact that they've come here before pleading that they need to have additional help. So that matter's been taken care of?
It has been taken care of, but we've got a short-term fix. We need a long-term fix. We had gone through managed hiring. We got approval to hire some new mechanics. They're starting to come online. So we're doing everything we can to ensure that the repairs are made and the vehicles are going to stay on the street.
I know there's a great amount of respect for your fire union, and you, as you came from the fire union, you've got 30-plus years of service there. Right. So hopefully we can come to a resolution where we'll continue serving the public in the professional manner and save those lives. And at the meeting that we had in my office, a number of people raised their hands when asked if the fire department ever saved their lives. One man had like 4 heart attacks. Right. And he was still there because of the work of the fire department.
Yes, he was.
Thank you, Mr. Zim.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We've got Mr. Rosendahl, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Alacon, and Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you. Hi, Chief.
Hi, sir.
Thanks for coming up in the Palisades and for Chief Cummings as well. Just on the record, unlike most other task force stations proposed to lose a resource, Fire Station 69 does not have the luxury of being surrounded by 5 or 6 fire stations. There are only 2, 19 and 23, both of which are only single-engine companies. Should Light Force 69 get a fire in their own district, the next closest hook and ladder truck company is over 6 miles away in Venice or 6.7 miles away in Westwood, depending upon which one is available. Here's a question. Can I get assurance that you are not going to take 2 firefighters off the Light Force to staff the Ready Reserve ambulance you are proposing for Fire Station 69? By not doing this, will it allow them to have the use of the jaws of life in the Palisades?
That's almost impossible for me to make. I would prefer not to negotiate on the council floor regarding deployment.
Sure.
That's a difficult one. It really is. I would love to give you that assurance, but I can't make that promise.
Okay, and I appreciate that integrity on your part there. I'm also wanting to put a motion in, if I can, I'm making it verbal. I'd like to move that the Budget and Finance Committee report on the mayor's proposed budget be amended to instruct the city administrative officer to negotiate an agreement with Caltrans to reimburse the city for the cost of supplemental fire resources needed to mitigate increased response time at Fire Station 69 caused by the Sunset Bridge widening project. They're spending $1 billion. I think there should be some money in there to assist us in the Palisades. And I'd also like to suggest that the city of Santa Monica, which is having the Santa Monica Incline, which will again impact us on PCH, also be looked to see if they can assist us in some mitigating funds so we can keep that engine company. Can I get a second from Mr. Reyes as a friendly motion to ask those two bodies to assist us in that process?
Okay.
Chief, would you give some assurance to my folks in the Palisades who are all rallied up? And I appreciate what Mr. Zine said to define what equipment we're talking about. Would you tell them we have 18 full-time folks in the Palisades? We have a fire truck, we have an engine company, we have an ambulance. Explain how that works and how you can give us comfort that we shouldn't worry.
Well, at Fire Station 69, you got a 10-person task force and a 2-person paramedic ambulance there. So you've got 12 personnel there. You've got 6 at Fire Station 23, which is down at PCH and Sunset, and then you've got 6 more at Fire Station 19 in Brentwood. Those resources have been deployed in the Palisades, Brentwood area, Palisades Highland area, in that configuration since the 60s. Relative to the redeployment, it was our assertion, and it remains our assertion, that we are never, ever going to unduly expose the residents of the Palisades or Palisades Highlands to any unsafe situation. We have done the analysis. 69's is not the only 69's First End District is not the only area in the city that is isolated. We have areas in the Hollywood Hills, we have areas in the West Valley, we have areas in the North Valley. So it's not just your district that's impacted. There are districts throughout the city that are facing the same challenges, and we have taken that into consideration. We feel extremely comfortable with the model that we've come up with, and we will do everything within our power to ensure that everyone in that district is safe.
Okay, I appreciate that. Last point is, did you take into consideration, besides the isolation, and there are other stations like that, the fact that there is construction right now on the 405 and there is construction on the PCH right now?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And we are continuing to have conversations, especially in light of the closure of the 405 and the work that they're planning on doing with the Mulholland Bridge.
And you're in contact with the city of Santa Monica in case we have an issue in the Palisades, that they could respond quicker than we could with our Venice apparatus or
Yes, sir. We have a battalion chief who is permanently assigned to the MTA, and he is always monitoring those situations that are going to adversely impact our response routes and access to specific areas.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But I do want that friendly amendment to go forward to the city of Santa Monica and to Caltrans to see what resources we can get from them to assist us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn is next, then Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you. Again, I know for our firefighters, this is still not exactly where, we wanted to get, or for any of us, frankly. And I know we're just dealing with a bit of a gap in what kind of funding we actually want to see restored to your department. And hopefully we're inching up and trying to find more money. And I know It's already been stated that the policy is if there's extra money that we find, we want to make sure that we restore the funding to the fire department so we can, really have a better sense of security and coverage. One of the things I was going to talk about in the harbor, and again, I hope, Chief, you look at 38s in terms of the imminent danger that we believe exists on a daily basis. How's it going in the discussions with the Harbor Department for funding for 48s, our hazmat unit? And do you believe that there is an opportunity to discuss maybe some funding coming from the Harbor Department for 38s as well? Again, more than just, my problem has always been just exactly reimbursing for specific calls that are associated with port, because it doesn't really work unless you have it, in my opinion, fully staffed up at the moment that the disaster may strike. So how are those talks going?
Well, as you know, you initiated discussions and conversations with the Harbor Department about staffing at 48s. The mayor has had conversations with the port. We have had conversations with the port. They are ongoing. They just completed an audit of our billing of the port relative to fire protection in the harbor. I have not seen the report. Staff has seen it. It's still in draft format. They have not provided us with a copy. We're still waiting to see what it's going to look like at the end of the day. So I'm hopeful that when this thing is all said and done, that they're going to be willing to participate and pay for the staffing on Squad 48. We have not broached the subject with the harbor relative to 38s, but I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to do something there also, and we may be able to do something with the refineries that 38s responds to, so they may be willing to support us in that effort also.
I think that makes sense. Colleagues, I just want you to know that I am continually fighting this fight and exploring this option of having harbor revenue funds be used for, again, more than just reimbursing for a specific call. But by the way, 90%, I believe, of 48's calls are calls for a hazardous material event at the Port of Los Angeles. But as you can see, just instead of just reimbursing for a specific call, it's my opinion that the 48's, the hazmat unit, ought to be there all the time, fully staffed, just in case. But I'm exploring, and at some point, I think state legislation is in order to, I know, I'm looking at the state boys, to alter the restrictions that the State Lands Commission puts on harbor revenue. It is so restricted in terms of what that money can be used for, but I believe with all my heart that when the State Lands Commission first began appropriating harbor revenue up and down the state, in the early 1900s, our ports were very different animals, and the eventual danger that comes from our ports, whether it be from a hazardous material spill or a potential terrorist target, are great. Every container that comes in that port represents commerce, but every container that comes in that port represents risk. And someday, colleagues, and maybe the time is now, we urge state legislation to amend that and maybe take maybe 1% of harbor revenue. Up, by the way, for every port in the state of California, 1% of that gets taken away from this very restrictive covenant and is allowed by the local jurisdiction of the Harbor Commission or Port Authority to use that money for very real mitigation of port operations. And again, I think we have not mitigated normal port operations for communities that live adjacent to a port. So maybe the time is right. We could use a champion in state legislature to look at that. And again, I'm not talking about, tremendous amount taken away from the harbor that would go back into commerce, fisheries, navigation, but just a small 1% that would go, and you could describe it as mitigating harbor operations in terms of public safety. So I think the time is right to do that. I think every port in California every city that's surrounding a port in California would probably appreciate that kind of loosening up of port strings of harbor revenue. So anyway, I just guys want you to know, I'm not just saying, my community is in any way, more special and should use these funds. I want you to know that I'm on an ongoing basis looking for a way to use harbor revenue to support fire services, so maybe I can ease the burden on the general fund for those communities.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Krikorian is next, then Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to dovetail on Mr. Cardenas's comments. Chief, we have asked a lot of every department in this city during this time of budget crisis, and what we asked the fire department to do was make significant reductions in costs, and you and your staff, I think, did exactly what should be the model for what we ask, which is to re-identify what your priorities are, figure out what your core functions are, and apply the resources that are made available to you in the most effective way. The problem is in the degree of the redeployment that you've had to make is dictated by the cost reductions that the mayor and the council are imposing upon you because of the state of our budget. This is not something you chose. This is not something that any of our firefighters chose. And I think everybody would agree that the degree of reduction in funding for the fire department is more than any of us feels comfortable with. And I think that Motion 1 and Motion 2 move us in the right direction of reducing that impact and helping to provide additional budget room to minimize the impact of that budget reduction. And I think it's important, colleagues, to support Motion 1 in particular for another reason, and that is so that we give equitable treatment to our firefighters as we do to our police officers in our budgeting process, because we ought to be assuming budget savings from the collective bargaining process with our firefighters in the same way that we've budgeted for them with our police officers. And I don't know why we wouldn't have done that in the first place. Motion 1 corrects that, and it provides more funds available in our budget for the fire service. I think some have suggested that, well, we shouldn't budget for that because there's a risk that it might not come into being. Well, the truth is that our firefighters, go through doorways into burning buildings every day because people in that building are in crisis. Well, our city's in crisis now. I think we can trust our firefighters to respond to that crisis as well and to do their part to help the city get through and to enhance public safety to the greatest extent possible. One other point, I just want to talk about the isolation issue that Mr. Rosendahl experiences, that some of us experience, that I experience with Station 74 and 24 in Tujunga and the north part of my district. I have very much the same concern that Mr. Rosendahl has expressed, and so do my constituents. This will have an impact in Station 74s and in the Tujunga neighborhood. But today, as we're speaking about this and debating about this today, Station 74s is suffering a brownout because of the MCP. And the MCP, I think, is one place where we can get consensus throughout this room that it's an absolutely, it was my number one priority to eliminate the MCP. This plan finally eliminates the MCP. And Station 74s today has to rely on backup from surrounding stations. That backup plan is inconsistent from week to week because it's a rotating plan. Under the redeployment plan, there will be a consistent, regular, reliable plan in place that I believe will be helpful, more helpful than the rotating process that we have now. Finally, today Station 74's is browned out, so is Station 88's. And so the people in other parts of my district are suffering from this MCP now, who will be relieved of that burden under this redeployment plan. So colleagues, I just want to stand finally and say that I'm supportive of motion 1, I'm supportive of motion 2, I'm supportive of the plan as it would be amended, and I urge your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Yes, just a question for the CAO. In the LAPD adopted budget, are there any furlough days in the LA Fire Department adopted budget?
No.
There's no furloughs?
That is correct.
For anybody?
Oh, for special duty, that's correct.
Who's special duty?
In the fire department for special duty who are assigned to desk jobs.
Desk jobs. Okay, now we did just relieve the police department of special duty. And should we relieve what does it cost us if we relieve the fire department of special duty?
Approximately $500,000.
That's $460,000.
$460,000. I would just ask members for equity, because I do believe, as we all do with public safety, and as we treat the police office, treat the fire department, that we could have a motion that goes to whatever the process is to eliminate that, so there's an equity there. It's $400,000. So do I need a verbal motion or do I need a written motion, Madam CLA?
You could amend motion 1 to restore or to eliminate the furloughs for special duty fire department.
It's to eliminate the furloughs because the cost is in a position that I think we can obtain. So I'm just saying, members, to be equitable. Eliminate the furloughs for special duty and put them on fire trucks and bed them in the community. That's what I want. So there's the second, put them on fire trucks in the community. The other thing, too, is you look forward, Chief Peaks, in the new age. I remember when Task Force were 12. Bill, I remember when Station 69 was a little beautiful house where that little park is right there. I used to go to the beach down Sunset. I once made it from La Brea all the way to PCH without hitting a red light. And I'd go by that little station there. And Station 23 there in the Palisades used to be down on 5th Street, but they moved it out from the central city to give service to the Palisades. It's all one city, and they do have mutual aid. How many firefighters are working today in Santa Monica?
I think they got, 5, 6 stations? Yeah.
So 6 times 4, 24 or something like that?
Right.
And I know Beverly Hills the same. It's a mutual aid that all works together.
Right.
We got to work on that situation. I would like to ask that there be a very great explanation of what is your neighborhood firehouse? Okay, and then also, as we go forward, I think the most important thing is firefighters in the community. I know it's been an argument before. Some people do not like me saying this here. For those who can work in the field, is there an option to civilianize part of OCD? To look at that. Is that something that we should do? Certainly we need to train administrators from the fire service there and partners. Did we look at that? Do we also look at any outskirts of the city that do we partnership like the county does, like Squad 51, where you don't have an RA, but you have paramedics in a squad that gets to the house, but a private ambulance comes. I'm just saying, if it's dark clouds ahead, we want firefighters in the station. In the community, do we look for any of these partnerships in this months ahead as you study? And hopefully it's some joint labor management discussion that gets us to that point. I think it's been a very robust, if I could borrow a Bill Rosendahl line, conversation, because the fire service is so important. It is in every neighborhood. This has been a good day to correct a challenge. And I know you would love to have more firefighters, but I know the challenge is very evident. It's not the same day as it was. And if the task force went from 10 to 12, it went down to 9, we fought it up, and my time is now expired. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it. We have 4 more colleagues on the queue right now. Colleagues, it's about 2:45 right now. We have an estimate of about 70 to 75 motions still to consider today. I certainly have my schedule cleared for all day tomorrow as well, but just a time check. As I said, we'll probably end today about 5:30 or 6. So with that, just to consider that as we're deliberating on this. Mr. Alarcon. And Mr. Reyes, Mr. Zine, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl.
I wanted to discuss the City of San Fernando. We have a unique relationship with the City of San Fernando where they contract with us for services. Have we discussed this year deployment plan with them?
Yes, we have.
And does it change our contract with them whatsoever?
No, in fact, we just had a contract negotiation, a contract discussion with them, I think, within the last month or two. We met with the city manager and I think some of the council members.
And so I want to be clear, we haven't passed this budget, so the contract that we have with the City of San Fernando to provide services from the City of Los Angeles Fire Department is not in any way, shape, or form undermined by the proposed budget, by Mr. Garcetti's motions or anything else?
No, we're going to continue to provide service.
How do they pay us? I mean, I'm just, how do they?
I think we charged them, what was it, about 1.3 million per year to provide service for them.
And we just respond to every call, is that?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so they are paying 1.3 because we are responding to every call. Is the response time going to be changed as a result of the closure of the engine company at 75s?
I don't believe so.
6 to 20.
I don't believe so.
Do we know that?
I think it's on now, if you want to use the mic.
Yes, Councilman, we ran specifically for the City of San Fernando to look at the impact on the response times, and very minimal increase in response times for the few calls that we do run into San Fernando.
And what is that increase?
It's 3 or 4 seconds on the average time for first resource on scene, all the way through first life force on scene.
Okay, now a number of the engine companies, as was described by Mr. Smith, and including 75s, are in the North Valley that are being shut. Those were critical to the response to the Sayre fire. How long would it take for those engine companies to get up and going in response to a Sayre-type fire?
We would pre-deploy those resources when we hit those trigger points or red flag days, low humidity, high heat days. We'd hire the staffing for those in the morning. So they hire the staffing. The engines are still physically located in those fire stations, just without the staffing. So we'd staff them up at 06:30 in the morning, and they'd be there to respond as they are.
They would be part of that roving unit?
No, it's not a roving unit. They're sitting in the station, unstaffed, fully equipped. We would, again, looking at the weather forecast, we get that low brush burning index. At 06:30 in the morning, the decision's made to hire folks so that they're already staffed sitting in those stations.
My reference was the Sayre fire. The Sayre fire was not a red flag day. So what would happen under those circumstances?
Pre-deployed.
We would utilize the resources that we currently have. If we are not in a pre-deployed mode, we dispatch the other, we have 90 engine companies in the city that we'd call from. We'd call our mutual aid resources.
So
and
my question, to refresh your memory, my question was, how long would it take to get those engine companies that are proposed to be shuttered, get out there into response to a Sayre-type fire? How long would it take?
It depends on response time for people coming in from home, sir.
So how long would that be?
For people that live outside in the San Fernando Valley, it could be an hour. For people that live further away, it could be a couple of hours.
Where do most firefighters live?
Somewhere in the state of California, sir. We do have quite a few that do live in Los Angeles.
Some in Idaho. Okay. I think we know that we lost 63% of our public services when the freeway went down in the earthquake of '94. A lot of our city employees, particularly the fire department, live well north of the city border in the North Valley. I think that you have sort of crystallized my concern. You're saying that it'll take at least an hour on a day like where the Sayre fire occurred, where it was not a red flag day, there was no pre-deployment. Those engine companies, Mr. Smith, that responded to your fires and my fires, where we lost 500 homes, would have to wait an hour to get moving.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a significant imposition and change. Now, my question is, why are we
Mr. Alarcon, if you can press your button again for new questions, then we'll conclude there. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Nothing changes between...
Yeah, I just want to clarify something on motion number 1. It's intended that we restore fire services with any monies that we find in negotiations with our fire union. Is this clear that any money that we receive through those negotiations go to restoring fire services? Or are we still leaving any wiggle room for that to be used for anything else?
I would hope they would all come back to the fire department to restore services.
That's the intention of the motion as well.
Right.
Is there any need to word it so that we eliminate the possibility that that wouldn't happen?
Well, it's contingent on those savings coming in, so I think it's a self-fulfilling motion. If those savings aren't there, we can't do it. But I will certainly restate that for the record. I think you have strong assurance from all city leaders and all of us that that's not going anywhere else.
So that every dollar that goes to restoring fire services in our neighborhoods. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, can I make one statement?
Sure, of course.
One thing that everyone needs to understand is that today I have 22 fire companies closed. Under the plan, I'll only have 18. I'm going to put 4 more fire companies on the street as a result of this plan. Today, I have 6 ambulances closed. Under the plan, I'll only have 4 closed. Today, I have 122 fewer firefighters on the street. Under the plan, I'll have only 106 fewer firefighters on the street. So, as you stated earlier, it is an improvement in service. And if we can get the concessions, if we can get the money back into our budget, then we can restore even more resources. And that is our goal. So I'm sorry, I didn't want to...
No, appreciate that. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker, Mr. Zine, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, sir. First, Chief, I want to thank you for the report back. You gave us a pretty clear indication as to how you respond to a goal line. Should there be a collision or a high-level incident, if you will, we require more than just 1 or 2 stations. So I appreciate that. What you just said about what this plan means, I wanted to know if you have a strategy for how we're going to inform the community, how we're going to change the environment that speaks to the fears that are out there versus the facts and the truth in terms of change and added stations. Is there a strategy you have in place, an approach in informing the community? Because it is about a different sense of will and a different sense of confidence.
I just had a conversation before we started with some people out of Councilman Rosendahl's office, out of his district, out of the Palisades, and I've told him that during my career I have never ever seen the community as concerned about the level of fire protection as they are today. I think everyone's appreciation for the services that we provide and the possible threat as a result of those reductions in services is on everyone's mind. Our staff, our people, our firefighters are engaged in their community. Our command staff, they're attending neighborhood council meetings, homeowners associations meetings. I mean, we're literally canvassing the entire city to try and educate them more about what their fire department does. And I've got to be honest with you, I mean, everyone pretty much takes us for granted until an earthquake or a brush fire, something devastating takes place in this city. So, moving forward, are we going to continue that effort? Absolutely. Is there more that we should have been doing, could have been doing? Absolutely. We're going to continue to try and educate the public about what we do and how good we do it.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Because that report to me was an eye-opener. It speaks to how resources are mobilized, and it gave us a minute count as to response time, and that allays a lot of fears once we're informed. So I appreciate that effort.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Just a couple more, Chief. I want to hopefully go through this as quickly as possible because your firefighters, your command, everybody's here since 9 o'clock. I know everybody wants to do something else other than this. The rotation. I know that there's going to be some stability, but what about that rotation pool? They're going to be going all over the place? The folks that are going to be displaced
Hopefully, the stations that they're going to be assigned to, they will be filling vacancies, those pool people that are in that pool.
Yeah, but how are they going to be selected? Is it seniority? Is it...
That's all subject to meet and confer. In fact, I think we've got a meet and confer scheduled with UFLAC tomorrow.
Because you got engineers, and you got apparatus, and you got...
Right.
What ranks are going to be involved in that?
All ranks.
All ranks?
All ranks.
So they could be in the Valley one day, and San Pedro the next day, and the next day, and the west side?
We're going to try and minimize that impact as much as possible.
Okay. So that'll be consideration, but there will be a pool of folks that are going to be rotated.
Absolutely.
Mr. Kokoria mentioned that some stability, those that are permanently assigned, but those that aren't going to be permanently assigned in that pool are going to be shuffled around. They won't have a home.
No, they will have a home. They're going to be assigned to a particular fire station.
But they won't always be there.
They potentially may not always be there. We're going to try and accommodate and minimize the negative impact on our members as much as possible. And like I said, it's all subject to meet and confer.
Okay, so that will be a meet and confer for their benefit.
Right.
And the other question is, I know it's a real sensitive issue, but we're trying to save money. And the 10th person versus the 9th person, has there been any discussion and review part of that cost savings coming up from that aspect of if some stations are slower than others, not to say it would be universal throughout the department, but as a temporary basis to try and shore up some dollars, has that been ever considered or discussed?
Since I've been the fire chief, we've had limited conversations with labor.
I know labor's not real supportive. I'm just trying to find some ways to keep some stability, at the same time bring up the dollars that you need.
We'd be more than happy to sit down and discuss it with labor.
And how long was it the case where they had 9 versus 10?
What's that, sir?
How long did they go 9 versus 10?
2.5 years. I'm not sure.
And I know it's optimum to have the 10. It's just like in the police car to have 2 officers in the car versus 1 officer.
Right.
Sometimes they run one. And I don't know if it's an ideal situation, but if something, since there's dollars that need to be put back in that pot,
right,
that might be an item. Sharon, you have some comment on that?
Just in response to when the last time we had 9-person task forces, if my memory serves me correctly, it was during Chief Bamatre's time, and there was a concerted effort to actually expand the number of firefighters to 10-person instead of the 9. It was done over the course of 3 years. I think it was phased in over a 3-year process, and I believe that was in the late 1990s.
Because I know it's great to have it. I'm just thinking temporarily as we're talking to get through this financial crisis, if that could be some consolation, so that not everybody has to go in that pool, if that would be part of the consideration. Some of those places that maybe aren't as busy as other facilities.
And to clarify, that the savings for that would be about $11.45 million.
I had it at $20 million.
It should be about 20 million because it's 47 task forces, correct?
47,
Times 3, so it's about 120 positions, right?
No, it'd be 100.
So 120 positions, 150,000.
But they too would go into the pool. That would enlarge the size of our pool.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking that if it's an option to consider, whether it works or not, I don't know, but if it's an option, it was brought to me when I was out meeting with some of your folks.
See, in terms of managing the pool, we have to make sure that we don't have an excess number of firefighters where we don't have seats or places to put them. So right now, with 122 firefighters displaced every day, we're still ending up with probably 2 to 3 firefighters every day in excess.
That don't have a home.
That don't have a seat to sit, an assignment to sit in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for your patience.
Mr. Cardenas, and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just a few minutes ago, my colleague, Councilmember Alarcon, was asking some questions. What if, for example, something happens again in the Northeast Valley? We had an earthquake and some freeways were down, etc. A lot of the firefighters live on the other side of that down freeway, so that really hampered your firefighters to be able to get on the scene and to get back to work and help with public safety. So I have a question to you. In that context, or in any context, does this modification change where firefighters live?
No. Not at all. Doesn't change one thing.
Okay.
And I was on duty the day of the Northridge earthquake, and we didn't bring firefighters in from home that day. We went into our mutual aid. We had resources that came in. Los Angeles County Fire Department supported us. We were able to manage with the deployment that we had at that time.
Okay.
And his question regarding the Sayre fire, if weather conditions dictate that we pre-deploy resources, we're going to staff those companies up. It doesn't have to be a red flag. It could be a high-hazard day. So we're going to make sure, we're going to take every precaution we can to ensure that the appropriate resources are on the street every day if the need arises.
Okay, so basically, and people might think that I'm saying this in jest, but I'm being very serious. Basically, what you're telling us, the policymakers of the city, under this plan, it doesn't mean that you're smarter than the last chief. It doesn't mean that your firefighters are 10 times better than the crews were 10 years ago. But what you're saying is you're going to have a very efficient, effective deployment as much as possible because you now have more information, you now have more to go by, you now have more data, you now have more modern technology and things of that nature, and all of that combined, you're able to, you feel confident, do you feel confident that you can run the department better today? Again, I'm not saying it's your ego talking. You can run the department better today than we could run it a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Absolutely. We've been forced to run it better.
But also, it seems like you're fortunate that you have additional tools, more historical information, the ability to look at more recent information, what happened last month, what happened last year, what's happened in the last 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, to see what's going on in the city of Los Angeles when it comes to your responsibilities when it comes to public safety.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. And I understand your frustration sometimes when you're trying to be honest and truthful and answer some of these questions, but I appreciate you coming back to explaining what did or didn't happen during the Sayre fire and when we had the 1994 earthquake, etc. I appreciate you coming back to that because at that moment in time, I felt that you didn't really answer the questions based on how they were stated. So thank you so much for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Mr. Smith.
Call the question on the fire department issues.
Okay. The speakers that are, hold on, it's a non-debatable motion. We have folks on the queue for the third time, so it's a simple majority vote. Please open the roll. Close the roll. And tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
Not everybody was in their desk.
It wouldn't have changed the outcome, Mr. We'll record you as a no. That wouldn't have changed the outcome. It's an 8-person vote. Okay? Sorry, the question is called. You guys, we've gone over this many times in council. This is a non-debatable thing. The chair has to immediately take the vote. It has to be if it's folks that have spoken for a first and second time and we're on the third, it is a simple majority. Otherwise, it's a 10-person vote. So we'll make sure Mr. Alacon is a no vote on that to make sure that's reflected. That would make it a 9-6 vote. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Or 10-5? A 10-5 vote. Okay? As long as it's a point of information, Mr. Alonso.
If I have an idea that gives money back to the staffing for the fire chief, how do I incorporate that in this budget?
You could do that for our general discussion a little bit later if you want to.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we have motions 1 and 2 that are germane to items 30 and 35. We've also had those be amended. Mr. Clerk, do you want to just walk us through each and how they were amended? I know there was reports back quarterly and a couple other things. Sorry? Yeah, we'll bifurcate the problem.
For motions 1 or 2, we have the following amendments. For motion 2, according to Councilmember Parks, he wanted to include the Brown Book in that matter. For number 1, it was to reconcile the stabilization and reserve funds in the report back. For number 1, per Councilmember Krikorian, he wanted requested that the fire chief report back quarterly on the status of deployment, any changes necessary, and analysis of response times. And those were the only 2 specific to 1 and 2.
I think we also had on 30, Mr. Labange had moved, if I was not mistaken, to eliminate the furloughs on the sworn special duty.
Is that number one?
No, I don't know. Did you say that, or did
I did say that, but I didn't get a second.
Oh, there was no second for it. Okay, well, we can get a report back on that for you about how that might be achieved, Mr. Labange. Otherwise, we have 30 and 35 and 1 and 2. We've had a request to bifurcate, but since it's 4 items, any specific one you'd like to vote on separately, Mr. Alarcon?
First of all, I'd like for the clerk to read the entire matter that we're voting on separately, because I'm not sure which is which. I don't
Okay,
have
item
the paper.
30 should be pretty clear. There's no changes to that. Why don't we take that first and separately? That's item 30 that's been in your packet for a while. There's no changes to that, so take a
one
look
is
at
it?
that. That's the sworn special duty workday reductions,
I'm sorry, I'm not...
$420,000 worth. Okay. That's in the original B&F report. That's not anything new. Okay. On item 30, let's take that up first. Let's go ahead and bifurcate those together. Okay. No, this is not my motion. This is the Budget and Finance Report, item number 30. There's been no changes to it, and my motions with Mr. Labange do not affect it at all. Okay? Please open the roll on 30, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay? That is approved. If we can go to item 35. Okay, can we record Mr. Labange?
Alan? Yeah, well, I pushed it.
Yep. Mr. Labange will be recorded as a no on that. That's a 10-4 vote.
Sorry.
Next, we have item 35, and items 1 and 2 directly amend 35. So would you like to take those as separate amendments, Mr. Alarcon? What's your wish?
I wanted to bifurcate those two.
So, okay, we'll vote on each amendment. 1 and 2 affect 35. Yes, Mr.?
Yeah, I think actually 1 and 2 would be 35. The 35 is not an action item, it was just that it was going to be discussed. So 1 and 2 are your action items.
All right, let's go ahead then. Let's take up first item number 1. That is the reduction, that is the $6.971 million to restore additional services in the department with the restoration of neighborhood fire services, okay? Please open the roll. As amended, correct. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Second, number 2 is to restore the 318 regular position authorities. Okay? Please open the roll on number 2, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Yes, as amended as well. Both of them as amended. Those are both approved.
Mr. President, did you want to dispense with 3, 4, and 5, which are also fire issues as long as
Yes,
we're here?
and then we still have a couple in the regular budget and finance report, but since we're on the subject, we've been talking about the subject, if everybody would turn to the first packet, which is 1 through 5, and look at that, we'll take up the other motions as well. Yes, Mr. Alarcon?
Point of information.
Yes.
I believe item 35 was an action item. It says that the new deployment plan, as proposed by the mayor, is submitted to the council for consideration. I believe that pretends that we are to vote up or down on that deployment strategy.
I had moved for that, that's why I thought 1 and 2 amended that, but Mr. Miller and...
I don't think 1 and 2 accomplishes that.
Item number 35 was submitted for council's consideration. No action is required because what would be before you is the mayor's proposal. So if you wanted to take a vote on the mayor's proposal on the new deployment plan, then the council could take a vote, but
That's what I am saying. I believe that was...
Without a vote?
I thought that's how it read.
Just to clarify, without a vote?
you concur with the mayor's proposal.
And I believe, I would like to take a vote on that, and I believe there are others that would like to
I want
take
to
a
be
vote.
clear, because I think this is going to be confusing for members. The way that we have amended what has been proposed by the fire department to add some additional ones, does that replace 35, or do you need to do 35 and amend that to it?
If Mr. Alarcon chooses to not agree with the new deployment plan and wishes to vote no, then the answer is no. Then Mr.
No, I
Alarcon would need
understand
to take a
that, but
separate vote.
for the rest of the council, if there seemed to be mostly a consensus on that we would move forward, but we would alter the plan according to what one and 2 did,
That is correct.
do we also have to vote on
And as a
35
point-
separately?
No.
As a point of information...
So it replaces it?
Yes.
Okay.
As a point of order,
Yes, Mr.
since we did not have that matter before us for action, I believe it begins a new discussion.
The Budget Committee did not report it out, so it's not before us, Mr. Alarcon. It was not reported out
It's right before us. It's item 35.
as an item of discussion.
There
Not with
is
the
no...
recommendation.
There is no recommendation associated with number 35. If you wanted to take a vote on the mayor's deployment plan, someone would need to introduce a motion that the council reject the deployment plan.
I'd be happy to do that.
But taking the vote on 1 and 2, I want to be clear, has already implemented with changes a deployment plan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So we have no recommendation on 35. If somebody would like to make a motion on 35, you can make a motion on 35.
I did. I so moved. Again.
I believe Mr.
Can you specify what the motion is, Mr. Alarcon, again?
The motion is to consider whether or not we support the new deployment plan, and there's...
No, you have to move to, not just to consider, but either to accept or reject.
To accept or reject.
No, you have to say which one. We have to actually vote one way or the other, Mr. Alarcon.
I move that we reject it.
Now, if it's rejected, to be clear, when we've done in the past a substitute motion, what it is substituted for, we don't also vote on. And it is not in order. I just want to make sure we're doing the rules correctly here. It is not in order to then go back on a second option and take a second vote on that. If folks vote to reject this by at least what the guidance of our CLA is, does the previous action still hold?
Yes. So if Mr. Alarcon's motion is to reject the deployment plan, and the council votes to reject, then items number 1 and 2 are moot.
But if
the council does not approve Mr. Alarcon's motion, then the action that you took on item number 1 and 2 to amend would stand.
Okay. Mr. Alarcon?
Motion to reject the modified plan, but concur with items 1 and 2. As voted on. I actually would concur with item 1. No,
Maybe we can do this, colleagues. As the maker of the motions, perhaps we can do this, that I would make it as a replacement motion now, so that we replace the proposed deployment plan and instead adopt 1 and 2 as the path forward. Because I think that accomplishes that. There's
I don't think
unity
anybody had
about
a problem with 1 and 2.
No, but
The
so we
issue
would
is on the
replace it. It has the
modified
same effect. It replaces that, puts aside that previous deployment plan, and puts in place this one.
Okay,
Is that an easier vote for everybody?
I want to leave my motion on the table. I'm not tabling my motion. I want to leave it open for discussion. But I think it's very clear that nobody has a problem with 1 and 2. So should somebody amend the motion that I made?
Mr. Cardenas.
I make a substitute motion that we approve the plan, and including items 1 and 2, the amendments 1 and 2. That way people can vote affirmatively and no, and we still get to the same place, and item 1 and 2 is taken care of at the same time without conflicting with each other. Okay? So that's my motion, and Mr. Smith seconds?
And we have a second from Mr. Smith. I'm sorry, let me return to what my original interpretation is and ask the CLA if I'm wrong for any reason. Number 1 and number 2 say nothing about a deployment plan. Neither of them do.
That's because it would be to amend the mayor's budget.
Correct.
The mayor's budget includes the new deployment plan as put forward by the fire department.
So it would amend 35, which is what I originally moved to do, which is that 1 and 2 be voted on as amendments to that.
You're amending the mayor's proposed budget. It has nothing to do with item number 35. You are amending
So
the
it's part of
mayor's proposed
it's part
budget.
of the stuff that we would be adopting later on in this meeting.
I beg your pardon?
It would be the part of the larger instructions that we would be adopting later on in the meeting.
You would be adopting more instructions to us to prepare the resolution to reflect the new deployment plan and motions 1 and 2.
Okay. We have Mr. Cardenas's motion would be voted on first since it is the last one. Mr. Krikorian.
I'm sorry. I guess this is just a point of order. The mayor has a budget proposal. What's before us today are amendments to that proposal. Amendments 1 and 2 were amendments to the proposed amendment. If you pass an amendment, it is rejecting what you were amending, and you're replacing it with the amended version. So what we voted on with number 35 was an amendment to the mayor's budget. Right?
No.
There was no vote to item number 35.
There's apparently no recommendation on that, Mr.
35 has
President.
no
That had been my
action
understanding too, but the Budget Committee did not recommend one way or the other. Mr. Smith and then Mr. Parks, why don't you clarify what the budget report had?
Yeah, to Mr. Krikorian, the Budget Committee did not make any changes to the mayor's proposal, nor did it vote out anything. It's left in place the mayor's budget. So item 35 was referencing the mayor's budget. It wasn't really part of a report to change anything, so we're not amending any changes. The amendments that were brought in were to the mayor's budget. So that's what Mr. Cardenas' motion will do, is allow us to vote on that for those that need to understand the either-or option, that you can vote for the mayor's budget as amended by 1 and 2, or you can take a later vote, if that doesn't pass, to Mr. Alarcon's, which is voting on the whole thing, which leaves us in a hole.
Mr. Parks?
Would like some clarification, because it seems as though when we just voted on 1 and 2 amending the mayor's budget, if you vote no,
correct,
you basically are saying, I don't agree with the deployment plan. To reword it and vote again doesn't make sense to me. You either are for the amendments to the mayor's plan, or you're opposed to it, and you voted one way or the other, because the committee did not move that item out of the mayor's plan. It sent it in total. So a vote no means you reject the mayor's budget on the deployment. A yes means you adopt the amendments to the mayor's budget, which is 1 and 2.
Okay. There was a motion subsequent to that Mr. Alarcon made, and then one after that Mr. Cardenas made, though, that does deal with the adoption of the mayor's plan. Mr. Rosendahl.
Point of order, I'm not sure about this one. The verbal amendment that I put in regarding Caltrans in Santa Monica, is that part of this package, or is that separate?
That would be to the mayor's instructions, so we're not quite there yet. We have that, and we have other motions that were put before us on fire department, so we'll get to those just as soon as we dispel of this. Mr. LeBons was next, then Mr. Weezar.
Roberts in the House?
Excuse me?
Mr. Roberts?
Well, fortunately, it's not a Roberts rule, but we I think have clarified that it is not an item that we were voting on, but we have made motions subsequent that are before us. Mr. Weezar and then Mr. Alarcon?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, after all this deliberation, you have the right to rule on how we shall proceed. So
That's what I'm about to do.
awaiting your ruling on how we should proceed, and your is the final word.
Thank you, Mr. Weezar. Mr. Alarcon?
My point of order is to address Mr. Park's comments. Nothing in 1 and 2 mentions anything about the deployment plan. My motion is separate and apart from 1 and 2, and it speaks directly to the consideration that the mayor put before us on the deployment plan. Therefore, it is not already considered. We haven't even taken a vote on it.
Thank you. Here's the ruling from the chair. We have two motions before us, Mr. Cardenas's and Mr. Alarcon's, which are on the actual now revised deployment plans. We will take those up in reverse order as we usually do. Mr. Cardenas's will be first. Should that fail, we'll go to Mr. Alarcon's. Okay? That is the way that those move. Because they do conflict with one another, you can't vote on both of them if the first one passes. Okay? So we will take up Mr. Cardenas's motion. Please open the roll.
Mr. President, for clarification, that would be to approve the deployment plan as amended by motions 1 and 2.
Correct. Which is now changed, but from the original plan. Okay? It's clear? We've closed. They were germane to 1 and 2, as yours was as well. So we are voting on those. Not on 35. 35, to be clear, and this is the ruling from the chair, has no action. There is no action on 35. It was a discussion item. Please vote. We have the roll open, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved, and that motion carries. Yeah, we'll put Mr. Alarcon down as a no as well. We will next go to the other items. Again, if you can turn to your packet, 1 through 6, I think, or 1 through 5, excuse me.
Can you want to explain to everybody what happened when you watched this?
To folks who are watching, the changes, we have no longer permanently deleted those positions. We have added back, thank you, Mr. Lebon, we have added back as well resources to open additional fire and paramedic resources in some of the ones that were proposed to be permanently closed, although none are permanently closed now. And we also have some reports back on specific houses. Mr. Rosendal's motion, which was made orally, if we can take up actually before the numbers, is there any objection to report back, we had 2, I believe, one which is report back on ways to possibly provide the resources for Station 69, and the second was for Caltrans in Santa Monica to see what resources they might provide to help that come about. If there's no objection to those, we will consider those passed unanimously. Okay, without objection, those are approved. Next, we have item 3, 4, 5, that also are fire-related. Okay? Yes. Go ahead and take those up. Yes, Mr. Weezer?
Chair, I believe item number 3 was referred to EERC
Yes.
for the negotiations with the fire department.
Okay. So 3, without objection, will be referred to EERC. 4,
Item number 4 is a Hong motion to report back on the treatment with transport, so that's compliant with policy. No
without objection is 4 approved. If there's no objection to that, that will be passed as well. And item 5...
5 you actually approved. That's
5
Fire
we just
Station
approved. I think I
69.
just described it, but 5 will formally approve as well without objection. Okay. That's the fire department. Thank you, colleagues. We have still back on our budget and finance report. We have item number 73, which Mr. Alarcon called special, and I'd like to recognize him at this time. We'll hold 73 on the desk for Mr. Alarcon. Let's do item 94, Mr. Alarcon, then, which I think that was for a number of different reports. Mr. Weezer, I believe, and Mr. Koretz as well had interest in that. But whichever specific reports back, Mr. Alarcon, you called special, and then we'll recognize Mr. Weezer next, and then Mr. Rosendahl. We have Mr. Alarcon first, and then you, Mr. Weezer. He called it special. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Weezer. Mr. Alarcon, is it okay, Mr. Weezer goes? All ready? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, and this is item number 9473, correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Item number 9470 and
Right,
73.
94.
Yes, item number 73, I asked this in Budget and Finance, but I just wanted to clarify this. Some council districts have these special funds on landfills, et cetera. Council District 14 has a Clark's Fund. This is a consolidation with the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund. I just wanted to clarify, that's not with a special fund, that's the amenities fund, correct?
This is not the, it is not the amenities.
It is not the amenities fund. Okay, and so what's the intent of this? Do we know, why would we want to move forward and consolidate this?
I believe both of these funds actually support the Bureau of Sanitation.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Both of these funds support the Bureau of Sanitation. It was probably perhaps for ease of, for administrative purposes to combine the two, but CAO is here to answer.
That's correct, sir. Emilio Rodriguez, CAO's office. It's simply for administrative efficiency. The Bureau has about 12 special funds on budget, several other funds off budget. They appear to be compatible in purpose. It would not affect the revenue and expenditure intent of the Clark's Fund. It's simply for administrative
Got you. So it would not affect the amenities fund for Council
Not at all,
District 14? Even in title, if it does consolidate?
No, I don't believe so.
Not in title. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I had another item, but unless...
Go ahead.
Unless somebody else has something, 94. On item 37, 94,
You have a replacement motion on that, 37.
I have a substitute motion on that. And have that been distributed? Can we hold that item on the desk until that item, oh yeah, here it is, it's just been distributed. Okay, just want to make sure that, should we do that now, Mr. President?
Sure, yes,
Okay.
that would be in order.
Item 37, I have an amendment and a substitute motion that will,
What motion number are you looking at?
yeah, I don't have the motion number, we just got them, so let me hold that on the
Right,
desk,
okay, we'll hold that on the
we have to
desk.
consolidate the numbers.
And just as a reminder, folks, if there's additional reports you want, even though this is the reports item, this is really about specific requests that are already in this item. It doesn't preclude new reports from being asked back. That window won't close with passing 94. So this is to anything that's specific in 94 right now. Okay? Mr. Rosendahl and then Mr. Koretz? Or...
Right there, huh?
This is for item 94, the various reports. There's 10 pages of various reports.
16, but I'm not sure.
Are you okay? Okay. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, just a couple technical changes. Item number 60 instructs the Personnel Committee to report to the Personnel Department. It should be the Personnel Department reporting to the Personnel Committee. And item number 103, this item was requested in Budget and Finance, also to be heard in Personnel Committee, but isn't reflected in the committee report. So we'd like to have added that also be reported to the Personnel Committee.
Okay. We'll amend those. Mr. Rizar?
Thank you. I'd ask that we delete 37 for now. I have a substitute motion that's yet to come out on the floor. All it does is reword the intent of this item, which is finding better ways to market El Pueblo.
Let's delete 37 from item 94. Any other discussions or amendments to the existing ones? If other motions that are coming in won't be precluded, again, you'll be able to take up any motions that come in. But if there's... Mr. Alcon, did you want to talk about any of the specific ones? Or if the motions are coming, don't worry, we'll be able to discuss them separately.
Well, I don't know where this fits in. I could give you one example.
Okay, sure. Give me an example.
On item 6 under 94, I wanted to move that the Budget and Finance Committee report on the mayor's proposal, that the city attorney report to the council in 30 days on steps necessary to establish a process to recover costs associated with housing animals in city shelters for the purpose of criminal investigations and court proceedings. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at is we can generate revenue by charging most likely the perpetrator of the crime that caused us to house the animals.
So why don't we take those up separately, like this one, for instance, that was just on canvassing efforts within the Animal Services Department. So any new motions, if nobody has any changes on the ones that have already been requested by members in 94, we'll add them to that as they come in. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and open the roll on the existing reports on 94. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. All right. Are we ready on 73, Mr. Alacon? Do you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. We needed, as part of 94, if we can reconsider that, under Measure H, we need to have the Ethics Department, Ethics Commission, come forward to present on the status of the trust fund. So if we can just open the roll briefly on reconsidering 94, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is before us. If we can ask the Ethics Commission staff forward. Can we free up one other seat? Someone there? Okay, we're okay, I think. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Heather Holt for the Ethics Commission. This information was provided to the CAO's office during the budget process, but the City Attorney's Office wanted to ensure that it was stated on the record. We do concur with the decision to eliminate the funding to the Matching Funds Program for this coming fiscal year. However, just as a preview of coming events, our current assessment is that an appropriation will be required in the following 3 fiscal years because of upcoming elections.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've met the measure of the measure. With that, let's go ahead and vote on 94 again. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved. Mr. Alacon has withdrawn its special on 73, so we can vote on that as well. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on item 73 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to speak on this? Okay, so my apologies. Let's not tabulate that vote. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah. While he's coming up, the question is, can we work out a strategy that does not go to part-time employees and come up with a better way of dealing with this issue than having part-time employees?
Okay, Amir Sadati, Interim General Manager. I believe this is a budget and finance question, so I think it's beyond operation. I believe that right now, if we don't vote for this, that this might leave a $9 million hole. We continue, I believe, to have the relationship with the labor, and we're rebuilding our Joint Labor Management Committee to work on a lot of those issues. So at this point, I think it's a budget and a policy decision, Council Member. As far as us working with them, I can commit to continuously working with them. So you have my commitment to work with them.
Can you do a strategy that could bring it back at another point and see if you can find another way of dealing with this?
I think in the short term it's going to be very challenging. I think that the idea is that through this building this part-time workforce, we would tap into the workforce that we start hiring full-time employees. They will develop the experience and the familiarity with the department, and so and through that it would provide a pool of individuals who could compete for the full-time employment as soon as those positions become available through attrition. So the reason we support this recommendation is that it allows us to generate quickly $9 million and up to $13 million, depending on the number that are hired. Should the council not approve this matter, it would create an immediate $13 million deficit in the proposed budget before you.
Yeah, but couldn't you redeploy your existing staff in a way that would work? And part-time employees, which is a gimmick used in the private sector at part, is used as a way to avoid health care and other kinds of retirement benefits. And part-time has been a strategy. I see it throughout the retail industry especially. They have them come in the morning for a few hours, in the afternoon for a few hours. What stops us, what gives me any assurance that we're talking a very short duration and we're talking about the health and retirement benefits that one would have as a full-time employee? Because as part-time employees, they're getting none of these benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct for the first 2 years. Your policy establishes that a part-time employee works for more than 2 years. They're entitled to receive health care benefits as well as some partial pension benefits as well.
But that's a 2-year thing, but
that's
you can
right.
rotate them in and rotate them out. What can we be assured that there'll be a timetable that will give those folks that opportunity to have the health care and the retirement plan?
It's really based on our finances, and in the best case scenario, we would be able to provide them full-time employment. What this allows for is to be able to generate the kind of revenue that's required by having a sort of an army of individuals whose sole purpose will be citations. Traffic officers have 2 major responsibilities. Citations is one of it, but the other major responsibility is obviously managing traffic. And this allows the department to then dedicate the full-time employees to the management of traffic while having a specific number of individuals focused on citations exclusively. They will go through the same vetting process, the same background checks, and again, the goal is to utilize this as a mechanism to eventually consider them for full-time employment.
Amir, could you help me out on your existing staff and their duties and why you can't absorb it in that way, or maybe just structure yourself to bring on 10 more full-time employees or something like that? I don't understand why your existing, you have over how many traffic control officers?
I believe we have close to 567 or so authorities, but council member, I think what happens day to day, we have existing staff that are on IOD or vacation time, so within that every day, we have a good 30, as many as sometimes 30-40% of people are not actually physically there because you have these other responsibilities and schedules. So I think when the city looked at a $350 million shortfall and looking at the pension cost and how that was increasing, this concept or this idea, came about as a proposal. Again, a lot of times during a full traffic officer's day, they are responding to other ancillary duties. We get calls from LAPD, LA Fire Department. They manage traffic as suggested. So even if they're in the middle of writing citations and other calls or priority occurs, they have to leave that function and go respond because...
So I can understand your logic on that, but the logic I don't get is 40 part-time people. Why don't you just hire another 10 full-time people that would work around the clock like a full-time employee does and generate solely that kind of money? And where does 40 come from? Why part-time? It would seem like it doesn't make sense if you could look at your department and say, if I had 10 more people full-time devoted to this, we could get the job done.
The department would need to hire 80 full-time people to generate the same amount of revenue. And the reason the number is so high is specifically because of the pension and healthcare costs associated with that. And so, the department looked at a number of different scenarios. I think this is a pilot for them to consider and implement for this fiscal year to provide the kind of revenue that we clearly need. We could certainly work with the department prior to next year's budget and assess whether or not this is an effective model and make a recommendation based on that review.
Could you do it in 6 months so we get a better shot at potentially going full-time employees rather than part-time employees?
We could certainly do an analysis and report back in 6 months on the progress of the program and whether it makes sense to extend it beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
I want to just ask the DOT just a concept. I used to call it the 6-2 concept, where officers would do their beats to do the enforcement for citations, but the other 2 hours were traffic. Frustration is due to engineering. Certain areas need help. In Mr. Garcetti's district, it's probably the busiest pedestrian crossing at Hollywood and Highland, and people need to be there. So whoever has the beat in Hollywood, that they would maybe enforce parking regulations for 6 hours, but for 2 of the hours at peak times, somewhere on Highland Avenue where the challenges are, they would be out there. Just ask a friendly amendment that there would be, DOT be directed to come up with a plan that would encourage that type of management of resources when necessary, because the frustration of the people is great due to the traffic challenges, and people's fuses are short, and yet when they come to a congested intersection, it gets even shorter. But if there is a well-trained, uniformed Los Angeles traffic control officer there doing their job, it eases the pain of the congestion, and that also is true here downtown and in some other areas. So I call it the 6-2 plan, 6 doing enforcement, 2 doing traffic direction. You figure it out. I'm not going to tell you how to manage the department, but if that could work, I would want to suggest a friendly amendment. Anybody friendly to that? The 6-2 plan, Bill. Let's say you're a traffic officer and you're working there in Brentwood, where it's so congested, right there at Veteran. Right. 2 hours of the day, instead of enforcing the meters in Brentwood, you would be out in the middle of Wilshire, if he's so determined, to help ease the traffic flow and make it. Direct the traffic, because I will tell you...
Sure, I'll second it. It makes sense.
Thank you. Friendly amendment. Thank you. You're a friendly guy, Billy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Yeah, actually, my understanding of what these folks do would be they already do what Mr. Labange said. They do ticket writing, they do traffic direction, they do 50 other things. Is that not correct, or is that not one of their functions currently?
Yeah, we actually, a few years ago, Councilmember Labange and Koretz, we went back and we redesigned our beats. So we went and did a one officer, one area, and because of the technology that we were able to provide them, we no longer had to have specialized units. So if there was an abandoned vehicle, if there was other issues through the use of technology, we do that. So within a officer's beat, they do the traffic control, they do the parking citations, and within that beat, if they're assigned, for example, to do traffic control within those 2 hours, or it could be 45 minutes, then it's all incorporated within their beat. What is not available to us is those calls that we may receive for additional resources, and those persons being the closest may need to respond to those emergencies, whether it might be a traffic accident, a brush fire, LAPD or LA Fire Department requesting our assistance. But they have the capability and the tools right now to do multiple things.
Now, my understanding of part of why you need these part-time officers is that the officers we have currently, and we don't have enough of them, have so many other duties, they're not focused on just writing tickets. And these folks would be focused on that. Is there any reason why we couldn't look at a hybrid position where they're full-time, but their focus is on writing tickets? It might not be something that we do right now at this moment in the budget, but would it not make sense to help fill your shortfall? That would obviously require less training, so it might be a lower paid position, it might be a little bit of a career ladder in that department. Is that something we could look at?
I think I'm definitely willing to work with the CAO and the personnel. That's really a personnel issue, and we, as part of the Councilmember Rosendal's request to come back in 6 months, we can look at that specific request that you have and put that in our analysis so we can be better respond to that. Not a problem.
And if we wind up using part-timers longer term, which I'm not that comfortable with, but just on the chance that we do that, I want to be sure that we're clear that if someone works more than 2 years and they're due benefits, that we're not going to be canning those folks and hiring new people to try and avoid paying the benefits.
Well, from the department's perspective, we're providing a service, and if these individuals are providing the myriad of services, there is no reason to do that, sir. The department wants good people, capable people for us to work, and this is creating 100 or 140 potentially part-time jobs. So that, from our perspective, we obviously want to do that, and this be an intermittent process to get to that full-time positions. The department or bureau is still going to need full-time traffic officers. We're still going to need supervisors. So this is a balance of, again, looking at the numbers, trying to get there. And if the will of the council is to provide, more full-time, then so be it. I'm not against that. But it's just right now we're at a point where the fiscal crisis we were in and the way we needed to focus especially on citation and provide that patrol and quality of life issue to our residents and merchants. That's what this is about.
I just want to flag that since we could be in bad finances still 2 years from now, that we wouldn't engage in that particular bad labor practice, which would be one way to save money, but not an appropriate way.
And we would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alacon.
Council members, I know that we want to get a budget resolution out, and yet this is a very unusual circumstance where we're taking full-time positions and furloughing them who have the full capability to do what the proposed part-time workers would be doing. And that is, I think, sticking the finger in the eye of our labor partners. And I just think it's not the best way to go. What I would propose as an alternative would be to hold off on the notion of hiring part-time employees and allow a 30-day period incorporating into the budget a calculation. I guess is it $5 million, the gap we're trying to fill here?
$13 million.
Okay, $13 million whatever the gap number is, and allow labor and the CAO to negotiate an alternative plan that perhaps is better, and if that is not accomplished within 30 days, that this plan would be approved would move forward. I'm trying to keep the peace and at the same time recognize that there are some very critical pending items to save us money on the table, being voted on as we speak, that we don't want to upset. And I urge your support for my motion. Thank you, Mr. Weezer, for your second.
Mr. Smith.
Well, the problem with that is, Mr. Alarcon, is the union had an opportunity to fix that furlough problem. That particular unit voted no. They didn't go along with it. Everybody, 14 of the 18 units went along. That one didn't. So this is the fix to that. We don't have time to keep going on and on. They were told the time frame. They voted no. They want a furlough. They want 36 days. That's their choice. I don't understand it, but that was their choice. This is the alternative to keep the process going, and it does it in a very financially efficient way because, for one, it costs a lot less money to hire part-time people because of the benefit packages, and two, it produces revenue because they're dedicated, and three, it saves money in training. So this is the best proposal to go forward at this time, and I'm sorry to those people. I'm really sorry that they voted the way they did. 14 units got it right, 4 got it wrong. They're one of the 4. We have a budget today to vote on.
Mr. Labange.
Make a friendly amendment that would say if they vote differently within the next, because I know I talked to a 911 operator today, I believe, and they said that they're voting again. Is that right, Mr. CAO?
Yes,
Some of the units?
if I could clarify that issue, they are going out for a revote, and as directed into the CLA's report, we are to report back by June 15th on which bargaining units have taken a revote. Clearly, if this bargaining unit votes in support of the original coalition agreement, furloughs would be eliminated for this particular bargaining unit. So the issue of furloughs will be determined by the outcome of the vote.
The second vote, so I think
that would be the second issue as to whether to meet and confer on this item. The city attorney has clearly opined that this is not a meet and confer matter, that this is within the jurisdiction of the city to establish a part-time program. And so my recommendation would be is to proceed forward, and should they vote in support of the coalition agreements, furloughs would be eliminated and 140 part-time officers won't be needed. The same number won't be needed as it would be under a furlough scenario.
Okay.
Mr. Alarcon?
Right.
First of all, to make it crystal clear to everybody, my proposal is that we work with labor. I didn't say meet and confer. Meet and consult, talk over coffee, whatever. The idea is that we work with them for a 30-day period starting today. If there is a better alternative, it saves us the money, that we are looking to close that gap, then we can move forward with that. But I'm also saying in my motion that if we do not come up with an alternative solution, this matter is approved. So either way, we close the gap.
It takes us time.
There's no downside to it. It gives us 30 days, and the vote that is going on as we speak will not have to be conducted with a gun to their heads, because that's not the way we should be negotiating with our labor partners.
And, again, we're available to sit down and meet with any of our bargaining units, and we will do so in this particular case. What I would recommend is there not be a delay in the process, because in order to hit that revenue target, the department needs to move forward, personnel needs to move forward and start processing as quickly as possible those hires so that the revenue target is not eroded. So we could certainly go back and talk to them, not just within the next 30 days, but for the next year, for whatever period in time is necessary.
30 days.
And
They got 30
as as a non-meet and confer item, certainly so that we don't abandon our management authority. But I do recommend that the item proceed forward so that we don't lose any time in being able to generate the revenue that the city needs. Otherwise, the revenue projections would have to be recalculated, and there would be a deficit to contend with for next year.
Under my proposal, there would be no deficit. We would fill the gap with a projected negotiated agreement.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Alacon, I think that this issue is that they have to be up and running July 1st if you're going to hit the $9 million. And the other side of it is that whatever they may agree to may not be general fund related. They may be agreeing to other things that will go into other funds, but not necessarily impacting the revenue to the city. So I think the issue is, with 30 days, we'll be at July 1st, and it's important that they be hired, up and running, and ready to go if we have any expectation of hitting the $9 million.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So the point is, Mr. Alarcon, it's very easy to undo what we do today. It's very difficult to restart something that you've stopped when there's not enough time to get it done. So to meet the time frames to make the budget work, we got to keep going in that direction. If you stop that today, then you can't do that. It's easier to come back in a week or two after that union votes, and God bless, I hope they do, I pray they do, and we can come back and fix it and say, okay, change of plans, that changes the budget. But it doesn't stop anything from happening on July 1 if we don't do it. Your proposal stops the process, and we cannot afford to stop the process.
Mr. Alacon?
My proposal doesn't stop the process. The department can continue to proceed, as is one of the potentials of the vote that we would pass today. You can certainly, I come out of personnel. I was a senior personnel analyst, and I can say there are a lot of administrative steps to the hiring process, particularly when you're hiring a large number of people. Those administrative, it's not like you snap your fingers. It's going to take a couple of weeks to at least to figure that out. We're talking about giving them until June 18th to come up with a better solution. They may come up with it in 2 weeks. They may come up with it in 3 weeks. In any case, if they don't come up with it, this plan is already approved unless they come up with an agreement. So I'm just trying to create options that will keep the peace and I believe create the better environment to get a better benefit to the city.
You know, the direction here is to come back by the 15th of June and report with the outcome of the elections. And if the department is going to proceed forward on what's being recommended, in our report back, based on the outcome of the elections, we could certainly report on the outcome of those discussions.
Mr. Bonds,
No, I just think the CAO says vote one way you feel is more comfortable as far as we move forward. What was the difference between, explain the difference between Mr. Alacon's motion?
Well, I think Mr. Alarcon and I think it sounds like what my recommendation would be is to move forward and approve this matter today, allow us, as this bargain unit is going out for a revote, during that period of time up to the 15th of June, it's certainly given an opportunity for them to come up with alternative proposals. The department still moves forward on the work that they need to do so that we do not lose any time. And when we report back on the outcome of their elections and how that impacts the budget, then we also report back on the outcome of any discussions we have with that bargaining unit.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have that before us. Colleagues, on this item, we have Mr. Alacon's motion. Please open the roll on Mr. Alacon's motion. Sorry? On the Alacon motion? Oh, I'm sorry. We have to technically reconsider 73. Let's go ahead and open the roll on that first. Close the roll and reconsider. And, sorry, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes,
That's before us
1 no.
now. Okay, this is our vote now on the amendment. Please open the roll on the amendment, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 8 noes.
That does not carry. We have item 73 as was. before us with no amendment to vote on. Please open the roll on that. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next, we will continue along with I think the second packet. Mr. Clerk, are we done with all the budget and finance report item numbers? Okay. So colleagues, we'll now go to the packet number 2. These are the items 6 through 21. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? All right. Items 6 through 21. Does everybody have those before them? Not take a minute. It looks like this. Packet number 2. And the numbers 2, 6, and 21 should be on it. Yeah. All right. Let's go through. Mr. CLA, item number 6.
Item number 6 is a Parks motion making a technical correction.
Let me say one thing, actually, before we go through these. Colleagues, we're now turning to the section of the budget where all the motions, I know we did a little bit of this with the fire one, but all the motions start to go pretty quick. So I would ask folks to really concentrate, look at these carefully. They're going to be going, we have quite a volume to get through. As usual, most of these, I think, are non-controversial, but for those that you have opinions about or anything that might have some controversy, please don't say I wasn't listening or I didn't know what was happening. This is the fair warning from the chair. We're going through these. Please, if everybody could direct their attention and if staffs could help as we go along as well for the members. Okay? Item number 6, Mr. CLA, I'm sorry.
Okay, item number 6 is a Park Smith motion. It's a technical correction.
Okay. Without objection, anybody? Not? Prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, item 7.
Item number 7 is a Hahn motion directing the Department of Airports to report on the proposed sale of Ontario Airport and the feasibility of participating in a pilot project where the funds would be split between the general fund and LAWA. It's a report back.
Okay. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on 7.
15 ayes.
Okay.
Item number 8 is a Weston motion to include the existing South LA Animal Care Center in the list of Prop F animal facilities projects.
Anybody wishing to call it special or talk on it? Seeing none, please prepare the roll on 8 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Approved. Number 9.
Number 9 is an Alacon motion which instructs the CEO to report in 30 days on the steps necessary to establish a process to recover the costs of housing animals in city shelters for criminal investigations.
Nobody wishes to be heard on that? And please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on 9.
15 ayes.
Approved. Number 10.
Item number 10 is an Alacon motion to instruct the CEO and CLA to report with recommendations relative to opening and full operation of the 7 animal shelters. It's a report back.
Okay. Anybody wish to be heard on that? If not, item 10, please. Mr. Smith?
Now that I think you have to understand, the report backs, but there's no money attached because there's no money for these items. So the traditional report backs, they're going to go to committee, but unless you identify revenue sources, folks, it's going to be the same result. It's no. So, FYI.
Please prepare the roll on 10 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Number 11.
Item 11 is a design motion to instruct the CAO with the assistance of the Department of Finance to report on establishing a special fund for the Department of Finance to become self-funded.
Okay, anybody wishing to be heard on that? Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's amended to take into consideration page 9, paragraph 2 of the committee report that deals with the same issue.
All right. Let's go ahead and make sure that those are compliant with one another. Which page was that again, Mr. Parks?
Page 9, paragraph 2.
Okay. We will make sure that those are compliant with one another. They don't seem to be in contradiction to one another. So with that, we'll go ahead, establish that as the record, and please prepare the roll on 12 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please. I'm sorry, 11.
Item number 12 is an instruction to the CAO to report on the ability of the controller to retain money from audits for further audits. It's a design motion.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
I'm going to vote no on this because that's a complete change of policy. We don't reward departments for doing their job. We don't give them back the money they generate. That has been our standard policy. This would break that policy and start saying, if you're a department and you generate money, you get to keep it now. That's not the way we budget. And that would change the entire budget system of the city of L.A. So if you want to go down this slippery slope, be prepared. You're going to have to change the entire way we budget, and that's not the way we do it. So I'm voting no.
Were you referring that to committee, Mr. Smith? Sorry, Mr. Smith, is that a no vote, or are you referring it to committee?
No, I'm not voting for committee.
Sorry, Mr. Krikorian? Mr. Krikorian, did you? Okay.
To report back to committee, that's all.
All right. Mr. Zine, request that as a report back to committee? To refer to committee? Would folks like to vote on that? Okay. All right. The motion is to move this for report back in audits. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 6 noes.
All right, Mr. Zine will take that up. Obviously, if that comes back to council, that can be addressed there as well. Next item.
Item number 13 is a design motion instructing the CAO to reconvene the Bonus and Codes Committee to discuss simplifying the city's bonus system.
Okay. Anybody wish to be heard on that? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Item 14.
Item 14 is a Parks motion instructing all city departments to stay within their budgeted funds and to implement the furlough plans of 26 or 36 days, depending upon ratification of agreements or specific exemptions granted by the council.
Okay. Please, Mr. Parks.
Colleagues, the reason we put this in is that the issues that affect the budget, if people do not follow the 36-26 rule, it will throw the entire budget out of sync. And there's little response as far as the budget committee or the council except find the money. And so the key is, as you work your policy committees, it's absolutely essential that you assist all of us in ensuring that people are staying within their budget. We had one department that went out of sync almost immediately last year that cost about $10 million that we had to recover from other departments. So we really need to make sure everybody's monitoring from the policy and the budget committee that departments, bureaus, and everyone is staying within their budget.
Okay. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 14. And please tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right. Number 15, please.
Item number 15 is a Weezer motion to restore a resolution authority for senior management analyst 1 and 1 management assistant in El Pueblo. There is no funding attached.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. If we could change resolution to regular authorities, please.
Okay. Mr. Weezer moves to change that to regular authority. Is there any objection? No. Mr. Weezer moved that his motion be amended so that it doesn't say be amended to restore resolution authorities, but be amended to restore regular authorities. Is it still a restoration? Were they regular before, Mr. Weezer? Were they regular authorities before, just to make sure that the...
Yeah, they have these, the mayor's budget is proposing these, and the CLA is familiar with this. Can you describe for us what we discussed in Budget and Finance on these positions, please?
Right. There were 4 positions that were deleted from the El Pueblo budget, and the general manager had come forward and had asked for all 4 of them to be restored, one of them with funding. So this is to restore 2 of them.
This is 2 of them, and we have moved forward with leases now. We are anticipating increased revenue, and with the increased revenue, there might be more activity to implement the leases and number new marketing. This will at least give back the general manager 2 of the 4 unfunded through the budget, but hopefully through the increased revenues of the leases, we could cover this and marketing as well.
Okay. And that reflects that they were regular ones before. Okay. Please prepare, Mr. Parks.
Clarification is that even though it's unfunded, let me ask the CAO,
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Even though it's unfunded, let me ask CEO, our perception as to with their salary account and their salary savings, do we have any perception of whether they'll have funds to create that position? And this would be a one-year deal. Go ahead.
Claudia Aguilar with the CAO's office. The department is reporting that based on the previous motions passed for the back rent, that they may be able to develop enough funds to fund this position.
Okay, but the issue is that what I'm concerned about is this one-time funding, or do we have to go through this every year?
No, it's ongoing funding because it would be from the revenues that are being generated by the new leases.
Okay, but the key is that they'll have the money, or you think they'll have the money. I just want to...
Well, we don't, it all depends on whether the leases are signed and all of that.
Okay, what's the timeline on that?
June 30th.
Yeah, the commission gave until June 30th to sign the leases. The leases will be back here, I think, on the 25th for you to approve.
Okay. All right, so the issue is that those who don't sign it impacts the revenue that's coming in.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. So let me just ask if we could put this in committee until you find out what the revenue source is, and whether this revenue source, we can have that, we'll know that before July 1st, is that right? Will we?
Robert Andrade, General Manager for El Pueblo. Revenue source is going to be actually back rents, sir. One of the things that in the agreement allows for recovery of back rents, and secondly, the savings that's being created as a result of coalition agreements. Since we pay general services $2 million, approximately $1.5 million in salaries, there's going to be a realized savings as a result of the coalition agreements. Those are the funds we would use to fund these two positions.
Okay. Let me ask CEO, if you reconcile those dollars?
That would be premature. That's exactly the work that we're doing now, and that we'll be reporting back on the 15th and how the agreement, because those savings were intended to mitigate the furloughs, and so you can't double count the savings.
Let me ask Mr. Rizar, could we ask them to bring a report in before the July 1st, after the 15th, then we can get these funds reconciled to see if they're real or that we're not double counting?
That'll be fine. Yeah, so Mr. Chair, we'll send this to committee, discuss it, and hopefully get something finalized before July 1st. And again, Mr. Parks, this is unfunded positions. We want to make sure we have the revenue source before we move forward, and hopefully if we find that identified, get more clarification, we could move forward on that item.
And we should have that report, if we can ask the CAO, well before the 1st of July.
Okay. That'll be referred to Budget and Finance then without objection. Next item, please, 16.
Item 16 is a Weezer motion to instruct El Pueblo and the Cultural Affairs Department, with the assistance of LA Inc. and the Merchants, to report to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee with a marketing plan to help increase tourism. There is no funding attached.
Okay. Please prepare the roll on item 16 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 17, please.
Item 17 is a Hahn motion, restore funding for the Cultural Affairs Contractual Services Grant for the Warner Grand Theater, taking money from the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Fund.
All right. Anybody wishing to speak on item 17? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 18.
Okay. Item 18 is a design motion to instruct the EERC to agendize and issue the issue of bonuses at its next meeting after the 11-12 budget is adopted.
It's kind of a... So is it requesting the mayor chairs that committee, Mr. Zine? We can't instruct it, I don't believe. I can ask the city attorney, are we able to instruct the ERC to agendize?
Request, not instruct, request.
It should be a request.
Okay.
Request. Urgently request. Fiscally responsibly request.
And I think it's not the committee itself then to request the mayor as chair of Executive Employee Relations Committee to agendize the issue. Okay?
Can't the chair rotate?
Yes, the chair can. I think under the charter it should be elected every year.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, number 19.
Item 19 is a HON motion requesting the Harbor Department to dedicate a portion of the tariff to fund vital public safety and homeland security services such as the Hazmat Task Force.
Okay, anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 20.
Item 20 is a Smith motion restoring 75 positions in BOS to be offset by the deletion of 80 similar positions in the Bureau to meet the Clean Water Programs.
There's a chart attached, colleagues, that with our budget materials on this item.
28. What is 28?
Anybody wishing to be heard on 20? Please prepare the roll then and tabulate the vote.
So 28 replaces 20.
15 ayes.
Okay. I beg your pardon. I thought these were two different motions. You have a 20A, which actually replaces 20. So if you could reconsider 20.
I don't know, Mr. Smith voted for 20 and I wanted to follow his lead, but if he wants to reconsider it, we'll take a second one. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
If there's no objection, we'll substitute 20A as a substitute for 20. And we'll go ahead and prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Item 21, please.
Item 21 is a design motion to request to HACLA to reimburse the Department of Rec and Parks for associated costs to reduce the $1 million general fund allocation associated with the HACLA sites.
All right, let's go ahead and prepare the roll if nobody wishes to be heard on that. And, oh yes, Mr. Parks?
I'd just like to give a direction on that and ask that the CAO look into the city's pilot funds that we've directed and supposedly they're used for infrastructure and maintenance for the benefit of the tenant. We just received a letter from them that identifies they're using funds to fill their budget gaps. And so we're going to have that on the Budget Committee very shortly, but that may be a viable source to retain the funds for that service. But we'll try to get this on the Budget and Finance Committee as quickly as possible.
We'll be happy to do that.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Let's go to, thank you, that's approved. Item, packet 3, which is 22 through 42. Item 22, please. Go ahead, 22, please.
Okay. Item 22 is a HON motion instructing the city clerk to provide a status report on neighborhood council elections and reporting on an opt-out program whereby neighborhood councils would conduct their own elections. A report back with no funding attached.
Okay, anybody wishing to call special? If not, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Item 23, please.
Item 23 is a Krikorian motion adding one management analyst 2 position to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment using budgeted funds. So there's no additional funding attached to support neighborhood council funding program.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call that special? If not, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on 23.
15 ayes.
As approved. 24 is withdrawn because Mr. Alarcon had done that orally before in regard to the library hiring. 25 will be our next.
Item 25 is a Rosendahl motion instructing DOT to assign additional traffic control officers as necessary to patrol Venice Beach area on various holidays.
All righty. Anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 25 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Number 26.
Item 26 is an Alarcon motion instructing the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment to exempt newly certified neighborhood councils from returning unspent funds for their founding years.
Okay. Anybody? Mr. Parks?
President, there's another motion I think Mr. Krikorian has that we may want to consider at the same time that talks about giving them a date up till June 30th to allocate their funds. And I think on both instances, it impacts the general fund. On the number 26, I would suggest if we're going to consider this at all, it be prorated to the number of months that they've been in operation as opposed to giving them the full year. But in both instances, it's general fund money that's not available, and if we're going to allow, because I believe they've already swept the neighborhood council's rollover money, so if we're going to move it to, on one motion to June 30th, as that's the new cutoff date, and then we're going to start funding for a brand-new neighborhood councils that have not had a chance to be in operation, I think...
Sorry, Mr. Gorin, has that motion been submitted already? I don't see it before us. Is that already being circulated?
Actually, Mr. President, I think Mr. Parks is referring to item number 44, which is Mr. Kretz's motion.
I'm sorry.
Which I'd actually like to have the E&N committee have the opportunity to consider before we vote today, and I ask that it be referred to committee.
So I'm sorry, it's 44 and 26 are both dealing with similar subjects that are...
So you mixed up the two Paul K's, Mr.?
Yes, I made my first mistake of the year. I'm going to sit down after that.
All right, so we have 26 and 44. Why don't we consider, take these up together? So, Mr. Krikorian...
Well, I don't have an objection to number 26, especially Mr. Parks mentioned the proration concept, which I think is a reasonable resolution for the specific situation that Mr. Alarcon was trying to address. This is a new neighborhood council. They didn't have an opportunity even to create a budget for themselves. For number 44, which refers more broadly to the neighborhood councils and their application for encumbrances, that is part of a larger question that I would ask be referred to the Education and Neighborhoods Committee for further consideration.
Mr. Alarcon?
Yes, members, this is a very unusual situation. There's only been one neighborhood council certified in the last 3 years, and that's the North Hills Neighborhood Council. They just got certified in February, and to pull their money is sort of having them start the race with their shoelaces tied together. So we're just asking, I'll agree to the proration as a friendly amendment from Mr. Parks, and but this is a special circumstance. It's very unique, and it only affects one neighborhood council.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
There's 3 neighborhood councils that were approved this year, 3 new ones.
Really?
North Hills East, Northridge South, and Westwood. So there are 3. We asked this question to Mr. Kim. Is he here? Mr. Kim?
There he is.
Yeah, we asked this question in committee because I had concerns about that as well. And Mr. Kim explained, and Mr. Kim, you come on and say, but basically they were given notice to go ahead and spend their money, that they were accommodated, and that he didn't believe that this was a problem for them, with the exception of possibly one of them. So, Mr. Kim, if you would.
Paul Kim, General Manager, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. The 3 newly certified neighborhood councils, North Hills East is really the one that didn't have enough time to kind of get up and going and start planning a budget, but Westwood Neighborhood Council and Northridge South were certified in the first quarter of the fiscal year. So my recommendation was that they did have ample time to get their board seated and spend funds, that they did not have the full 12 months as all the currently certified neighborhood councils were. So if the council's decision is to allow those 3 newly certified councils to carry over, then that's the council's decision.
And so North Hills East was certified when?
In the third quarter.
Third quarter, which would have been...
This fiscal year, so pretty recent.
January, February, March of this year.
Correct.
So they only had a month or 2 to spend their money.
And it usually takes about 2 or 3 months for the board to be seated.
Yeah.
After which, then they can make decisions.
So this motion just affects that one, not because it was global. I thought it was global. So you just want to say North Hills East specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Smith, are you done? Okay, Mr. Koretz?
Oh, I see.
Are you done?
I see the confusion.
So the other 2, Westwood and Northridge East, how long did they have to spend their money? When did they actually get it?
They were certified in the earlier part of the fiscal year.
And they have spent their money now?
And they spent a good chunk. Westwood did not spend a majority of their funds, though.
Because they couldn't, or they just...
Because they couldn't. There were some board governance issues that they had to get out of the way before they could start deciding how to spend their funds. But their certification timeline was earlier on in the fiscal year.
But since we're not talking a huge amount of money here.
$45,000 per neighborhood council.
Maximum, if they've already spent some of it, we're not talking about all of it. So we're, at the maximum, we're talking about $135,000, and that's impossible because they've already spent some of it. So I think if you just make the language for the 3 that were done this year then.
It says, it does say the founding year as written. That wasn't my intent. I thought North Hills was the only one certified, so I think it accomplishes your goal.
So we just all understand what this was. It would be all 3 of them then.
Yeah, but it would be, the only thing is they would be prorated.
Yeah, and prorated, that's fine. Good, thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. The intention of my motion is to acknowledge that a number of neighborhood councils, when they realized they had to encumber their funds, kind of just scattered and grabbed whatever they could and didn't always make the best choices. So this would give them an extended period of time to possibly reallocate those funds to things that would make more sense. I think it is in the interest of the city to allow the neighborhood councils time to make better budgeting decisions. And while I don't object to having this go to committee unless it's heard very expeditiously, it sort of misses the point and would leave them scrambling again to deal with the same issue. So unless we have a commitment to have this item heard in the next week or so, it really begs the question of whether we give them some extra time to look at whether they can reallocate their funds in a more intelligent way.
There is a logistical issue here. The controller's deadline is June 16th, so any changes would have to be done prior to that.
So we could amend this then to change it to June 16th rather than June 30th. And I think that would still make sense. It would still give them some time to reassess whether they could find perhaps more intelligent ways to encumber their funds.
Well, Mr. Kretz, I mean, as I understand your intent on this, if they've encumbered the funds, they can reallocate those funds later. There's nothing stopping them from reallocating the funds. The issue is whether those funds are encumbered so that they're not swept. So we wouldn't need to extend the encumbrance deadline to allow them to reallocate.
Is that something that's 100% clear that they have the opportunity to do that? Because we weren't clear on that, obviously, writing this motion.
If you're discussing encumbering, allowing neighborhood councils up until June 30th to encumber their funds there, that hasn't been the department's current policy. I mentioned this at Budget Committee that the department established a deadline of April 15th to submit all the demand warrants because of our department staff ability to process all the demand warrants. So we received roughly $1.4 million in demand warrants from neighborhood councils that met that deadline. But there isn't any current policy unless the city council wishes to establish it, which would allow neighborhood councils to, in essence, carry over their funds to the next fiscal year, which would be another way of translating the existing rollover policy.
I don't see how that impacts what...
Well, I think what they would need to do, if the funds are encumbered, leave them then encumbered until after June 30th, and then they can reallocate the funds. The issue is whether those funds are not encumbered at all. If they're not, they would be swept. But extending the deadline is going to essentially reduce the amount of money going into the budget.
Well, if it's clear that they can, that if they hold those monies unencumbered, encumbered until after June 30th, that they can reallocate them, then I would withdraw this motion.
The current policy, really, the only funds that neighborhood councils can encumber are those funds that they included in their demand warrants that were submitted by the April 15th deadline. Neighborhood councils can also spend money on the purchase card up until June 15th. So any funds that weren't spent either through the demand warrant process or the purchase card would be swept by the current recommendation to suspend the rollover policy.
Okay. Mr. Kretz, do you want to...
Well, based on the assurances I've just heard from CLA and CAO, I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay, so we're just discussing 26 now. 44 has been withdrawn. Mr. Labange.
For 27? Excuse me.
Sorry?
On this item, 26?
Yeah, 26.
Yeah, it must be, sorry.
The unspent
I must have read it.
funds.
I'm sorry. No.
Okay, no worries. Mr. Parks? Okay, Mr. Alacon? You're on the queue. Do you want to say anything else? Okay, Mr. Smith?
I didn't press my button.
All right, so item 26 is before us. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, and 44th was withdrawn. 27, please.
27 is a Hahn motion to instruct Personnel Department to report on the status of general fund personnel transfers to proprietary departments.
All right. Anybody wishing to call that special? Mr. Labange?
I don't know where we jump in on the personnel issue. It says personnel, so I want to talk about personnel. There was a reduction of trying to make small departments. That was one of my motions. Consolidate their HR people to personnel. Is that something?
Let's wait. It's not on this item. This is about proprietary departments, but there'll be a general discussion right at the end after we go through these motions.
All right, I don't need a written motion to generally discuss it?
No, you don't.
Just got to generally remember it.
You just got to remember it. Write yourself a note right now, and I'll call on you right at the end. Item 27, if nobody else wishes to be heard, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 28, please.
Item 28 is a Laban motion instructing Rec and Parks to maintain a policy, a variety of policies relative to opening parks facilities. We actually would recommend that this be sent to committee. We're unclear about what open as per existing ordinances actually means, and we would recommend a more detailed report back.
Mr. Labange?
Open, the ordinances say the hours of a park. No park's going to be closed, but the facilities may be closed. And I just want to make sure they're closed based on data that tells us what are the least used times, not what are the days. That's the question.
Okay,
I'm happy to go to committee, but that's what the intent is.
All right, we'll send that to committee with that intention, without objection.
Art Parks Committee.
Item 20, yes, Art Parks Committee.
Parks will remain open.
Yes. Thank you for your good work on that, Mr. Labange. Item 29?
Item 29 is an Alarcon motion instructing the CAO with the assistance of Rec and Parks and Sanitation to report by June 30th on the feasibility of reducing the amount of payments for trash pickup.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard? Mr. Labange.
Why is the CAO, we've never done this before, why are we doing it now?
Doing what, Mr. Labange?
On the trash, why are we charging? Why are departments starting to play gotcha in between each other?
Question for the CAO?
We're broke. I mean, that's...
Well, I'm broke, but yeah. But in essence, what this did is, it's curtailed the green waste program in Grizzly Park because the Department of Parks now wants to charge sanitation for the stumps that come down. I'm just saying, Mr. CAO, we should look at this, it's going to committee, and find a way to lessen the fiscal struggle between the people. There wasn't, I think these are numbers that are, I'm glad it's going to committee. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and prepare the roll. Oh, no, without objection, sorry, we'll send it to committee. Well, let's go ahead and pass the motion. It says a couple other things. Prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Number 30.
Item 30 is a Laban motion instructing my office to work with council leadership on an infrastructure day.
All right. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll.
Already approved it, yeah.
And tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right. 31, please.
31 is a Reyes motion requesting the city attorney report to Plum, and that should be on all revenue-generating land use ordinances and to budget and finance on other revenue-generating ordinances. Excuse me.
Okay. Without objection, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 32.
32 is a Zine motion instructing the CAO to convene a task force to report quarterly to the Audison Governmental Efficiency Committee on how to better improve risk management.
Okay. Mr. Parks?
I just want to make sure that's correlated with page 9, the committee report number, number 26, page 26, number 9.
Okay. We'll make sure that those two are not in conflict. Let's look at that real quick. No, but that looks to be consistent, so we'll make sure that those are in compliance with each other. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll, 32, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 33.
33 is an all-article motion instructing personnel to work with general managers to identify job opportunities for the 82 positions that are being eliminated that are currently filled.
Anybody wishing to call 33 special? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item number 34, I think this is redundant with Mr. Alacon's, that's separate? Okay. Oh, these are with the E-rip obligations. Okay, that's separate. Let's go ahead and prepare the motion on 34 and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that is approved. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Coming back at you. 35 is our next motion.
Item 35 is a Garcetti motion requesting the Budget and Finance Committee to consider adding a new unfunded line item for new business tax reform fund, which could be funded in the future from 50% of unanticipated business tax.
Okay, well, let's go into Budget and Finance Committee. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Item 36.
36 is the Garcetti motion transferring funds between accounts to fund in-house tax and permit renewal assistance staff from expense to salaries as needed.
Okay, go ahead and prepare roll on 36 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item 37 is Laban motion instructing ITA to operate 311 call centers from various hours. We recommend this be referred to committee.
Okay, Mr. Labange? Yeah, go ahead. Want to talk
Here's
about
the
that?
thing. Jerry, here's all you do. Tell the head of ITA to run the call center with whoever they got from 8 in the morning to 10 at night. And if it's a skeleton crew, do you want the calls at 5 when people come home from school or work to be not, let the phone ring. Let there be a tape. But we should set the hours, whatever the team is. I know there's not enough, but I talked to 311 operators, and they think that it's very important because they get a lot of calls after work. So that's all I'm just saying. It's not costing us any money. Just tell them to do it. This is what the center tables are about. You're supposed to be running the city.
All right, do you want to get some more detail on how that plan would be implemented in committee?
I believe in the just do it. I just said, what is it? Just say operate it. Don't shut it down.
All right.
I think we would need feedback from ITA on whether it's going to require additional resources to do that.
No,
whether
just
it's going to
whoever
need to
they
be
got. All
overtime,
I'm saying,
whether it-
whoever is on their team, put them on the field.
Mr. Cardenas?
That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Cardenas?
I'm up.
Yeah, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Labange, I understand your intent here, but this is a perfect example where we need to go to committee so we can have the department explain to us, like Jerry just said, what kind of resources, what would it take to actually comply with this. So this is a perfect example of something that should go to committee.
First, you think?
Yes, I'll have it back before
Okay,
July
good.
1st.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, we'll send that to committee without objection for report back. Item 38, please.
Item 38 is a HON motion instructing the Planning Department to provide a status update with a timeline on various community plans.
All righty, anybody wishing to be heard on 38? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, item 39, please.
Item 39, Mr. Rosendahl discussed that earlier. I don't know if you voted on it, but it's a Rosendahl motion to instruct the CEO to negotiate with Caltrans to reimburse the city for some of its costs.
Oh, correct. Let's go ahead and we'll prepare the roll and again,
moved to
make it
motion.
formal.
Okay.
And tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, 40.
With Santa Monica, that's true. That was actually added to motion.
Yeah, we did
number
that. We did
one,
that
so-
orally before, so don't worry. That'll be included together.
Item 40 is a Garcetti motion moving money from the Mobile Air Source Pollution Reduction Fund to a line item. We've checked, and we actually don't believe there is any unallocated money. We would suggest this go to committee.
We'll send that to committee. So that would be budget or transportation, or is it E&E or?
Should be transportation, I think. Yeah, on the mobile. Yeah, transportation.
Okay, we'll send that to transportation committee without objection on number 40. 41, please.
41 is Labange motion to establish a street transportation project oversight committee to be modeled after the MFC. Actually, we've already done that.
Okay.
That was recommendation 80.
Anybody wishing to speak on that item? If not, let's prepare the roll on 41 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, 42.
42 is a Hahn motion moving money from the Special Purpose Fund appropriations in cultural affairs or special events to, for the Harbor Gateway Music Festival. Is there any allocated money?
All righty. If anybody wishes to be heard, if not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Parks? I'm sorry, we can't hear you. If you can use the microphone.
Financial costs, just wondering if you should go to committee, because we've got a couple of these that are coming up.
Are you just giving people a heads up? I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. There's at least 2 or maybe 3 requests to fund individual activities, and so there's an impact on the general fund.
In this coming batch? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so we just asked that 42, along with those others, can go to committee so they can determine the funding source. Otherwise, it's reserve fund.
But I need to reconsider 42.
42 we just passed. That was... I think it was an increase of one and a decrease of another one. Are you sure 42 was one of the ones you want?
Yeah. 42 should be reconsidered along with the other ones that are coming.
Because he's saying it's unallocated. So when it says reduces reserve fund, that's not right.
Where are they going to get it?
I think you might be mistaken on 42. That showed the total change was 0. It was from one fund to another.
There's no fiscal impact on number 42.
Yeah, there's no fiscal impact on that one, Mr.
Why
Parks.
do we say reserve fund then?
Let's take up 43.
In some of these, though, there is no unallocated money, so there is an impact if they take it. There is. Okay.
Okay, 43?
Okay. We're now on packet number 4. Motion number 43 is a Labange motion directing the GM of El Pueblo to create an opportunity for a bicycle rental facility at the historic park.
Anybody wishing to be heard on 43? No. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved. 44 had been withdrawn. 45 is our next.
45 is an Alacon motion transferring funding to the controller to conduct audits of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. There is no unallocated balance in the trust fund. We recommend this go to committee.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on number 45?
To committee.
We'll send to committee. Okay, we'll send that to committee then. If there's no objection, we'll go ahead and send that to, is that Budget and Finance you're recommending, or HCED? HCED. We'll send that to HCED. 46, please.
I believe you already did 46. That's the exempting the zoo from managed hiring.
Yes, we did. 47, please.
47 is a Hahn motion requesting the Harbor Department to fund the Cabrillo Beach July 4th fireworks event. There is no general fund money involved.
Are these going to be good fireworks, Mr. Miller?
The best.
All right, let's go ahead and prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
48, please.
48 is a Labange motion instructing the Department of General Services prior to the closure of the Office of Public Safety substation in Griffith Park to report to council on plans.
Go ahead and prepare the roll. Unless anybody wishes to speak on that, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
49, please.
Okay. Now we're on motion packet number 6.
The packet, you folks, says number 6. It's the 5th packet, but it says number 6, 49 through 55.
Okay, item 49 is a Weezer motion restoring resolution authority without funding for 3 planning associates in the planning department.
Go ahead and, does anybody wish to speak on this? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Number 50.
Item 50 is a Hahn motion instructing Department of General Services to report on possible opportunities to reduce printing and binding costs.
All righty. Let's go ahead, unless anybody wishes to be heard on 50, prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
As approved. Item 51.
Item 51 is an Alacon motion instructing the CAO, my office, the Housing Department, and Building and Safety report to Plum by June 30th with recommendations on generating additional funding for the foreclosure registry program and addressing a variety of staffing and resource issues.
Okay. Friendly amendment. Why don't we add HCED to that as well as Plum? There's no objection. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Number 52.
Item 52 is an Alicorn motion amending the mayor's proposed budget to send all matters related to the privatization of animal service to the Public Safety and Personnel Committees.
Okay. Anybody who wishes to be heard on item 52? Okay, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
53, please.
Item 53 is a Cardenas motion reverting to the reserve fund one-time fiscal year 10-11 savings in the communication services account and reappropriating that amount to fund Pacers and
Alrighty.
tax.
Anybody wish to be heard on this? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 53. Any feedback from
Conferring
the center table?
I understand the intention is to use those savings to deal with the existing deficit this fiscal year.
Okay. So, we'll take a vote. Please open the roll.
Send it to committee.
Send it to
Yes.
recommendation to send that committee, or?
So it's for this fiscal year? These funds will be prepared.
So we have this before us. If there's nothing else, we'll take a vote on it right now, but...
Make it clear. Is it referring to committee?
We're conferring on the intent of this. Could we ask to be sent to committee and brought back as quickly as possible?
Mr. Cardenas?
Would you like to be yours?
It would go to yours. You're going to wait.
I was going to do that next.
You okay with it, Mr. Cardenas? Send it committee? Are you okay with that, Mr. Cardenas? Or All right, we'll hold this one on the table while there's some conferring going on. Let's go to 54 while that conferring occurs.
Item 54 is a Cardenas motion adding one planning associate position without funding to coordinate DOT's Measure R projects.
All right, anybody wishing to be heard? Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I can't remember what page on the budget, but I think we've dealt with this. Karen, why don't you give us the page number?
It was the unnumbered item. It was 63. Let me find the page.
Basically, while Karen's looking for it,
34, page 34.
what we attempted to do on Measure R, we have a council policy on how it should be used, and the main part of it is for building capital projects, and what we've put in the budget is unfunded positions that were in LADOT, so that Measure R is funded by invoice, so that we would avoid funding a individual position. And I'm not familiar what the sources of funding would be for parking districts and commercial building districts, and so that's I don't believe that's a Measure R funding source. So in order for this to be correct, it should be invoiced to whatever fund that is responsible for those two activities, because the system is in place already to fund Measure R projects by invoice. So, do we know what source of funds that those two districts are?
Don't know offhand.
But they're not. Those would not be under Measure R type projects.
It would probably be best to ask the department.
Okay, do we have someone from DOT?
It's not DOT, it's planning.
2 seconds. Do you have anybody here from Department of Transportation? Or we hold this on the desk as well? Oh, planning, sorry. From
Or planning?
I need to help Ava with so she can be clear on it. She's being called up there.
Bill? Shut the phone.
She knows it.
They're getting ready to take some of your Measure R money. No, 54, you need to look at that.
Is Alan around, Eva? Is Alan around? Oh, shoot.
They want to fund the position in planning out of Measure R.
They've only got 2 more motions to go. Okay, the bond will top.
We've already put in the budget.
Sorry, are we having any questions answered on, is there anybody here from planning on the record?
Yeah, he's going to come down.
Oh, he's going to come down. Okay, we'll hold 54 on the table as well. Let's go to item 55, please.
They've already
The 55 is a Smith motion, transferring funds from the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund to Rec and Parks for the Oak Ridge Estates Historic Cultural Monument.
Okay, please open the roll on this. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that is approved. Next item. Told you it was coming back. I was just waiting for you to make a motion.
I believe we have one more packet coming.
We have one more packet
I'm sorry,
coming?
I think we've got one more packet coming with
We
the
have
closing motion.
still
so-
also on the table 53 and 54.
Right.
So we'll await that. Do we have any, Mr. Cardenas, do we have any further resolution on 53 and 54, or should we still hold those? Okay. All right, Mr. Labange, and then Mr.
Well, I just had a friendly amendment. I was talking to Mr. Kokorian when we were talking about 311 calls, that we do change the music. Maybe get a little Chuck Berry with Promised Land and Randy Newman with I Love L.A. and
I don't know. I think that's a great motion to introduce on Friday. I don't know if it's our budget per se, but I'll look forward to that. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, during the discussions in the budget, we had a repetitive conversation about how managed hiring is handled, and my staff has prepared a little present for Miguel, and Sharon, if you take this for Miguel and Karen, because they told us how they do manage hiring, and we want to make sure that this expedites managed hiring. So if you please open it up and let the people know what our new efficiency program is for managed hiring.
Are these stamps?
During the committee, I was asked what the process is, the elaborate process used by the committee to decide which positions are approved. And in a moment of weakness, I said that we have two stamps, one that says no, and the other one that says hell no. So we will make good use of these stamps. Thank you, Councilman Smith.
All right. We are waiting. We have one more packet of motions, and then we do have the two concluding motions as well. Mr. Rosendahl.
I want to send back to committee.
54. We are waiting. I think we're awaiting some answers to that. There's a motion, Mr. Cardenas, to send 54 to committee by Mr. Rosendahl. On 54.
54. That's the measure of our business.
We're going to get somebody from planning to clarify for us in a couple minutes.
Oh,
and
okay,
be
then
able
we'll
to see.
hold it until they come, okay. Good.
Sorry, I missed that. Was there agreement with that? No. Okay, we're going to hold that. Okay, we have item 56 has been moved. It's been distributed before us to amend the Bureau of Street Services to report with recommendations to consolidate the city's tree trimming activities. That's Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Reyes.
Okay.
On 56.
Mr. President, at the appropriate time, we can come back to item 54 and let's just send it to committee.
Okay.
Item 54.
All right, if there's no objection, we'll send 54 to committee, Transportation Committee.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
56 is before us. Why don't we vote on that? Anybody wish to hear anything on 56? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 56 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. 54 will be sent to Transportation. We still have 55 53 holding on the desk.
And then the only two we have left, I believe, are A and B, the closing motions, which are being copied now.
Super. Mr. Labange, you had a general item that was
General
not
comment,
a
there was
motion.
one on the issue of the park rangers. There's no chief park rangers. Just to ask that we get a general report to committee on the status of the chief park rangers and the ranger program.
Okay.
Which would be something.
Without objection,
I'll draft the paperwork so that you just have that.
Okay. Any other items of a general nature that folks wanted to raise or discuss while we are waiting? If not, we can take a 5-minute recess while we're waiting, but when I say 5 minutes, folks, I mean 5 minutes.
Actually, A and B are being distributed right now.
Oh, they're actually being distributed. Don't go anywhere. We're back from our 5-minute break. Which one?
Just do it.
Yeah, report back to Arts Parks for Mr. Labange's motion on the park rangers. And when you said one more packet, it was just item 56, is that right?
Yes, it was just item 56.
Okay.
No, 53 is still on the desk. So we have to do 53 before A and B. Yeah. So what are they going to do on 53? The last two every year. Okay, so what's going on 53?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, on one item.
Okay. Do you want to do that now? Do you want to make that correction right now? Okay. Yeah, we have a little pause. Mr. Smith, I'd like to recognize for a verbal correction.
Okay, yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's an error in item number 88A, which would be relative to the police department to substitute 3 management analysts, 2 positions instead of 3 management, 1 positions as an unfunded regular authorities.
Okay. Submit that. Thank you. Without objection, that'll be accepted. Mr. Cardenas, anything on 53? Do you want to take that up, or are we still waiting?
53, we're ready.
You're ready?
Ready for 53.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Mr. Cardenas, 53.
Yeah, on 53, if we can just send that to the IT committee, and then once we clarify the policy structure of where and if we can find the savings, then obviously it'll go to the budget committee and back to the floor. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Without objection, we will take care of it that way. Before we take A and B, I'd like to take up C, motion C, and recognize Mr. Parks.
President, I would like colleagues, as you know, as we go through life, we run into people that have made an impact on a number of us, and I'd like to ask Mr. Smith to stand up because C impacts him in that we're going to dedicate today as the last motion this budget in his honor for his many years of service. It doesn't have to be unanimous, but for your many years of service for public safety, emergency preparedness, recycling, resource recovery, DWP reform, also being a police reserve and working in the cold case unit, and being the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for a number of years. And so we just wanted to, okay, just a minute, Ms. Perry, and also being not only the Renew LA, the City Council Reserve, and also USC. That may cost you a vote or two, but we wanted to make sure that all those things that you've done, also business tax reform, we think about the stabilization fund for the city budget, chairing public safety, also in putting together the first international earthquake conference in the city in over 20 years, and then creating the COPS program several years ago, in which we hired 278 new officers without raising taxes, and then creating the city outdoor dining smoking ban. So on behalf of the City Council, our last motion in closing out this budget is to put it in your honor and in your memory. Thank you.
Contrary to the rumors, I am not dead.
Don't worry, folks. You can still do a lot of damage in the next month and a half. All right. We will take up item C. Please open the roll. Take your time, folks. Measure this out. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
That passes despite Mr. Smith's best efforts. If we had known you didn't want us to vote for it, we would have all done it, but we're trying to be consistent. We appreciate that. All right, we have our last two motions, colleagues. Those are A and B, which are the enabling motions for the budget as has been amended today.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Wesson. I'd like to recognize.
Is it possible that I can change my vote to a no?
Yes.
It would be maybe the last thing that Smith and Wesson would do together.
Absolutely. Mr. Smith and Wesson will both be recorded as no's. All right. Has A? Okay. A and B have both been circulated. I will move approval of both. Those are our enabling directions for the drafting of the budget resolution. Let's take them together, unless anybody wishes to vote on them separately. Take up items A and B, please. Prepare the roll. And tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And at 4:54, we are done with the budget. Congratulations, folks. We have now approved the budget for this year. Before we go, colleagues, Mr. Cardenas, I'd like to recognize, I think it's germane to our earlier discussions. Mr. Cardenas.
Absolutely. First, I'd like to thank the Budget Committee for doing such a great job this year. It is a tough budget year. The last few budget years have been incredibly difficult, but I want to thank the Budget Committee members for such a great job that you've done, especially Chairman Parks. But also, it's important that the people understand what we do on this floor, what we do as a council, should be reflected in the public as truth, and whether people agree with us or not, at least the truth should prevail when it comes to informing the public. I have from KTLA News at 4:03 p.m. it says, new plan would cut 300 LA City fire jobs, close 18 stations. That is not what took place today. That is not what took place today. I just want to at least inform those members of the news press that that is an inaccurate statement. It is not the truth. That is not what took place. I don't know why they said that, but at the same time, I think it's important for people to understand that what took place today, when the majority of the debate that took place today on the entire budget surrounded the issue of the fire department deployment plan that was put together. Again, if people like it or don't like it, that's fine. But the bottom line is, I think it's inappropriate that after all the hard work that took place of all the people, the men and women who put energy into what took place today, and many thousands of hours that led today, at least the public should be informed accurately and correctly, and this headline is just not true, and I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And that would be an inaccurate reflection. 300, quite to the contrary. We've made sure those weren't permanent cuts, and fewer firefighters will be not working, and no stations will be closed. Mr. Alarcon, did you want to say something? I had you down.
Yeah. Council members, I wanted to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all the people that worked on the budget. This was the easiest budget process we've had, largely because we did a great job of working with the labor partners and solving the issues before the budget came before us. So I too wanted to stand to applaud the Budget Committee, the mayor, our leadership, the EERC process, of which I'm not part of any of those things. And although we have some contentious issues and we raise the passion, I just wanted to express, having been somebody who raises the issues quite often, I wanted to express my appreciation. I thought this was, given the situation that we're in, this was the best budget process that we've had in the last 4 years, and I want to thank everybody involved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our CAO, our CLA, Mr. Santana, Mr. Miller, the entire staff that was a part of this, the mayor's budget team as well. We appreciate all your hard work. And our budget committee that spent tireless hours, our general managers, all the folks that made this happen, and as always, our city clerks, the city attorneys, ITA staff, and CLA staff that helps run our meetings. And thank you, everybody, for wearing your ties today. I appreciate it. You looked very good. You can take them off shortly. Mr. Zine, we won't be meeting tomorrow. So there will be no meeting tomorrow. I know that we had it scheduled for the public and for the City Council. Since we were able to dispense of the budget today, we will not be meeting tomorrow. We'll be at work in our district offices and in our districts instead. But with that, we will call the roll, and thank you all for a great process of putting together a great budget for the coming 2010-2011 fiscal year. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 15 members present and a quorum. Mr.
This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council, the special meeting on the